The tale commences at a battlefield of the game named World, where the main character of that game finally arrives at the long-awaited last location of the long fight, which is the Demon King Castle. As he steps into the castle, the character discovers it is teeming with demonic minions serving the Demon King. Realizing this is the climax of the long conflict, the player identifies the creature seated on the throne as the formidable Demon King. Simultaneously, the Demon King acknowledges his arrival, acknowledging that this point is commendable for a human to reach, yet warns that this is the showdown and commands his followers to eliminate the intruder. Thousands of the underlings rush to assault him, but undaunted by the oncoming horde, the character braces for the imminent clash, channeling unwavering determination to prepare for an epic counterassault. With mystical energy coalescing around his outstretched hand, he leaps forward to confront the encroaching horde. Employing an arsenal of arcane prowess and combat finesse, he executes a series of maneuvers, weaving through the chaos precisely. Harnessing the power of aim compensation, his attacks strike unerringly, pinpointing vulnerabilities with unparalleled accuracy. Utilizing strength penetration, each strike carries an overwhelming force, sundering the defenses of numerous adversaries and subduing them amidst the chaos. The battlefield becomes a canvas for his unparalleled skill as he systematically dismantles the demon lackeys of darkness with a display of unparalleled mastery over the forces at his command. The character then unleashes the outburst acceleration, contemplating that the Demon King has more subordinates than expected. Undeterred by the overwhelming numbers, the character adeptly executes the bullet dance maneuver to neutralize the encroaching underlings. Meanwhile, the Demon King is taken aback by the protagonist's unwavering determination, and witnessing his formidable underlings fall at the hands of a mere human stuns the demon. The realization that this lone challenger poses a significant threat prompts the Demon King to intervene. The Demon King raises his spear with a menacing flourish, summoning a fierce gust of malevolent mana, and the eerie eye-shaped stone embedded in his forehead begins to pulsate ominously, channeling an abrupt surge of devastating mana aimed like a lightning bolt toward the protagonist. The attack unfolds with startling swiftness, catching the character off guard as its speed surpasses his expectations. However, he luckily evades the attack, contemplating that if that attack had hit him, he would have died probably. Out of the blue, the Demon King unleashes another deadly assault. This time, rather than solely focusing on evading, the character decides to retaliate and launch a counterattack against the Demon King. He shoots the demon with his gun, but the monster remains unfazed and sarcastically remarks that it's laughable that a mere human dares use an attack of this level on him. As the demon launches another assault, the player realizes that the Demon King's barrier is absorbing his attacks, and he wonders whether the rumors about the dark stone on the demon's forehead being the only vulnerable spot hold any truth. Amid the chaos, the character decides to do whatever it takes to pierce through the barrier. However, all his attempts prove futile as the Demon King creates a protective layer around himself, making it seemingly impossible to breach his defenses. Exuding confidence in his imminent triumph, the Demon King ridicules the character's efforts, proclaiming his intention to demonstrate the vast difference in power between them. With overwhelming magical prowess, the Demon King conjures several vicious mana balls and launches them simultaneously at the protagonist, catching the character off guard. Despite his agility, the character struggles to dodge the onslaught of attacks. Suddenly, one of the vicious mana balls directly hits the main character, causing his weapon to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, the Demon King taunts the protagonist, asserting that his feeble attacks cannot reach him no matter how hard the character struggles. The Demon King's arrogance stems from the belief that the mere player poses no threat to his overwhelming power. In a sudden turn of events, the player seizes control of the situation by summoning a new weapon through a magical circle, determined to test the Demon King's belief that nothing can breach his defenses, and with resolve in their voice, the player declares their intent to challenge this notion. With unwavering determination, the player unleashes the power of the Moonlight Bullet, aiming directly at the dark, eye-like stone barrier shielding the Demon King. The bullet cracks the barrier, and the unexpected breach of the impenetrable barrier enrages the Demon King. With a menacing proclamation, the demonic being asserts that the player's fate will be sealed by his hand, unleashing a ferocious surge of malevolent mana that envelops him. Realizing he's trapped in the demon's relentless assault, the player acknowledges the looming threat, contemplating the impending danger of being consumed by the overwhelming force. Faced with the grim prospect of being overpowered, the player understands it's time to go all out or face inevitable defeat. In a sudden surge of resolve and urgency, he swiftly initiates the consecutive shot compensation technique, a rapid-fire barrage aimed to pierce through the Demon King's barrier. In a pivotal move to defeat the Demon King, the player unleashes their ultimate and final attack, Dawn's Judgment. The formidable power surges forth, shattering the dark mana, enveloping the player, and engulfing the battlefield in a radiant brilliance that overwhelms the evil presence of the Demon King. As the radiant energy engulfs the demon, the player seizes the moment and delivers a decisive blow, aiming directly at the Demon King's head. The shot finds its mark with precision, bringing a definitive end to the tyrannical reign of the vicious ruler. With the resounding defeat of the Demon King, the game reaches its conclusion. The player stands victorious, overcoming countless challenges and adversaries to emerge triumphant, bringing closure to the epic battle. The boy playing World Virtu Magic Marksman finds it amusing, remarking that it is pretty fun as he didn't expect the magic skills to be that good. He decides that this time round, the character he will choose in the updated World 3.0 will be the mage. Contemplating that a typical mage character would probably be boring, he decides to make a special mage through the world's karma system. This system offers the option to gain benefits at the cost of penalties, involving risks that dissuade most people from utilizing it. However, intrigued by the idea of receiving additional stats despite the penalty traits, the player sees this as an opportunity to create a character with distinctive abilities, willing to take on risks for greater rewards. The boy then starts choosing several penalty traits like Puppet, Insomnia, Mana Addiction, Chronic Headache, and Life-Draining Talent for his new mage character. He strategizes to maximize all magic-related stats to create what he perceives as the ultimate mage. Even though all of this ultimately makes the character he created look like a sick person, the boy doesn't care because, according to him, it is just a game character. Out of the blue, a voice calls out, jolting him to wake up. As he opens his eyes, he is shocked to find himself transformed into the mage character he had crafted in the game. His astonishment deepens when he realizes he is now in an unfamiliar room, completely bewildered by this sudden and inexplicable transformation and change in surroundings. Reflecting on his last memory, the boy recalls the loading screen that appeared before the game commenced, bearing an intriguing line. First is a coincidence, second is inevitable, and third is fate. As soon as the loading screen ended, a black light followed out, and he lost consciousness in the powerful gravitation, and it was as if he was being sucked inside. Suddenly, a man forcibly pulls him out of bed, yelling at him, pondering when Lennox will wake up. The man ferociously smacks his face and tumbles him off the bed. Looking around, the boy notices a crowd of people surrounding him. At that moment, he realizes that as pathetic as it may be, he has become the weak character he had created. The man ferociously commands him to run to the parts assembly room. As the man leaves, the boy's companions mock him, wondering how he could keep sleeping until the supervisor comes. One of them cynically remarks, "Let him be, as he is going to die anyways, and when that happens, the supervisor will take a beating too." Suddenly, the supervisor fiercely commands them to hurry up and get moving, which catches them off guard, and they abruptly follow the supervisor's advice. The supervisor then approaches one of the employees named Van, asking if he has ordered the Viper. The guy concurs, stating that he will bring it when it arrives. As they depart, the boy contemplates that the supervisor called him Lennox, realizing that it was just a character he made to enjoy the game, but he can't believe he has become stuck in this pathetic body. After 3 days, Lennox contemplates that 3 days have passed since he woke up in this place, which looks like some factory. He still doesn't know a lot, but he gets used to the daily routine of this factory shockingly quickly. He gets up before the sun rises and works until he is about to collapse from exhaustion, and before he sleeps, he receives a bowl of rice porridge that looks more like food waste than food. Even if he tries to ask something, the other workers refuse to exchange words with him. Part of it is because they are busy working under the boss's supervision, but more than that, the main reason is that they already view him as a dead man. He somehow believes that they are not wrong because with a body this weak, he won't be able to last more than a few days in a place like this. While engrossed in his thoughts, the carton he's carrying slips off his hands, and the supervisor scolds him harshly, referring to Lennox as a worthless bastard, and urges him to pick up the fallen carton. Lennox abruptly apologizes. However, he is suddenly overcome by severe coughing fits, causing alarm among the others. The supervisor thinks he is going to die. Considering him an eyesore, he commands Van to put him off in a corner somewhere. He then kicks Lennox's face, asserting him to hurry up and piss off, emphasizing that they are busy, so he must not get in their way, and urge him to die on the side or somewhere. Meanwhile, Lennox thinks that in this extreme situation, he can retain his sanity because of the willpower he put into this character. However, so many illnesses and symptoms are killing him. Despite this body's overwhelming physical challenges and disadvantages, Lennox realizes its magical talent remains unaffected. He believes that if he can harness and unleash that innate magical ability, it might offer him an opportunity to escape from his current predicament. Gazing at the door, Lennox contemplates the possibility of attempting to leave. However, he understands that to escape successfully, he first needs to familiarize himself with the structure and layout of this unknown place. Lennox silently walks towards the door, considering it's convenient that nobody pays any attention to him. As he steps in, it turns out to be a corridor with another slightly open door. He wonders if it's a door that leads him to the outside. Intrigued, he cautiously approaches the slightly open door and covertly peers outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of what lies beyond. Lennox discreetly eavesdrops on the conversation between the two factory workers outside the room. They discuss the newcomers, remarking that those recently brought in are notably slow in their work. One expresses dissatisfaction, questioning what can be expected from individuals they regard as leftovers. This worker suggests that these newcomers might eventually become more valuable or productive through enough punishment or beating. The worker then states that it's concerning whether they can make the delivery to the union the day after tomorrow. When the other worker ponders what the union members will do with their products for them to rush to their factory like this, the fellow worker Van responds that it's because the union takes their shredder and sells it to the Black Mage. Lennox is surprised to hear them talking about Black Mage and realizes that magic exists in this world if only he could use it. As Lennox processes this newfound information, Van shows his comrade a new body enhancer called Viper. Van highlights the product's origins, mentioning it's from Calvin and Cubs, and emphasizes the new filter incorporated into this strengthening liquid, significantly reducing its toxicity. To Lennox's surprise, he discovers that the tube contains mana, which catches his attention and suggests potential magical properties within this substance. As he notices that substance, suddenly his eyes turn blue, and his entire body starts exuding mana. A shock rings through him as if something had exploded inside his body that was the sixth sense, which exceeds all the rest, or the third eye. Soon he realized that it was his alter ego, and he grasped a new insight that he hadn't been aware of until now. It was constantly flowing in this world. However, he had only yet to recognize it. The fundamental power that makes up this world, the impetus that defines existence, and the mana swimming throughout the airflow into his body with his breath. He clenches his fist, acknowledging that this power, which is both familiar and unfamiliar, is uncertainly the world's magic. Later that night, while all the workers were sleeping, Lennox, curled up in his blanket, considered that he might be able to escape with this amount of mana. Recalling the workers' conversation about the union members arriving in 2 days, Lennox speculates that this event might cause a lapse in security measures on that day. Considering this potential vulnerability in security, he begins to devise a plan, hoping that this window of opportunity could aid in his escape from the confines of his current situation. He wonders if there is any way he can avoid attention and move alone. Suddenly, he contemplates that if he uses a similar method to light on the surface of his skin, it will feel like he has a fever, and with that, he will be able to be left alone. On the other hand, Van knocks on the supervisor's room door, informing him that he has brought the viper he discussed earlier. The director acknowledges his efforts and offers him the viper. When Van declines, the supervisor insists, citing Van's consistent diligence in carrying out his tasks as the reason for his generosity. The supervisor is firm in his decision, encouraging Van to accept the viper as a token of appreciation for his reliable performance in handling various assignments. The man then asks him about Lennox, stating that the guy who was wobbling earlier looks like he will die soon, and commands Van to take care of him because if that guy stands out when a union member comes, they will look bad for no reason, and Van concurs to heed his command. The following day, as the alarm blares, the workers wake up and abruptly hush to get ready, considering that today is the day the union members are coming, so the supervisors will be more pissed than usual. Suddenly, their attention shifts to Lennox, who appears to be sweating excessively. The concern arises among them as they believe his fever seems quite severe. Some workers even speculate that he might have already passed away, pondering about the cleanup process if such an event were to occur. Meanwhile, Lennox, pretending to be sick, observes the reaction around him and perceives that his plan seems to have succeeded, noting the diversion of attention caused by his apparent illness. Soon, Van arrives there, and the rest of the workers consider that Van's planning on sending Lennox off clearly, so one of them commands the rest of the workers that they should go to work, reasoning that seeing something like that won't make them have good luck for the day. In the interim, Lennox wonders what it means that Van will send him off clearly, and he becomes astounded because this situation wasn't part of his plan. Van forcibly grasps his shoulder and gives him the viper, emphasizing that it's an active enhancer that temporarily improves his physical strength. Van adds that it's cheap, but it will be enough for the road Lennox has ahead of him. Lennox accepts the viper, and as Lennox consumes the enhancer, an astonishing transformation occurs within his body. Mana radiates from him, a phenomenon he finds unbelievable, considering this active enhancer's significant vitality. He reflects that Guy Van ran an errand to the supervisor's room, and after deliberating the situation, he decides to change his escape plan. On the other hand, in the basement level of the factory's loading dock, the workers diligently load cargo into the containers. Meanwhile, the union council member confronts the factory representative, rebuking him over discrepancies in the number of products loaded. He takes the credit for keeping this factory in operation and asserts that they are cutting some slacks on the workers here because there's an ongoing indictment with the Human Rights Commission, so they must show sincerity. The factory supervisor abruptly bows down to apologize. Amid the commotion caused by the unmember's behavior, another supervisor appears visibly disturbed, and unexpectedly, Lennox arrives there with a container, which startles him. Lennox informs him that he is on an errand to go to the director's office, but it's locked, so he requests the supervisor to unlock the room. The supervisor yells at Lennox, asserting that he is already busy, and inquires about the errand. When Lennox reveals that it's called Viper, the supervisor reluctantly agrees to lead him to the director's room and urges him to follow. On their way, the supervisor continues reprimanding him, claiming that he is busy, and asks why someone asked a bastard like Lennox to go on this errand, wondering where they find a guy like him. He then unlocks the door and urges him to put that container in the office quickly. Meanwhile, Lennox gathers his mana in his fist and abruptly strangles the supervisor with a mana bolt until he falls unconscious. Lennox swiftly seizes the keys near the supervisor's feet and embarks on a quest to uncover the elusive viper concealed within the room. His search leads him to discover a surprising duo, a gun and a jacket, which he grabs without hesitation. After a diligent exploration, he uncovers the coveted viper beneath the bed. Recognizing its extraordinary properties that can miraculously banish exhaustion and pain, he eagerly claims one, marveling at its potent abilities since he came here only for this. Suddenly, the other supervisor who used to scold Lennox comes across the room and is taken aback by the smell of viper. He abruptly enters the room, yelling, "Who dares to rest in here?" He is taken aback to find his comrade Mark lying unconscious on the floor. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the supervisor, Lennox gathered his magic to attack him, but the supervisor barely managed to evade it. The supervisor is astonished to witness Lennox wielding magic, while Lennox contemplates that he doesn't have enough magic to unleash another bolt. The supervisor gathers himself and lunges to assault that bastard. However, before he can proceed, Lennox brandishes the gun and points it at the supervisor, prompting the supervisor to halt his action. The man raises his hands to surrender and requests Lennox to calm down and handle the matter through dialogue. Furthermore, he apologizes to the protagonist for everything he has done, claiming he was under orders and had no choice. He pledges that he won't tell anyone if Lennox lets him live, while Lennox knows that's a lie and isn't ready to believe a word he says. However, he wonders if he can even shoot a person. Suddenly, an external voice inquires about Supervisor Adez's whereabouts from outside the room. Sensing the urgency, Lennox prevents the supervisor from responding and remains silent. In a covert plea, the supervisor implores Lennox to spare his life. With no response from Lennox, the supervisor subtly points towards a nearby door, indicating that it leads to the basement parking so Lennox can use that route to exit the area before that guy comes. However, the protagonist seems hesitant to believe his words. The supervisor's comrade who asks about Adi wonders if he is napping again, considering he didn't respond earlier. Suspecting Adi might be inside, the colleague proceeds toward the director's room to check on him. However, upon opening the door, he is wholly astonished or shocked by what he discovers. On the other hand, Lennox swiftly drives the car into the basement, while the worker there thinks it's Mark, but he is taken aback when the car halts in front of him, and Lennox brandishes the gun at him, urging him to open the door. Trembling in fear, Van concurs to open, pleading with Lennox not to shoot. After a while, he tremblingly informs the protagonist that the gate is opening so he can leave. However, the supervisor, searching Adi in the director's room, finds the corpses inside and anxiously contacts Van on the walkie-talkie, commanding him to close the exit. Meanwhile, Lennox, pointing the gun at Van, hears all that, so fearing for his life, the worker abruptly turns off the walkie-talkie, but Lennox shoots him dead, reasoning that if he leaves him behind, he will become a problem. Lennox's high mental strength, level-headedness, and rationality surpass his guilt and fear and allow him to maintain his sanity. During his escape, he encounters another gate, but this time he doesn't halt. Instead, he swiftly shatters the barrier by increasing the car's speed. He realizes that level-headedness that grows even stronger in an extreme situation is unmistakably a mage's talent. On the other hand, in the H's building, a man wearing a cloak is being chased by security. They even fired bullets to halt him, but they missed the target. That suspicious man is taken aback to find a window ahead, but he has no other choice, so he jumps through it without a second thought. His daring startles the security personnel as they can't believe he jumped from this height, and they assume he must be dead. The security head retrieves a piece of the man's clothing struck the window and commands his underlings to go down and search, asserting that they must have found his corpse. Conversely, the protagonist arrives at the game's magic engineering city, Balkan, and is utterly fascinated by the stark contrast it presents from World 2.0, and everything has a little mana mixed into it. Lennox can feel the familiar power he felt in the factory on the streets of Balkan City, which probably means that there's a considerable mana contribution to this world's civilization. However, he feels exhausted because he put himself too hard while trying to escape. He exhales a deep, weary sigh and intends to use the Viper, but after contemplation, he decides not to use it too early because he only has a few of them, so he should only use them for emergencies. He heads towards a hostel to rest. It takes him an hour to reach that place because he threw away his car, and thankfully, no one chased after him, and now he can rest for the time being. Finally arriving at the hostel, he longs to collapse onto the bed for much-needed rest. However, utterly drained and beyond the limits of his endurance, he succumbs to unconsciousness, only managing a few steps into the room before falling into oblivion. The following day, he wakes up with a parched throat. He groggily rises and walks toward the refrigerator. As he quenches his thirst with tin water, he feels a little alive, but suddenly a queasiness grips his stomach, urging him to hasten toward the sink to vomit. Feeling extremely queasy, he sits on the ground, and he feels like his head is going to split open. All the muscles in his body hurt like they are about to be ripped apart. Examining his trembling hands, he contemplates whether this unsettling sensation might be attributed to the effects of Viper. Despite this concern, he acknowledges the necessity of depending on stimulants if he intends to mobilize his body. However, a sudden rumbling in his stomach prompts him to consider that the nausea he's experiencing might stem from not having eaten anything for over 12 hours. He hastily consumes a canned meal from the refrigerator, only to find its taste unappealing. Simultaneously, the room's telephone rings, and the hotel management on the line informs him that he has 2 hours remaining until the scheduled checkout time. They ask if he would like to extend his stay. When Lennox agrees to extend his stay, they notify him of the costs involved, that the accommodations are 200,000 sel, the canned food worth 20,000 sel. So upon deducting his advance payment of 100,000 sel, Lennox's remaining balance is 120,000 sel, requesting him to pay by today. Lennox can't believe the canned food is worth 10% of his stay. He takes his money out of his pocket, contemplating that he has 130,000 sel, and after paying the hotel, he would be left with 10,000 sel. He realizes that at this rate, he won't be able to stay for another day, and he needs money to survive. He notices his grown hair and decides to clean up before leaving. He chops his hair as he doubts people will recognize him. Later, after leaving the hotel, he sits depressed in an alley, assuming that it will be impossible to earn money legally because he thinks he is an illegal visitor in this world as he doesn't even have an identity. However, he deceives an alternate plan to beat up criminals and take their money, which won't cause him many problems in the future either, so he starts looking for them. Using his mana manipulation ability, Lennox gathers mana in his ears, which helps him to eavesdrop on the conversations in the vicinity. He hears that the new engineer at Palmer's, the one that inspected the new AI for errors, went missing and that they are searching for an agency. Uninterested in these particular conversations, Lennox filters out the irrelevant details. Eventually, he intercepts a discussion relevant to his intentions, in which a baddie asks someone to bring the stolen money to their destined area. Intrigued by the conversation about the stolen money, Lennox sets off toward the designated location. However, amid his pursuit, he suddenly experiences dizziness, causing him to stumble. Frustrated by the limitations of his physical condition, he swiftly administers the Viper drug. Almost instantly, he feels renewed strength and vigor, revitalizing his demeanor. With his resolve restored, Lennox is now prepared to pursue his goal of earning money with a reinvigorated spirit. At that location, 2 delinquents aggressively accost a frightened man, forcing him to repeat something they had instructed him earlier. Trembling in fear, the man retorts that if they wrap up this, then there will be no problems. The delinquent assaults him because he lost the money they stole, but the poor guy desperately insists that he isn't lying as the money disappeared on the way. Since the delinquents find that he has no money, they deceive a horrifying plan for the amount that's missing. They plan to sell the man's body parts to recover their illegal money, while the man cries out for help and his pleas echo loudly in distress. In a swift and decisive move, Lennox intervenes as the delinquents are about to carry out their heinous plan. Utilizing his magical abilities, he unleashes a bolt of energy that incapacitates and neutralizes the threatening assailants, effectively ending their nefarious intentions. However, the sudden display of power terrifies the man, who, frightened by Lennox's actions, pleads with him for salvation, unsure of what to expect next in this unexpected turn of events. Shocked and intimidated by the unleashed power, the man's plea for safety reflects his fear and confusion amidst the chaos. The protagonist pays no attention to that man's appeal. Instead, he gathers the money from delinquents' pockets, which is almost 700,000 sel, and he considers that's much money. With this, he can get some clothes and medicine. As Lennox retrieves the gadget from the delinquent's possession, the frightened man anxiously implores him not to direct it toward him. He hurriedly explains that it's a modified Dyke's lace cutter, initially intended for legal purposes but altered unlawfully to function as a weapon. Acknowledging the potential usefulness of the gadget for self-defense, Lennox stows it away in his jacket, considering it an additional measure of protection. Attempting to assert authority, Lennox commands the boy regarding the events witnessed that he must not tell anyone. However, before he can finish, the trembling boy interrupts, fervently assuring Lennox that he will keep the incident a secret, swearing never to disclose a word of what occurred today to anyone. His anxiety and fear of repercussions are evident as he pleads for leniency and promises to maintain absolute silence about the incident. Lennox maintains a stern gaze at the man, expressing skepticism despite the man's assurances. Sensing the tension, the man hastily offers assistance, inquiring if Lennox requires anything else. Acknowledging the man's nervousness, Lennox explains that since his recent arrival in the city, he's seeking information about activities or occupations that someone can engage in without requiring identification, emphasizing that it will be better if it uses magic. Later that night, the protagonist arrives at the location the man tells him about, which looks like a regular bar. Suspecting a potential facade or disguise, he decides not to reveal his true identity. Drawing upon his magical abilities, he adeptly manipulates his appearance and alters his hairstyle, understanding that he can't trust anyone but himself in this unfamiliar world. Lennox steps into the bar, and when the bartender asks about his order, he orders a light drink. As the bartender serves his order, Lennox casually engages in conversation, expressing his interest in seeking employment. He inquires if there's any need for a mage or if there are any tasks that require magical expertise. As Lennox awaits the bartender's response to his inquiry about work suited for a mage, a girl arrives and interrupts their conversation, announcing that the working hours have concluded. She asks what he is doing, so the bartender informs him that the guy said he is a mage. Taken aback by Lennox's appearance not fitting the conventional image of a mage, the girl remarks that he doesn't look like one. However, acknowledging the scarcity of mages, she concedes that appearances may not necessarily define one's abilities. Introducing herself as Jenny, she appears to be more open-minded, accepting Lennox despite his unconventional appearance for a mage. Concealing his true identity, Lennox introduces himself as Van because he can't say his real name. Jenny asks him to share his abilities and asserts that she won't find it very amusing if he calls himself a mage when he has only learned some ordinary magic. She emphasizes that he doesn't need to reveal what inherent magic system he is with. However, he should tell her his attributes. Lennox gathers mana in his fist and shows his magic bolt maneuver, which startles Jenny. She contemplates that it's rare because he activated it without a magic circle or a chant, so she immediately offers him to write a contract. She asks that since he came all the way here, he must not be picky about the type of work, and Lennox concurs, stating that anything would be fine except the stuff that involves messing with humans. Jenny assigns him bounty hunter work, assuring him that he will be paid immediately and that it's easy for him to determine the results. She explains that the target, Tyler Evans, is a scavenger, but 4 days ago, he tried to steal Achilles' security equipment. Lennox maintains his disguised identity as Van and queries if the attempted theft implies that Tyler's endeavor was unsuccessful, noting that it would be highly improbable for a mere scavenger to breach Achilles' security. In response, Jenny discloses that all the other scavengers involved in the incident were murdered, leaving Tyler as the sole survivor of the group that attempted the theft. She continues to divulge more details, explaining that Achilles took their hands off the case and passed them the cleanup. Since the scavenger branch he's affiliated with also withdrew their involvement, there won't be any problem. When Lennox inquires about the reward for capturing Tyler, Jenny reveals it amounts to 3 million sel, acknowledging that while it might not be exorbitant, it's a decent sum for catching a rat. Observing the report she presented earlier, Lennox expressed interest in obtaining a blood sample collected during the investigation. Jenny agrees to provide it, but cautions Lennox against using a blood mage to track Tyler. She dismisses the idea, emphasizing that blood mages are notorious for their exorbitant fees, demanding 5 million sell or more per case, portraying them as money-hungry individuals whose services would be too expensive for this pursuit. As Lennox exits the bar, he retrieves the target's blood sample from the envelope, but instead of seeking a blood mage's assistance, he opts for a different approach. He places the sample on the ground, considering alternative methods for tracking Tyler without relying on blood mage. Reflecting on his knowledge of ordinary magic, Lennox recalls that the common magic he possesses is something he devised while in World 2.0. He sifts through the mental list he compiled, recollecting the variety of standard magical techniques he created during his time there. Intrigued by the possibilities, he wonders if any of these techniques could be employed to assist him in tracking Tyler without the need for costly or specialized magical aid. Soon, he realizes that the most suitable magic to use now is Two's Hunter-type class magic Bloody Chase. He casts that maneuver on the cloth with the target's blood, transforming the blood sample into a crimson snake. The snake, a manifestation of the spell, swiftly guides Lennox to an abandoned train station and comes to a halt beside a solitary man. This catches the man off guard, and he anxiously turns around, bewildered by the unexpected presence. As the man turned around, Lennox confronted him sternly and addressed him as Tyler Evans. Tyler abruptly attempts to flee, wondering how that young man found this place. Meanwhile, Lennox contemplates that he came here after making all the preparations to defend against any incoming attacks, but never imagined he'd run away immediately. The protagonist finds it more bothersome and contemplates the limitations of his current physical form, recognizing the difficulty of chasing down someone in his present state. Lacking confidence in long-range attacks, he utilizes his magic to create a sound wave, a maneuver intended to impede Tyler's flight and potentially hinder his escape. As the magical sound wave strikes Tyler, he stumbles and collapses to the ground, clutching his ears in excruciating pain as they begin to bleed. Meanwhile, Lennox advances toward the incapacitated man, asserting that he shouldn't have just run away. Suddenly, Lennox is targeted by a sniper shot. Fortunately, his magical protective layer acts swiftly, intercepting and deflecting the incoming bullet. Surprised by the unexpected attack, Lennox is momentarily taken aback, but swiftly realizes that his decision to create a defensive magical barrier as a precautionary measure was prudent. He reinforces his defensive measures by activating another strengthened barrier, considering that at this level, he should be able to last for at least a while, even if he gets hit by an anti-tank missile. Using his mana manipulation skills to search for the sniper, Lennox extends his sensory reach within a 1-kilometer radius. However, to his surprise, he detects nothing in the immediate vicinity. He wonders if that means either the sniper shot from more than 1 kilometer away or used ways to camouflage so that simple mana detection can't locate the sniper. It's probably one of these two situations, but contemplate the reason there could be to shoot him in his current appearance. Considering the broken barrier's location and the shot's direction, Lennox realizes that he isn't the target and that the sniper is after Tyler. He guesses that the sniper was trying to silence Tyler and probably was a scavenger, but he dismisses his assertion since he doesn't care about what happens to them. However, it's a different problem if they get involved in his matters. The protagonist grasps the gun and brandishes it at that man, contemplating that he has no intention of letting the sniper who dared to kill Tyler in front of him go, and he can't let the image of Hunter Van become a shitshow. So he shoots Tyler, considering that the more Van is known to be a cruel and cold-blooded human, the fewer people will want to get in his way. Meanwhile, the sniper who was aiming at Tyler is taken aback to see that his target is being killed by someone else. Lennox abruptly turns around and finds the presence of the sniper on the top of a building because the moment he killed Tyler, the sniper's mana wave had been in unrest. Recognizing the sniper's proximity within a kilometer, Lennox recalls possessing a specific magic tailored for this range. Amidst his recollection of common magics, he recalls thunder calling, a potent lightning magic that can be wielded with a single hand gesture. With determination, he raises his fist skyward, leaving the sniper perplexed about his intentions and contemplating whether Lennox will retract his magic or what his next move might entail. In an instant, prompted by Lennox's execution of thunder calling, the sky transforms into a brilliant blue hue crackling with lightning, catching the sniper entirely off guard. Without warning, a powerful bolt of lightning surges from the sky, striking the very building where the sniper had been positioned, reducing it to rubble in a chaotic explosion of energy. Observing the wreckage of the building, Lennox marvels at the staggering might of the maneuver, realizing it surpasses anything he had witnessed in the game. Now equipped with thunder calling, he feels assured in declaring himself a lightning mage to others. Drawing nearer to the demolished structure to inspect the aftermath, Lennox finds no trace of the sniper, leading him to conclude that the sniper, undoubtedly an extraordinary individual, must have managed to escape, leaving behind no discernible trail. However, instead of chasing the sniper, he contemplates that was enough for a warning and the lightning mage, Van's name, to be made known. Later, he returns to the bar and puts the bag in there, stating that this is Tyler Evans. However, since the bar is full of customers this time, the bartender informs him that there's a back door behind the building so that he could come in through that door. Stepping in through the back entrance, Lennox arrives just as the bartender is about to inspect Tyler's body. Realizing his oversight, the bartender quickly informs Lennox that this particular entrance should be used exclusively for work-related purposes. He then examines the corpse and finds out that the cause of death is a gunshot wound to the head, and besides the gunshot wound, he finds traces of his ears being injured. Impressed by the meticulous examination, Lennox inquires of the bartender whether he has a background as a coroner due to his thoroughness, and the bartender admits that he used to do some similar work. The man inquires if Lennox wishes to claim his reward immediately, specifying that the amount will be $270,000 after subtracting a 10% processing fee. He mentions that choosing alternative methods for receiving the money will incur additional processing charges. When Lennox inquires about these other options, the bartender elaborates, explaining that alternate methods include utilizing borrowed name bank accounts, investing in bonds or stocks, and occasionally involving more intricate money laundering procedures at the request of some individuals. Meanwhile, Lennox wonders if the financial regulations in Balkan similar to Earth. Shortly after, Jenny arrives and applauds Lennox for his swift work, acknowledging the speed with which Van, presumably Lennox, completed the task, commenting that it appears Van required the money urgently. While having a seat, she adds that with this type of bounty hunting, it takes more time to find the target than to kill them, so she asks Van what kind of talents he has for him to have been able to find and kill Taylor so quickly. Lennox responds casually, attributing his success to sheer luck. Impressed by Lennox's capabilities, Jenny is willing to continue working with him due to his evident competence. Lennox remarks that he is okay if they arrange other work for him now. However, Jenny denies it, urging him to go back for now because they need to hand this to Achilles and find out what the scavengers are up to. Before she reveals their impending work, Lennox ponders whether it's too early for her to trust him. In response, Jenny remarks that they both are on the same wavelength, and she guesses that Van could say they need more time to get to know each other more, just like dating. However, Lennox dismisses her assertion, retorting that he doesn't think that's the reason, and leaves the bar, stating that he will visit again soon. As he leaves, the bartender informs her that he tried to bypass the scavengers' network and found something interesting. He hands her the tablet, informing her that Van's mission is recorded, and Jenny is amazed to see that. The next day, the protagonist visits the Balkan City Library. He comes here to find out about the magic system of the world, and he must also find ways to increase the lifespan of Lennox, whose life is burning away like a candle melting because of the karma system. Recognizing that time-related magic might hold the key, he anticipates finding potential solutions within the realm of the world's highest-ranked unique magic. He delves into the Mana Theory book within the library's extensive collection. Its contents enlighten him about mana patterns, revealing that each mage possesses a distinct and unique mana pattern. Furthermore, he discovers that archmages at level 8 or higher can manipulate these patterns, offering a glimpse into the possibilities of altering one's mana pattern. He decides to implement the mage's thumbprint maneuver described in the book. Reflecting on the text mentioning that archmages of level 8 and higher can alter these mana patterns, he contemplates the significance and strength associated with being at level 8 in the mage hierarchy. As he meditates on level 8 mage's potential power and influence, he infuses mana into the maneuver described in the book. As he channels mana into the technique, he observes the pattern shifting and changing in response to the flowing mana. Though uncertain of the actual strength associated with level 8, he acknowledges his proficiency in this magical manipulation. While he remains engrossed in reading the books, he doesn't realize that the entire library is empty. However, he notices a stark contrast from his initial expectations and experiences a fundamental shift in his understanding. The concept of common magic that he previously knew about seems to have entirely vanished, leaving him in a realm of new and unfamiliar magical concepts. Magic can be categorized into two more significant categories: unique and common. Unique magic is a single type of magic that each mage can learn, which is more specialized and powerful. On the other hand, common magic isn't that powerful, but it has an overwhelmingly wide variety of applications regardless of attributes or its target. That was the case for World 2. However, in this current world, the concept of common magic remains conspicuously absent from documented references. This realization perplexes the protagonist, raising questions about how Lennox could have employed a concept that seemingly does not exist in this realm. Despite Lennox's remarkable abilities, it appears implausible for him to utilize an idea that needs more existence and recognition within this world. As the protagonist grapples with these queries, his quest for information yields little regarding time-related unique magic or any revelations regarding common magic. This lack of findings leaves him with more unanswered questions and minimal progress in his search for solutions, so with a deep sigh. As the protagonist is engrossed in his studies at the library, a girl named Eris Richelin approaches him, offering unsolicited advice, suggesting that aspiring to become a mage is futile and advises him to abandon such aspirations. According to her, hope only leads to enduring pain. She expresses pity for his situation and remarks on the prolonged hours he spends reading books, indicating that merely dedicating time to studying won't grant him the status of a mage. She believes he's far too late to pursue that path. Instead, she recommends focusing on subjects like theoretical magic engineering, implying it might be a more practical and achievable pursuit for him. Eris emphasizes that he can only learn magic by going to a school or a university if he can't find a teacher. However, he can't enter a university without any foundations, and even if he gets in by luck, he won't gain anything from the lectures. According to her, he can do nothing by himself as it's a field of study where talent and luck play such a role, even if he has much passion. She then apologizes to him, stating that she doesn't know why she is telling this to a stranger and reminds him that it's past the closing time and she needs to arrange the book, so she requests him to leave. Lennox inquires if her advice stems from her personal experiences and suggests that if she is a student, perhaps it's premature to contemplate giving up. He proposes that rather than conceding defeat, wouldn't it be more beneficial for her to exhaust every possible avenue before reaching such a conclusion? His unexpected response startles her, prompting a moment of surprise or shock in response to his suggestion. She places her business card on Lennox's chest, finding his reaction somewhat ridiculous, as she doesn't expect him to heed her advice so readily. She turns around, asking him to forget it, and states that she will show him some magic if he returns next time. As she departs, Lennox refers to her as an odd woman. When he gazes at her business card, he is surprised to know that she is a chair professor of elemental magic faculty at Labaton University. He's amazed by this revelation, finding it hard to believe that someone who appears so young could hold such a prestigious academic position. He then departs from the library, and on his way, he plans to buy the groceries and head towards the market. While contemplating that if he wants to eat something, he should cook something nutritious. However, his thoughts are abruptly interrupted as he is startled to see a police officer investigating an individual nearby. Feeling anxious, Lennox quickly turns around, attempting to remain composed, and wonders if they might be looking for him. As he continues walking, someone calls him, and Lennox turns around and asks the girl if she is talking to him. In response, the girl asks if he has done something wrong, remarking that he was glancing at the mana pattern check as if he was guilty of a crime. She emphasizes that the way he looks at the mana pattern inspection makes him look guilty of something. At that moment, Lennox realizes that the mana pattern is like a fingerprint. That's how they inspect things in World 3.0. She then asks why he arrived, and the protagonist responds that he wants to buy vegetables. He asks about her identity and also inquires about the previous lady who used to work at the shop. The girl informs him that the lady was an employee, and now the one he is dealing with is the owner of this greengrocer. She further tells him that she grows these vegetables as a hobby. Although somewhat surprised by her production scale, Lennox remarks that she must be wealthy if she grows such a large quantity as a hobby. The girl unexpectedly agrees with his observation and prompts him again if he intends to make a purchase. Unable to discern if she's being truthful, Lennox maintains his uncertainty and responds that he's still contemplating his choices. Sensing his situation, the shop owner hands him a particular type of onion, mentioning its efficacy for insomnia because, noting his looks, it seems he needs it. In addition to the recommended onion, Lennox buys a few green onions and 6 bell peppers. While putting his vegetables in a bag, the girl unexpectedly remarks that Lennox's mana is pretty unique. Suddenly, her eyes take on a green hue as she addresses Lennox, questioning what a mage like him is doing in that place. Furthermore, she remarks that she would have remembered that precise pattern, wondering if he had recently come to the Balkan. However, Lennox pretends that he doesn't know what she is talking about, while deep down, he wonders who this woman is because she realizes he is a mage and casually talks about his mana pattern. The girl hands Lennox his grocery bag and informs him that the total amount is 32k sel. The protagonist takes the bag and pays her the required amount. As he departs, the girl casually bids him to come again. Reflecting on the encounter, Lennox turns back, pondering whether the girl might have seen the leaked mana pattern from his barrier magic. Puzzled by how she could discern the mana pattern with her bare eyes, considering that even the police rely on devices to read such patterns, Lennox speculates on the girl's abilities. He considers the possibility that she possesses a particular skill or might be a mighty mage, both of which he perceives as potentially unfavorable circumstances for him. This unexpected recognition by a stranger prompts Lennox to reassess his use of magic and makes him resolve to be more cautious in controlling and concealing his magical abilities. After that day, he spent days in his hotel room, researching magic to improve the common magic he already knew, but he still couldn't find a clue regarding inherent magic, and his body didn't get better. As he had to depend on drugs for the time being, he needed a proper identity and enough money to get better drugs. After spending days in seclusion, he visits the bar and expresses his desire to get an identity, pondering if it is possible. Jenny acknowledges that obtaining an identity is possible, but comes with a hefty price tag, roughly around 20 million sel. However, she reassures him not to fret over the cost because she intends to propose a new job for him regardless. She informs him that there are plenty of jobs he can take on comfortably for lots of money when it comes to the magic he has. When Lennox ponders the work, she elaborates that this one's a request from a business that will get him more money than bounty hunting. She acknowledges that Van prefers bounty hunting, but emphasizes that taking those requests from companies will be good if he thinks about the earnings. She sarcastically ponders if he enjoys chasing insane criminals, to which Lennox, still in his Van persona, affirms that he doesn't like that pursuit. Jenny commends his remark and then invites him to go somewhere else to talk. After taking him to a separate room, she informs him that the target of the requester is Charlotte Corporation's new makeup factory in District 42. 80% of the construction fee was government funding, so there's a bit of drama on that. She elaborates that the moisturizer they were supposed to make underwent much human testing, prompting Lennox to wonder about human testing. Jenny reveals that Charlotte Corporation is famous for anti-aging techniques that are supposed to regenerate even dead skin. There's evidence that they even stripped an entire face's skin off a person in the development process because they wanted to recreate a perfect environment or something. It startles Lennox, and he anxiously ponders if the truth is revealed as he doesn't see what more work needs to be done. However, Jenny dismisses his assertion, asserting that there's no way Charlotte Corporation would give the factory up, and adds that they even took money from the government, so what would they care about some nasty rumors? While Lennox checks the details on the laptop, she elaborates that the requester, this time, is Varda's corporation. They recently got into the makeup business and want to win against the competition, Charlotte. She explains that Varda's request only has 2 conditions. First, hacking after infiltration, 350 million sell for Charlotte's makeup manufacturing data, and if he doesn't want to do the first condition, then the second one is 50 million sell for destroying the factory beyond recovery. When Lennox remarks that the first condition sounds impossible, Jenny concurs that 350 million sell is insufficient to hire someone skilled enough to infiltrate and hack. According to her, this offer might be more of a test to see if anyone naive enough would take the bait, while the genuine intention lies in destroying the factory. Given the perceived simplicity of the task, Lennox confidently agrees to undertake the assignment, showcasing his assurance. Jenny commends his confidence and readiness to accept the job despite its potential risks and implications. She then mentions that she will introduce a partner working with him on this. However, it startles the protagonist because she hasn't said that earlier. Soon, that person, entirely covered in a costume, barges into the room, prompting Lennox to wonder who he is. Jenny introduces Dylan O'Casey to Lennox, revealing that he is a mercenary affiliated with Antares. Furthermore, she mentions that he is famous for being cheap to hire. However, Dylan ponders what that mage will think of him if she introduces him like that and emphasizes the importance of making an excellent first impression. But Jenny doesn't take it seriously and sarcastically calls him a crazy masked dude. Dylan then greets Lennox, who introduces himself as Van, specifying his expertise as a lightning mage. The protagonist wonders about the rationale behind having a partner, prompting Jenny to explain that she was seeking an additional person as the job appeared too overwhelming for just one individual. In a sarcastic tone, Dylan asserts his capability to handle the job alone, claiming that Jenny had mentioned the possibility of hiring one more person, so he was waiting accordingly. However, Jenny looks sternly, indicating disagreement or disapproval toward Dylan's false assertion or claim about being fine to handle the task solo. Noting Dylan's non-serious attitude, Lennox comments that he would prefer if Jenny let him know ahead of time about working with a partner, and Jenny concurs, stating that she will keep that in mind. The protagonist then ponders if they will divide the 50 million sell in half, while Dylan responds that Jenny probably takes a bit too. However, Jenny acknowledges that she has made a mistake this time, so she won't take any, which startles Dylan. He starts mocking her about how that is possible and what's up with her today because she loves money, while Lennox is taken aback that she made up for the mistake on the spot. Lennox considers it an excellent way to make up for this mistake, but he wonders if it is really a mistake or maybe she's just trying to cross the line with him. Inwardly contemplating the situation, Lennox resolves that if Jenny tries further manipulations, he will handle it confidently as he already has the upper hand in this relationship anyway. Meanwhile, irritated by Dylan's mockery, Jenny smacks Dylan's head on the table, accusing him of this fault, and then asks Lennox if they should look at the factory blueprint. Contrasting the underdeveloped 50s district, the 40s districts, especially those with lower numbers, boast substantial facilities, being entirely satisfactory even compared to the higher numbered districts. The targeted factory of Lennox and Dylan is located in District 42, While walking towards the factory, Dylan remarks that Jenny seems to hold Lennox in pretty high regard, reasoning that she is usually not the kind of woman who would easily give up on money. Usually, she would take some processing fees, but Dylan speculates that Jenny believes fostering a positive relationship with Lennox is a more advantageous choice in this scenario. Meanwhile, Lennox contemplates if Dylan was listening to their entire conversation at the bar and wonders if he is the type to hide who he truly is with his flashy appearance. Dylan hands him a business card, prompting Lennox to wonder what this is for. The masked guy informs the protagonist that he doesn't need to stick to just one place for work. Lennox asks if he is trying to recruit him right now, and Dylan responds that there is no harm in befriending as many mages as possible. In fact, he believes it could benefit Lennox. He acknowledges that his office might be rough, but he adds that his agency has many guys skilled at using their bodies like him. However, he asks Lennox to keep what they are talking about a secret from Jenny, while the protagonist sarcastically responds that Dylan is a smooth talker and wonders if that guy is as good at working. After a while, they reach the Charlotte factory, and Lennox covertly espionage the area by perching on Dylan's shoulder to get a better vantage point. Lennox notices that the security measures appear relatively lax, notably sloppy and inadequate. However, Dylan remarks who would be crazy enough to mess with a big corporation like Charlotte and asserts that he wouldn't even be looking in their direction if Vardis hadn't asked him to. He reveals that those security troopers are from 888. They are all ex-criminals and thugs, so they are the lowest quality security troopers even amongst other security companies. He concludes that just means they will feel less guilty even if they kill one or two of them by mistake. Lennox then turns around to start their mission, but Dylan halts him, pondering if he will work with his face exposed. Furthermore, he adds that their security might be wrong. However, there's still no need for Lennox to expose his identity, so he offers a mask to Lennox to cover his face, but the protagonist doesn't accept it and walks away, stating that it doesn't matter. However, Dylan insists that he can't do that because it's dangerous and asks what if Charlotte's security chases after him because of Lennox. The protagonist reluctantly agrees, improvising by covering his face with his turtleneck shirt and sets out to commence the mission. The strategy for this request is simple. Dylan infiltrates the factory through the back door and attracts attention, while Lennox will enter through the warehouse, head further inside, and destroy the factory. While the plan may seem uncomplicated, it would be Dylan if Lennox were to identify any potential variables. The masked man abruptly barges into the factory and assaults the two guards in the yard in no time. He suddenly spots another guard who appears to be alerting additional guards using a walkie-talkie. Dylan hurriedly approaches the guard and swiftly subdues him before he can relay any warnings to the rest of the security team. Meanwhile, Lennox is amazed by his performance, realizing that his earlier worries were unfounded and acknowledging Jenny's knack for choosing competent individuals. Before taking any action, the protagonist uses the Viper and heads towards the warehouse. However, he finds that the door is locked, so in that case, Lennox gets the chance to use the Dykeslays cutter, which he got from the delinquents, and opens the door. Upon entering, Lennox encounters an elderly security guard holding a gun, visibly trembling as he commands Lennox to raise his hands. The protagonist recognizes that the person is an ordinary guard rather than a highly trained security operative, so he uses the natural sleep maneuver. This technique renders the guard unconscious, causing him to collapse to the ground, while Lennox reflects on the importance of preventing innocent civilians from getting involved in the impending explosion. The protagonist then employs an invisible string to control the unconscious guard by unleashing the marionette maneuver, which causes the guard to walk out of the factory like a puppet controlled by strings. Descending the stairs, Lennox overhears the commotion and chaos within the factory, inferring that Dylan is effectively drawing attention as planned. Observing the situation, Lennox assumes that everything will be smooth sailing until it's over. Amidst the chaos, a security trooper attempts to shoot Dylan. However, he swiftly incapacitates the fighter by striking him with a bag. He was towards the unconscious warrior, considering the number of lower-level security personnel was more significant than anticipated. Upon entering the factory's working area, Dylan is surprised to discover the absence of any troops inside, assuming they might have pursued the mage. However, his astonishment is short-lived. As he proceeds further, Dylan is suddenly confronted by dozens of troops aiming their laser guns directly at him. Despite the alarming situation, Dylan remains unperturbed, even experiencing a sense of satisfaction at the turn of events. Meanwhile, one of the troopers warns him that they will open fire if he doesn't bow down in 5 seconds. Nevertheless, despite the imminent danger and the trooper's threatening stance, the masked man acknowledges that the assembly of so many fighters around him is a testament to his proficiency and skill in his line of work. Now he doesn't have to hunt each of them down anymore. Dylan emanates an aura of mana and swiftly launches an aggressive attack against most troopers using his dagger. Despite the remaining guards opening fire on him, he skillfully evades their shots, effortlessly overpowering them with his superior skill. Standing firm and in control, he sternly ponders who will be the next one to face his prowess. On the other hand, Lennox notices the presence of a temperature control gas system, a common feature in large factories. He forcefully rotates the gas valve to turn it on and asserts that this quantity of gas will be sufficient to cause a substantial explosion, potentially engulfing the entire area. As the gas starts leaking, he employs the ignite maneuver to light a spark. He considers that creating flames isn't difficult because he uses elementary ignition magic. Now, all that is left for him is to set this spell to activate after both he and Dylan escape. He then contemplates that he should thank the vegetable stall lady because after meeting her, he worked on changing and utilizing common magic, which taught him that simple common magic could be combined. He then creates a magic timer and sets it to 5 minutes. He plans to evacuate the factory before the timer runs out, ensuring their safe exit from the impending explosion. Suddenly, he hears a commotion and wonders what that sound is. At the same time, Dylan, who is dealing with the guards, also notices the commotion. Someone is attempting to forcefully enter the factory by trying to breach the metal shutter, causing a disturbance that grabs Lennox and Dylan's attention. Soon, the shutter collapses and a crocodile-like creature strides in, addressing Dylan about the chaos he has caused. Lennox abruptly hushes out of the basement to know the reason for the commotion and is taken aback to see that giant crocodile. He hides behind the pillar to contemplate the situation. Upon the creature's arrival, Dylan remarks that it's been a while, and it seems they already know each other. In response, the crocodile comments that it's nice to see him again and asks Dylan about the well-being of his boss, Andreas. Dylan assures the creature that Andreas is indeed alive and in good health. Mr. Kong Crocodile further asserts that he doubted him when he said he wanted to start a business and left by himself. However, it seems Dylan's boss has something up his sleeve. Undeterred, the masked guy acknowledges that his boss is quite the pioneer, to which the creature laughs sarcastically and asserts that Dylan must understand the situation he is in. Dylan asks Mr. Crocodile how much they pay him, and he is sad to hear that they have paid the creature 10 billion sel to kill him, which startles Lennox. However, Dylan tells the crocodile that killing him wouldn't be easy and asks if he could toss that bag. Mr. Crocodile casually tosses that bag toward Dylan and refers to it as a toy. As Dylan extracts the spear from the bag, he firmly declares that despite Mr. Crocodile's trivialization, the spear will inflict significant pain upon him. The crocodile smacks him aside with a mere punch and remarks that the masked bastard is still as silly as ever. Dylan realizes that the spear is not working well for him today, but then swiftly retrieves an axe from his bag and rushes to assault that creature, urging that it won't be easy this time. However, Dylan's confidence is short-lived, as the crocodile consistently overpowers him, regardless of the weapons Dylan attempts to wield. Meanwhile, Lennox is taken aback to see that and wonders what he should do if that creature goes with that brute strength. He contemplates that there are only 2 minutes and 17 seconds left until Ignite's activation, realizing that they are cutting it close. Seeing how Dylan's acting like that without even considering running away when he was so enthusiastic earlier, Lennox acknowledges that Crocodile Bastard is definitely on another level. With resolve, Lennox gathers his mana in his fist, determined to contribute what he can before exiting. Conversely, unaware of Lennox's presence, Mr. Kenna Crocodile expresses disappointment in Dylan's show of power. According to him, Dylan isn't as good as before and asserts that he doesn't even have the bloodthirst from when he first met him. Acknowledging Mr. Q Crocodile's strength, Dylan retorts that it feels like Mr. Crocodile is getting stronger as time goes on. He then covertly retrieves his concealed daggers from his back and emanates a crimson aura, wondering if the crocodile can feel some bloodthirst now. Dylan abruptly rushes to assault that creature, even though the crocodile deflects his attack with his bare fist. However, this time Dylan gives that creature a tough time, but still his efforts prove futile because the crocodile skillfully thwarts all his attempts. Suddenly, Mr. Crook and Crocodile lands a surprise attack on Dylan, which catches him off guard. However, just as the crocodile's attack is about to hit its mark, Lennox intervenes. He swiftly employs his lightning bind magical maneuver, causing lightning bolts to trap and immobilize the gigantic creature and render it unable to move. Meanwhile, Dylan considers it as the first and last chance they have to defeat that old bastard and leaps to assault him. Surprisingly, before Dylan executes his move, the crocodile effortlessly shatters the effect of Lennox's maneuver. Despite being struck by that maneuver initially, the crocodile doesn't let his guard down and quickly deflects Dylan's assault by strangling him tightly. The crocodile sternly asks Dylan why he didn't mention his association with a mage friend, sarcastically expressing that the situation was nearly mundane, but finds the sudden revelation cute and amusing. Furthermore, he asserts that he will send Dylan off first so he can play with his little mage friend. With incredible strength, the crocodile delivers a powerful strike to Dylan's face, sending him hurtling through the wall with a forceful impact. The sheer force behind the blow causes Dylan to crash outside the building. Afterward, the crocodile looks around to find that mage. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to it, Lennox rushes outside the building, contemplating that the creature is okay after being hit with lightning bind, which is strong enough to melt steel, and considers that the winner has already been decided. As he steps outside, he looks around for Dylan and soon finds him lying unconscious on the ground. He moves closer, unsure if Dylan is still conscious, but to his relief, he is alive. Lennox quickly considers how to safely transport him away from the factory to prevent any potential danger. Despite his concerns about mana addiction, he decides not to dwell on it at this moment. Instead, he uses strength and speed reinforcement to enhance his capabilities. He then provides his shoulder support to lift Dylan so they can get far from the factory because it will explode soon. Meanwhile, Mr. Crocodile diligently scours the area, tirelessly searching for any trace of Lennox, consumed by curiosity about his whereabouts and oblivious to the imminent danger that Lennox is earnestly striving to avert. Unexpectedly detecting something amiss, Mr. Crocodile's instincts kick in. However, Lennox's ignite maneuver triggers the gas particles before he can react, causing the entire factory to erupt into flames and be reduced to ashes in mere moments. Amidst the burning factory, Lennox conjures a magical protective shield around them to safeguard against potential harm. Dylan groans that he thinks all the bones in his body are crushed, prompting Lennox to wonder if he can walk by himself. Extremely exhausted by the intense ordeal, Lennox retrieves the viper from his jacket and drinks it, relying on its effects to ease his weariness. Noticing him, Dylan ponders if that's a physical strengthening stimulant, and when Lennox concurs, Dylan anxiously remarks that he has heard those stimulants have pretty severe side effects, but Lennox is drinking them without any problem, which surprises him. The protagonist doesn't respond to his concerns and remarks that their task or the request is probably a success. Furthermore, he shares his thoughts with Dylan that he thought it would be a battle between humans and a monster, but considers that Dylan is a pretty tough monster himself and asks if this is what it's like for superhumans who use their bodies to fight. However, Dylan retorts that he doesn't know what he is talking about, but will take it as a compliment. Dylan then lifts him through his jacket's collar, urging him to get up quickly if he doesn't want to die, and emphasizes that they need to get out of there. The protagonist anxiously ponders if he thinks the monster is still alive. In response, Dylan asserts that he doesn't just assume that. Instead, he is sure that the monster crocodile is all right. He asks Lennox if he isn't aware of who that older man is, and surprised by his lack of knowledge about the creature, Dylan expresses disbelief, questioning if Lennox has been secluded in the mountains or somewhere else to be unaware of the crocodile's identity. Dylan reveals that the crocodile is Croconacillus from Pandemonium. On the other hand, the crocodile emerges from the fiery wreckage of the factory, which is still under fire, referring to Dylan and Lennox as rats and vowing that he will kill them. Dylan further informs that the guy was a mercenary. After he retreated from being a mercenary, he worked as an executive of Pandemonium. Not only is Pandemonium a notorious global criminal organization that only invites hazardous criminals or outlaws to join them, but he became an executive there quickly. However, Lennox finds it hard to believe that an organization would appoint such a monstrous individual to an executive role. Suddenly, Crocan Crocodile barges out of that blazing rubble and catches their attention. Sensing the imminent danger, Dylan urges Lennox to flee as Crocan walks towards them. However, before they can make a considerable distance, Crocan swiftly charges, effectively blocking their escape with a fierce attack. Dylan suffers severe injuries from the crocodile's razor-sharp claws and falls unconscious, while Lennox is knocked aside, struggling to regain balance. Lennox contemplates that although this is a world where one can strengthen their body as much as they want with mana, he considers that Crocan's power is crossing the line. Crocan mocks the protagonist, pondering if that skinny bone over there is a mage, and laughs sarcastically, remarking that he looks young for a mage. Meanwhile, the protagonist stares at Dylan, considering that it would be impossible to run away with Dylan's current state. He contemplates that if he needs to fight that monster, he must try to end the fight as fast as possible, because the longer the argument goes on, the lesser his chances of winning are. He confidently approaches the crocodile to confront him. Crocan asks if he is the mage kid who fired the lightning magic. Furthermore, Crocan sarcastically asks if no one has taught Lennox that he shouldn't fire that at someone's legs. When Lennox asserts that a crocodile isn't a human though, Crocan bursts into laughter, stating that Dylan has brought a pretty gutsy brat along and urges that if he hadn't messed with the factory, he might be spared. The crocodile asserts that he needs to work for the money he receives, so he attacks Lennox, assuring that he will give him a painless death. However, the protagonist remains unfazed and employs the gravity bind maneuver, which binds Crocan's hands and legs, while the crocodile considers it a nifty trick. Confident in his strategy, Lennox believes that the heavier the target, the more the target's movements are restricted, and it will be hard to get out of that. However, his assertion infuriates Crocan, and he challenges Lennox to check it out. However, before he can free himself from that magical bind, Lennox employs more binding magic, which tangles the crocodile inside. The crocodile ferociously urges if Lennox thinks that a few strings like this could withstand his strength. Soon, the binding magic ensnares Crocan's mouth, while Lennox smirks that it's finally quiet. Nevertheless, he realizes that this much won't do it, so he intends to use the remaining money and gather mana in his hand. However, before he can execute any further tactics, Crocan fiercely shatters that binding magic and sternly warns the protagonist that soon he will be ripped apart like this. Despite Crocan's stern warning, Lennox remains composed and sarcastically apologizes to the crocodile, stating that he doesn't intend to stay still and get ripped apart, and refers to him as a terrific monster. Lennox gathers mana, asserting that he doesn't intend to reserve any energy in this dire situation where his life is on the line. He draws mana from his surroundings, which catches Crocan off guard, and he wonders what trick Lennox is trying to pull now. When Lennox continues to activate his magic, Crocan ferociously lunges to assault his rivalry. However, before he can lay a hand on Lennox, the protagonist swiftly deploys Frost Soul magic, which traps the crocodile in an ice crystal, rendering him unable to move. After that, Lennox realizes that he might have overexerted his mana, and suddenly his attention is diverted to Dylan, who is shrouded in ice due to Lennox's magic groans that he is freezing to death. Lennox walks toward him, pondering if he is still alive, and Dylan concurs, reasoning that his Gore-Tex suit is best for the cold. Dylan gets up immediately and tells Lennox they must get out before the older man escapes the ice crystal. The protagonist concurs, asserting that he thinks the crocodile will escape soon. However, before they can take any action, Crokin's movements cause the crystal to tremble and crack, which takes them aback as they realize they will be in a precarious situation. Dylan emphasizes that they must do something before he breaks out, to which the protagonist agrees, but he contemplates that he barely has any mana left and wonders what he has to do. Suddenly, an idea hits his mind, and with newfound confidence, he declares his intention to end the battle using a particular strategy. This declaration piques Dylan's curiosity about his next move. Lennox considers using common magic, which specializes in supporting long-range weapons that he can use with little mana, and shooting combo magic, which he used a lot as a magic marksman in World 2.0. He uses magic maneuvers like trajectory guidance, penetration reinforcement, and projectile acceleration to shoot that giant crocodile. Despite his concerns that this old gun can't handle the mana, he considers that this will end this fight. He employs aim assist magic and shoots Mr. Crokin before he can free himself from that giant ice crystal. The impact of the mana-infused bullet shatters the crystal and hits Crokin's eye. Dylan remarks that he didn't think Lennox would use a gun and ponders if it works this time. The protagonist remarks that it must have because he doesn't have any strength left. Unexpectedly, Mr. Crokin reappears, commending it as an excellent move. His sudden appearance catches Lennox off guard, leaving him astonished by the giant creature's ability to capture the bullet with his eyelid. Lennox, taken aback by this turn of events, reflects on his meticulous use of 4 types of support magic to enhance the gun's power. Despite these enhancements, Crokin managed to counter the attack with the sheer muscle strength of his eyelid, leaving Lennox shocked by the monstrous display of power. Crokin responds sarcastically, acknowledging that he doesn't consider himself an average human. Unperturbed, he casually removes the bullet from his eyelid, mentioning that it still stings a bit and causes a small amount of bleeding, but it doesn't affect him much. Lennox tries to induce mana, but he realizes that he has no mana left, so sensing the impending danger, he grabs the Dyke's Lays cutter as his only hope. Meanwhile, Dylan retrieves his dagger, preparing to confront the crocodile. Mr. Crokin reminds them of his earlier promise to grant them a painless death, but quickly reneges on that statement and lunges to assault, which catches them off guard. The forceful blow generates an immense explosion, scattering their gadgets and shattering the protective barrier that Lennox had conjured. Despite the devastation, Lennox is astounded to find himself still alive, and suddenly, his attention is drawn to a lady who appears to be single-handedly holding back Crokin's attack. Crokin acknowledges that he has delayed too much, realizing that the city's government hunting dog, Evelyn, has arrived. The enigmatic woman, emanating green mana, firmly declares to Crokin that he has gone too far this time. Evelyn then skillfully deflects Crokin's assault and ponders if he believes he would go unnoticed after blowing up an entire factory, which startles Crokin. Furthermore, she adds that she thought Pandemonium would stay under the radar for quite a while, urging his purpose for causing havoc in District 42. Crokin interrupts, proclaiming his innocence that he didn't do this to the factory, and shifts blame, pointing his finger towards Dylan and Lennox, insisting that the two of them are responsible for the explosion at the factory. Evelyn gazes at them, and Dylan abruptly nods his head that they haven't done anything, so she urges Crokin to cut the crap, asking if the guys who were about to get their heads busted by him destroyed this whole building. The crocodile contemplates that, to be fair, it makes more sense that he had destroyed the factory than to presume that it blew up because he was incapable of stopping them, so he changes his verdict, stating Evelyn to believe what she will and asserts that he can't deal with anymore. Evelyn anxiously ponders if he is fleeing. In response, Crokin turns his back, claiming that fighting an agent of the government wasn't part of his contract, so he has no reason to do anything that would put him at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Lennox is taken aback by the sudden turn of events, finding it hard to comprehend that the monster is evading confrontation, which sparks his curiosity about the lady's power compared to Crokin's. As the crocodile departs, Evelyn shifts her attention to Dylan and Lennox, inquiring about their well-being. Dylan bows his head in gratitude, thanking her for intervening, while Lennox assures her that they're all right and expresses gratitude for her timely intervention that saved them. She takes off her mask, responding that they don't have to thank her because, as a government employee, she has to protect them. Lennox is taken aback to see her face as he realizes she is the lady he met at the greengrocer stall. Meanwhile, Evelyn offers assistance to help Lennox stand, but he hardly manages to stand alone. She expresses a feeling of familiarity, mentioning that it seems like she's seen him before, but Lennox denies any prior acquaintance, stating he doesn't recall such an encounter. The protagonist contemplates that he didn't think she was ordinary, but he didn't expect her to be a government elite either, and recalls that she wasn't lying when she said she makes much money. On the other hand, she expresses skepticism, indicating that he can't be the same person she encountered before due to the distinct nature of his mana pattern. Lennox reflected when she said that he has unique mana, and what a mage like him is doing at this place. He didn't anticipate starting to use what he learned from their first encounter in their second encounter. He smirked, contemplating that changing his mana pattern every time he used magic helped out, as she didn't find he was the same person she had met at the vegetable stall. She puts her mask on and sternly advises him to avoid getting involved with pandemonium if he wants to live a long life. After that, she lunges and leaves that place. As she departs, Dylan remarks that they have gone lucky, and Lennox coldly warns him that he will give up many of today's rewards. The protagonist reflects that none of this would have happened if Dylan got out of the factory quicker. He also takes the credit that he was the one who brought time against Crokin, so he wonders, yet the dichotomy of Dylan attributing their success to luck rather than strategy and effort pisses him off. Dylan then pats his shoulder, assuring that since Lennox has saved his life, he can have the entire reward except for 10 million cells, which means he can have 40 million cells. However, despite that generous gesture, Lennox remains unimpressed and wonders that even though he got money from Dylan, it still feels like he is at a loss. Lennox then uses the Viper to ease his weariness, but it surprises Dylan, and he abruptly halts him from drinking it, emphasizing that it's not good for his health. When the protagonist remarks that it's none of his business, Dylan suggests he grow his muscles like him, but Lennox urges him to shut up, asserting that he wasn't even helpful. Later, Lennox comes out of his washroom, and he tremblingly approaches his bed due to severe diarrhea. For a week after the Charlotte factory task, he remains uncertain whether his illness is because of the mana addict trait or because he overdosed on Viper. His sickness is so severe that he ends up sleeping continuously for 4 entire days, grappling with the aftermath of his ailment. He gazes at his trembling hands and, summoning some resolve, concludes that he can't continue this way. Recognizing the necessity of strength and determination to face challenges and threats, he decides to start consuming proper meals instead of relying on preserved foods. Additionally, he resolves to find better drugs. However, before embarking on these changes, he acknowledges the urgency of collecting his payment. The next day, he visits the bar, and Jenny cheerfully greets him, referring to him as their valued customer. She then asks where he has been for the past 10 days, to which Lennox vaguely responds that he has some matters to attend to. Jenny sarcastically remarks that it's a shame, as if he had died, she could have taken the reward for herself. Lennox contemplates that he felt like he was about to die because of the mana addiction side effects. Despite this, he resolves not to reveal his vulnerability to her. He inquires about Dylan's whereabouts, and she updates him that Dylan arrived that day, expressing his intention to hand over 40 million to Lennox. She opens a briefcase full of money in front of Lennox, asserting that she has charged Dylan the transfer fees so he doesn't have to worry about that. Additionally, she informs him that Vardis has given him a bonus, asking him to check it out. 60 million cells consisting of 61 million cell bills. As Lennox expresses curiosity about the 1 million cell bills, Jenny explains that these bills are utilized as a tool by the higher-ups to convey their sincerity in transactions easily. She then compliments Lennox on his performance during the job and casually mentions that she heard about his close encounter with the old crocodile. In response, Lennox reveals that he actually would have died if someone hadn't intervened in the end. He asks Jenny if she has heard the name Evelyn, to which she responds that she doesn't know much except that Evelyn is a direct agent for the state government, stating that he can consider her as an armed unit managed directly by the government with massive funding. Lennox then asks what pandemonium is, informing her that the croc was part of it. Jenny reveals that among all the gangs, murderers, and criminals, that group is treated like royalty. They only invite people that they like, so not much information about them gets leaked. According to her, the only ones they know are members are those like Crokin, whose tracks have been well known since before. She states that encounters with pandemonium are like encountering a natural disaster, so if he is unlucky, he will die, or if he is lucky like before, he will survive. At that moment, Lennox realized why Dylan was so calm even on the brink of death. Jenny then handed him a paper, stating that he had asked her about making a fake ID back then, and Lennox concurred. She informed him to visit the place mentioned on that page. She asks him to get a bank account and a phone, emphasizing that he has no idea how hard it is to prepare this much cash. Lennox acknowledges her concern and asks for one more favor. Later, the protagonist, with a new appearance, arrives at the location mentioned by Jenny. Upon arrival, a bald man swivels his head to acknowledge the protagonist, who informs him that Jenny sent him to this location. The man greets the protagonist, mentioning that Jenny has spoken about him. He assumes that Lennox must have heard the details roughly, so he asks him to settle the payment first. The protagonist, honing a new appearance, hands him 1 million cell, which excites the man, who remarks that Lennox has brought something precious here. The man even takes a moment to sniff the money, noting that these notes are typically reserved for high-ranking individuals who prefer cash transactions. He emphasizes that these notes aren't easily accessible, not even by commercial banks. He concludes that Lennox must be an essential customer to Jenny, given the rarity and significance of the transaction. He asks Lennox to wait for a little, as he has to bypass the Balkan resident registration network first. Lennox ponders if he is changing the network's information, but the Baldy denies his assertion. The hacker reveals that he is just changing the basic identity details like name, age, picture, and address, not the live data. He changes the outgoing signals automatically to forge Lennox's identity, emphasizing that it would work as a standard identification. However, he warns that if someone is determined to find flaws and monitors the network, Lennox will get caught immediately. When the protagonist expresses his concerns that it doesn't sound safe to him, the hacker mentions that there is a better method. According to the hacker, if he bribes the network administrator, he can change the information directly, but the price will be about 400 million cell. The hacker informs him that he has logged into the network and mentions that he will now find a long-time missing person's ID, reactivate it, and change the outgoing value. Confirming that the preparation is complete, he requests that Lennox take a picture of his face and inquire if he desires any specific name for the new identity. The protagonist contemplates for a while, then, instead of Van, he asks the hacker to write his name Evan, while the surname can be anything. Lennox acknowledges that he needs at least one identity that he can use in public since he doesn't know when he will need to abandon the identity known as Van. That's also the reason why he changed to another face, and he also needs to prepare for various situations to continue doing this line of work. The hacker then assures him that he will make an identity for Evan in no time. Later, as Lennox exits the hacker's office, he transforms back into the appearance of Van and examines his newly obtained ID card. He contemplates that this is the first time he holds proof that he has settled in this unfamiliar realm after he came to this world. A fake name, fake address, and even his age, none of it is true. Although he had simply been trying to survive as he went from place to place, he has still lived there. Today, he feels like that has finally been acknowledged. He dials Jenny from his new phone, informing her she can contact him via this number. Jenny responds that although she told him he can contact her only when he wants to work. She sarcastically adds that he is the only person in this city who took a month to get a cell phone to get in contact with her. Jenny refers to him as some mage who isolates himself in some backwoods while training there and emphasizes that if he wants to work in this line of work, he ought to get some income that he earns in broad daylight. Lennox ponders if she is asking him to work simple part-time jobs. Jenny concurs that if an unemployed citizen's bank account keeps receiving unknown income, it will look suspicious. However, if Lennox accepts work in the area, the money he earns will increase and not appear as unusual. She emphasizes that he should start thinking about that now. Lennox contemplates that while he hasn't decided to continue working with Jenny until he understands more of how the city works, he considers that it wouldn't be a bad idea to get work that Jenny recommends. Jenny further reveals that the rumors about him must have spread pretty far because of this time's incident, highlighting the possibility that someone might even ask for him specifically to do their task. According to her, in any case, the reward will be way higher according to his competency, so he must look forward to that, and with that, she ends the call. Conversely, as Lennox strolls along the roads, he muses that even if Jenny's demeanor becomes more amiable, it's all right to collaborate with her. However, he's not entirely inclined to trust her. He is sure that she has heard from Dylan about his ability to use ice magic, but she still hasn't talked about it yet. He reflects that they only talked about things that each of them needed. He recalls when he requested another favor, asking her if she knew where he could buy a viper. Jenny grasps the viper in his hand, stating that she knows a little here and there, but remarks that he has been using such cheap goods this whole time, which startled Lennox. She asserts that it's apparent that he will spoil his body with the side effects if he keeps using such things. She retrieves a pen and paper, affirming that she'll provide details about a Viper expert operating in the 30s district. While jotting down the address, she stressed that she didn't know if he had been to the 30s district and mentioned that the ambience and atmosphere there might contrast notably from their current location in the 40s district. It's where facilities that need much space like amusement parks, resorts, ports, or industrial complexes are gathered at. Jenny handed him that paper, referring him to that place in District 31. Back in the present, he examines the paper provided by Jenny, reminiscing that her responses were solely based on his inquiries as she didn't ask or talk about anything else. He grapples with uncertainty about her intentions, whether she's concealing her thoughts with a potential motive to betray him later, or if she aims to maintain their collaboration by safeguarding his secrets. He asserts that he will only ascertain her true intentions if they disclose all their intentions and plans openly. Nonetheless, he's determined to take the initiative rather than passively waiting for clarification. Lennox hails a taxi to head toward District 31 to meet the expert who sells vipers in a botanical garden. As he arrives, he contemplates that since Jenny has introduced this place to him, he should go in as Van. Utilizing his magical abilities, he morphs his appearance into Van and steps into the botanical garden, which looks nothing less than a tourist spot. Lennox obverses that vast place, which seems like a massive jungle, and takes a moment to enjoy the umbrella-like flowers stranded in the atmosphere. He is surprised that such a heavenly place exists in Balkan. He spots an entryway and wonders if it leads to the location Jenny mentioned. Upon entering, he observes various botanists passionately guiding curious individuals about the diverse plants in the garden. Amidst this, he notices a small door that resonates with the description he's been given. Recognizing it as the door he's seeking, he ventures through it and discovers the staircase. He descends the stairs and finds a door in a narrow alley. Although it appears slightly distinct, the faint aroma of the Viper solution confirms his suspicions. Convinced he's found the right place, he pushes open the door, which emits a distinct green mana. Lennox discovers a solitary figure in the peculiar laboratory who ponders his identity. The protagonist informs him that Jenny has introduced this place to him, and the older man ponders if he is talking about the brat who sells alcohol in District 49. The older man, with a peculiar hollow eye emanating a green mana, finds it strange and remarks that he has never given her permission to introduce customers to him, which startles Lennox. Yet, with a gentle smile, the Viper expert assures Lennox that he's not affluent enough to be picky about customers and affirms that as long as he receives payment from his customers, he's content to serve them. He then contemplates the purpose behind Lennox's visit to his orchard, and before everything, the protagonist asks why there is an orchard inside a botanical garden. The man shows him a red flower, pondering if he knows what this is. When Lennox seems oblivious, the Viper Master elaborates that it's a plant called Aeonium, renowned for its effects like increased energy, physical strength, and stamina increase. He emphasizes numerous similar ingredients within the garden, suggesting that he might not need to purchase such items or ingredients from elsewhere. Thus, he contemplates establishing an orchard within this botanical garden to cultivate these resources. Lennox then grabs his Viper out of his blazer, informing that older man that he is looking for something with similar effects, and asks if he has any items available. The older man notices that it's a Viper activated by a button, then removes its filter and tastes the liquid inside. After analyzing its taste, he abruptly spits it out and remarks that this is super cheap, pondering why Van is looking for something shitty like this, as it probably wasn't even good at strengthening his body. Lennox remarks that it seemed to help with mana, which piques the Viper expert's attention, and he anxiously asks Lennox if he uses mana as he doesn't seem like a brute strength type. When the protagonist informs him that he is a mage, the Viper expert finds it weird and remarks that this kind of thing would help if he is a battle type that increases his stats using mana to fight. However, he informs Lennox that such a low-quality product wouldn't be effective for enhancing mana specifically, especially for magic purposes. The Viper expert shares rumors suggesting that if a high-class mage were to use a Viper, they might experience rapid effects. However, the expert expresses skepticism about the authenticity of these rumors, indicating that he doesn't believe them to be true. Additionally, he suggests that relatively young Lennox might not be classified as a high-class mage, emphasizing that mastering magic requires considerable time and effort. Lennox comprehends that this might explain why the Viper was adequate for him and contemplates the potential benefits of acquiring a higher-quality Viper for his needs. According to that man, something as subpar as the Viper Lennox only possesses low potency, and it's just harmful to his body, so he suggests the protagonist buy something else since it has adverse side effects too. Lennox responds by expressing his preference for something with fewer side effects, even if it comes at a higher cost. The expert acknowledges the concern and inquires about the budget range to help identify a fitting product. When the protagonist presents him with 2 million sell, a bright smile appears on the older man's face, and he asks Lennox to wait a moment. On the other hand, with a lying head on the bar table, Jenny seems lost in her thoughts, prompting his bartender grandpa to ponder if she is still thinking about the same thing about Van. Abruptly lifting her head, she questions whether Van believes Dylan failed to discern the dissimilarity between his electricity and ice magic. She assumes that Van isn't merely a typical lightning mage and questions why he concealed that aspect of himself, prompting the bartender to speculate whether Jenny might be envious. She praises Van, acknowledging his skills and pleasing personality, and asks her grandpa if he has encountered a mage as understanding as Van before. The bartender offers her a drink, acknowledging her thoughts, but advises her not to rush things. He explains that their current option is to offer Van good work, indicating they should focus on providing him with opportunities. She concurs and asks if she should recommend him to work coming in from companies, to which the bartender wonders if Van will consider it after this last incident. Meanwhile, Jenny contemplates that she wouldn't be surprised if he were to go into shock whenever he sees a reptile after that. The bartender suggests it would be better to recommend him work related to mercenaries or gangs. However, Jenny abruptly turns on her laptop, expressing her disinterest in gangs and asserts that she'll look for mercenary jobs, considering them preferable. She assumes that Van won't oppose it since he has worked with Dylan, a mercenary. She believes that the mercenary office would welcome a mage with open arms because it is a plus to them to have a mage since it's excellent for networking. However, the bartender seems unimpressed by her decision and reminds her twice that he is helping her business at Kaiser's request. While acknowledging Jenny's intelligence and perceptiveness, he advises her to remember that she tends to be too impatient sometimes. Nonetheless, Jenny doesn't take his advice seriously and interrupts him with a hand gesture, signaling him to stop blabbing. On the contrary, the orchard owner offers Lennox a box of superior Viper Cashade C107 and explains its benefits, stating that it grants 6 hours of physical reinforcement with mana and stamina activation. However, he emphasizes that using it may lead to headaches, spasms, vomiting, and a low possibility of vomiting blood, listing these as some of the side effects. Despite these potential side effects, he regards it as a remarkable item and asks for Lennox's opinion. The protagonist ponders if that's the only side effect, to which the older man retorts that among the items worth 2 million sell, Cashade C107 has the most negligible side effects. He further asserts that the side effects can be lessened, which raises the cost tremendously. He emphasizes that he doesn't sell less than 10 at once, so he must keep that in mind. Lennox closely examines the new Viper and notices it has a different filter. The Viper expert informs him that it's a recent model operated with mana instead of a button. This revelation startles the protagonist, and he anxiously remarks that it must be similar to the Calvin and Cubs products, which infuriates the older man. He ferociously rebukes Lennox for comparing his product to a lowly item like that. He vehemently asserts that his products are all made from premium natural herbs, unlike Calvin and Cub's cheap and chemically loaded items. His confidence persuades Lennox, and he purchases the pack of new model Vipers. As he turns around, the orchard owner casually invites him to come again. Conversely, the leader of Krimger mercenary group, Dre Krimger, seems frustrated to receive resignation letters from 2 mages whom he barely managed to hire this quarter. Meanwhile, the mercenary group's Wyan casually reminds Dre that he had previously advised him to be more sociable, which only enrages him further. He erupts, asserting that Wyan is fully aware he didn't assign the mages any complex tasks. Their sole responsibility was to maintain their position for the quarter while catering to every demand those individuals required. Kithel interjects, implying that it was too challenging for those fragile, intellectually inclined individuals. Meanwhile, Ike, another member of the same mercenary group, agrees and advises them not to dwell on past events. Amidst the escalating tension, Dre stresses the urgent need for a mage for his mission, expressing concern about where they can find one. He turns to Kithel, asking if she's willing to locate a mage, but Kithel turns her head around, seemingly ignoring his request. Suddenly, Dre's phone rings, and he abruptly attends the call, stating it's been a while, Jenny. On the other hand, Jenny acknowledges that it's been a while and says she called him to ask if he needs a mage. He abruptly concurs, adding that he needs 2, but Jenny asserts that she can only introduce one. Dre becomes a little worried to hear it, but Jenny assures him that this mage will be better than 2 mages in all regards. She guarantees this, emphasizing that this one is exceptional compared to other mages she's encountered. In contrast, Lennox gets the Vipers and heads back home, contemplating that he must prepare now. The next day, Lennox brings fresh food and vegetables to maintain his diet. After that, he sits in his cross-legged posture to start his meditation. He employs the barrier technique, which needs to draw a magic circle and progress with an elaborate ceremony. However, just concentrating hard enough can put the magic into space itself. This enables him to draw a protective shape around his room and imbue it with security magic on the shape's surface without physically delineating the magical structure. Lennox establishes a security measure within the barrier, ensuring that if someone breaches it, they will be struck by 14 consecutive lightning bolts. Additionally, he implements a gravity bind maneuver at the entrance for added defense. He contemplates that he can't do so much since he was staying in a hotel, but he can prepare adequately now that he has got a house, and with that, he finished the first step of preparation. Suddenly, he receives a call from Jenny, who summons him to her office. Lennox concurs, stating that he doesn't have any plans for the afternoon, and after ending the call, he plans to head over to her. He considers it convenient to have a cell phone and then check the updates about current events in the Balkan. He comes across various highlights reporting that the explosion at the Charlotte factory has caused problems with releasing a new product. The incident occurred at Charlotte Corporation's second production facility in District 42, disrupting the new product launch. Residents within a 2-kilometer radius have been instructed to evacuate, but no further damages aside from the factory have been reported. He is surprised to discover that, according to the highlights, the cause of the explosion has been attributed to a gas leak. This revelation leads him to speculate that Charlotte Corporation intends to conceal the incident by framing it as an accident. He wonders if that is how it is when working with corporations, and he finds it immaculate, and the reward is good too. He appreciates that he doesn't have to put too much thought into it. However, he feels uneasy thinking that extra things are outside his control and sight. As he gazes through the window, he contemplates being more vigilant and careful while dealing with businesses and navigating his interactions with Kroken. 2 months after he began working, he met a criminal organization called Pandemonium. Despite his considerable magical abilities, he acknowledges that he isn't adequately equipped to confront a formidable entity like Pandemonium. Recognizing the necessity for additional strategies beyond magic, Lennox resolves that if he aims to survive in such a hazardous environment, he must diversify his methods and skill set. He then gazes at the package from Gun Barrel and retrieves the gun from it, considering it as a second preparation for his secret solo mission, and he is rather excited about it. Later, when Lennox arrives at the bar, Jenny notifies him about a request from the Krimger mercenary office. They seek assistance in reclaiming a building, specifically requiring the support of a mage for firepower. Lennox wonders if the substantial reward is the reason for the request, to which Jenny explains that hiring mages is generally expensive due to the high demand for their services outweighing the available supply. Lennox expresses his surprise, mentioning that he had expected Antirs to be next, and asks Jenny to provide more details about the mission. She elaborates that a messy gang called Scavenger has taken over an office building used for financial consulting, and now they are using the place's power. The company was kicked out without being able to turn off the circuit because they were worried the trade information might all be erased. The consulting company requested the Krimger mercenary group for help, and they have accepted it. The protagonist then ponders if the mercenaries that consulting company hired want to hire him, and he seeks clarification on what fire support entails. Jenny assures that it's nothing complicated and explains that an awesome mage like Van cast magic from behind the mercenaries. While Lennox contemplates the situation, Jenny mentions that alternative job options are available if he's not interested in this particular one. She emphasizes that his story of surviving the encounter with the old crocodile has gained considerable fame in the area, highlighting his reputation as a mage who survived against formidable odds. Jenny expresses her perspective, stating that if she were in his position, she would opt for the Krimger job, reasoning that mercenaries are typically sensitive about money matters and are less likely to deceive or cheat someone out of their rightful payment or anything similar. The protagonist anxiously wonders if things like that often happen, to which Jenny explains that there are more than just a few shitty humans around here, mentioning instances where people resort to extreme violence, like chopping off others' hands and feet after a job is completed. However, Jenny assures him that she can prevent that from happening. That's why someone as competent as her lives off of guaranteeing safety and trust with a bit of a fee from both the client and freelancer. With a sarcastic grin, the protagonist agrees to take on the mission and asks Jenny for the details regarding the date and location. Jenny informs him that it will be in District 53 and scheduled for tomorrow at 5 a.m., mentioning that she will send the specific location details to his phone. The following day, the entire mercenary group eagerly anticipates the arrival of Mage Van. Wyan asks the leader what he thinks about the new mage. Dre responds that apparently it's a skilled lightning mage, adding that Jenny was adamant it had to be 20 million cell even if she dies, so he guesses that he will have to trust her. Kithel expresses amazement upon learning that the mage specializes in lightning magic and anxiously suggests that the leader Van must have dedicated much time to magical research. Dre responds, mentioning that he doesn't possess extensive knowledge about the mage, but assumes that the mage must be skilled given the circumstances. Shortly after, the protagonist arrives at the location calmly, casually eating a burger. His relaxed attitude surprises the others, leaving them wondering if this seemingly casual individual is a mage. Maintaining his guise as Van, Lennox comments that he presumes he's in the correct location. Dre informs him that they've paid 20 million cell to enlist his services, expressing hope that there won't be any conflict or harm between them during the operation. Since the mage is here, Dre then him inside for a final briefing. He initiates a holographic presentation displaying the layout and details of their target building, stating that he will go over it quickly since they have already done this before. Dre briefs that their final goal is normalizing the third floor's power server. According to him, there are 2 routes to the third floor. Armed forces guard the elevator and stairs from 3 branches of Scavenger. Dre assures his team that Scavengers are not tricky opponents, but they consist of mana users, so they cannot let their guard down. He declares that Unit 2 will get into the 3rd floor with Wyan as the leader, remove the ones occupying the power production facility, and check if the server is fine. Unit 3 will come with him and Ike to clear the 1st floor, and Unit 1 will have Kithel as the leader to enter through the 2nd floor window and herd the Scavenger bastards to the stairs. After presenting this detailed plan, everyone confirms their understanding and readiness to execute the strategy. Meanwhile, the protagonist contemplates that Dre talks fast, but is very coherent and calm, considering him a born leader. The team leader informs Van that he has to pour in the most attacks initially and then follow Unit 3 as support from behind. With that, Dre concluded the briefing and urged everyone to take their positions and get ready. The mercenary team becomes determined and picks suitable weapons, gearing up for the mission ahead. Lennox contemplates that in a world where one can use mana to reinforce the body, the fact that long and short weapons exist together is not that weird. According to him, everyone in this field knows that there are moments where a miracle like magic is necessary, even with those kinds of methods, and that's why everyone is desperate for a mage. Later, as they besiege the heavily guarded target building, Dre discreetly observes the situation and approaches the protagonist. He expresses his concern that it's improbable, but their rivals might have hired a mage. Dre requests Lennox to inform him if he notices anything unusual or suspicious related to this matter. Lennox concurs, and suddenly his attention is diverted to a wire that is invisible to others. He notices that wire-type material is connected to the security guards stationed at their target building and wonders if it's a visual substitute material made of mana. He discerns that someone is trying to find out how many of them are, but he is confident that he can locate the opponent's mage by following this vision strand. With calculated precision, Lennox seizes the elusive strand, discreetly channeling his mana through this conduit, evading detection by the vigilant enemy security. Simultaneously, the opposing mage, attuned to the nuances of the situation, begins to sense a disturbance. With a sardonic grin, Lennox realizes he has pinpointed the elusive mage. Swiftly deploying his formidable mana prowess, he initiates a devastating assault, disrupting the opponent mage's magical activation. Lennox's mana manipulation triggers a potent rebound effect, seizing the enemy mage by the neck with an overwhelming force. As this force tightens its grip, a torrent of blood gushes forth from the mage, the sheer intensity causing them to lose consciousness and collapse. The unexpected and abrupt outcome leaves the adversaries in a state of confusion, bewildered by the sudden incapacitation of their mage. Sensing the opportune moment, Lennox swiftly communicates with the team leader, relaying critical information about the enemy mage's utilization of detection magic. With a strategic assessment of the situation, Lennox discloses that he detected this magic and launched a successful preemptive strike, rendering the enemy mage incapacitated. He advises the team leader that the present moment offers the best chance to advance and execute their planned action. The team leader, Dre, covertly analyzes the situation and realizes that Lennox is correct. As the security guard's attention is diverted to their mage, he abruptly commands his team to barge in. Before initiating their assault, the Krimger mercenaries execute a strategic maneuver by deploying tear gas shells aimed at their rival faction, the Scavengers. This sudden and unexpected move catches the Scavengers off guard, creating a momentary disarray among their adversaries. Leveraging this moment of surprise and confusion, the Krimger mercenaries swiftly launch their ambush on the targeted building, capitalizing on the chaos caused by the tear gas to gain a tactical advantage in their attack. Amid the tumultuous situation, Lennox seizes the opportunity to wield his new Viper Cashade C-107, eager to assess its potential effects. As he ingests the substance, he is immediately struck by its remarkable impact. A sense of amazement washes over him as he experiences the astonishing results firsthand. Almost instantly, his body responds with newfound vigor, emanating an aura teeming with raw mana energy. He recalls the initial directive from the team leader, urging him to fire support in the beginning, so with a newfound energy, he unleashes chain lightning magic. The crackling bolts of light streak through the battleground, swiftly and efficiently dispatching most of their adversaries with their searing effects. Witnessing this extraordinary display of magical prowess, the Krimger mercenaries stand in awe, thoroughly impressed by Lennox's remarkable and devastating capabilities in wielding such potent magic. His prowess empowers his mercenary team, and they manage to get the upper hand on the Scavengers by breaking their formation. Working together as a cohesive unit, they ruthlessly eliminate any obstacle. The team leader takes swift action, using a firearm to eliminate a threatening adversary. Simultaneously, Wyan expertly evades an incoming attack and retaliates by striking his assailant's head with precision using his sharp baton. Amidst the chaos, a delinquent aims at Wyan from a vantage point on the roof. However, Kithel, the sharpshooter, nullifies his attempt with her sniper shot, sternly questioning the audacity of targeting their youngest member. Her astonishment mounts as a substantial contingent of delinquents spills out from the building, intent on launching a ferocious assault against the team leader. Reacting swiftly, she issues an urgent directive to her fellow mercenaries, rallying them to shield and protect their leader from the impending onslaught. In a synchronized response to her command, the mercenaries abruptly halt their advance, forming a protective barrier around the leader just in the nick of time. The team leader then commands them to employ the good all-shell method, and they abruptly heed his command by hurling their shields at their adversaries. This sudden and unexpected maneuver takes the opponents aback. The shields collide with and disorient the assailants. However, another batch of opponents' mercenaries soon teams out of the building, and Dre commands his underlings to overpower them. As the Krimger mercenaries get into action, Dre spots a commanding figure among the opponents and senses something peculiar about him. Amid this chaos, that man abruptly goes missing from his sight and swiftly lunges to harm the Krimger group mage Van, aiming to kill him to turn the tables on this fight. However, the protagonist remains unfazed, swiftly retrieves his gun, and shoots the assassin. Despite the assailant wearing a bulletproof jacket, a single shot renders the attacker unconscious. Lennox commends that it withstood the 3 shooting assist magic, aim assist, outburst acceleration, and shock reinforcement that he imbued in a flash, which is a feat. The team leader rushes toward Lennox, wondering about his well-being. Lennox assures him that he is all right and asserts that he can protect himself, so there is no need to worry about him. Dre concurs and contemplates that the shooting itself was expected, but the talent and speed with which Mage Van drew the revolver and pulled the trigger was something even he couldn't emulate. Ike informs the team leader that the entrance is clear, so Dake promptly commands them to head inside. Under the supervision of Kithel, Unit 1 swiftly gets into action, barges into the first floor through the window, and starts the cover fire so that Unit 2 can come up. They effectively prevent their adversaries from mounting a counteroffensive with a barrage of sustained gunfire. Meanwhile, Kithel directs Unit 2 to establish its position, ensuring strategic coordination and synchronization between the units for a cohesive and tactical approach to the operation. Wyan, leading Unit 2, steps on Kithel's shoulder and swiftly lunges with his team to clear the rooftop. Simultaneously, Unit 3 efficiently enters and rapidly secures the first floor, successfully implementing its strategy precisely. Dre communicates with Kithel via walkie-talkie, conveying the cleared status of the first floor, and asks her to report on the second floor situation. Responding from their concealed position behind a cabinet, Kithel discreetly informs the team leader that they are still at a standoff, asserting that it's a bit difficult right now to talk. Dre is bewildered by her response, and suddenly, the sound of a bang intensifies his worries. He anxiously asks her what happened. A prolonged silence heightens the team's apprehension and worries regarding the safety of Unit 2. After a while, she apologized to the team leader, stating that the last guy was hiding like an eel, which took a while. Following this update, Dre takes decisive action by directing Units 1 and 3 to focus on securing the third floor. Leveraging Lennox's magical abilities and the combined efforts of the team members, they engage in a dynamic and action-packed operation to clear the third floor, employing various strategies and skills to accomplish their objective. After taking control over the third floor, the team leader contemplates that Mage Van has helped them tremendously, considering that even before entering the building, he took care of 10% of the scavenger forces. Kithel approaches the team leader, pondering whether they can hire that mage, but Dre informs her that they can't recruit him due to financial constraints. Kithel suggests an alternative approach, urging the team leader to invest the money he has invested into some useless noobs into him instead, emphasizing that Mage Van does the job of 4 people. She stresses the potential ease and speed at which their tasks could be accomplished with someone of Lennox's abilities, envisioning their office gaining widespread recognition and generating significant revenue. However, Dre doesn't pay much attention to her, as he is sure other team members have thought the same. To continue with the rest of the plan, Dre then contacts Wyan, informing him that the third floor is cleared and the rest of the forces are all taken care of. He mentions they are heading for the rooftop now and asks him how the situation is. The leader hears an unusual commotion and a trembling voice of Wyan calling him captain. Dre anxiously calls Wyan out, but no response mounts his tension, and he informs the rest of the team that Unit 2 seems to be in trouble, prompting them to rush immediately toward the rooftop. While everyone swiftly lunges toward the rooftop, the protagonist finds it hard to ascend the stairs, experiencing difficulty in keeping pace with the rest of the team. Upon finally reaching the rooftop, a shocking sight unfolds before them. The entire members of Unit 2 are severely injured and incapacitated, lying motionless in a state of distress. This unexpected and distressing scene leaves the team stunned and deeply concerned for the well-being of their comrades. Dre urges his active members to feed regeneration potions to all the injured. As he pours the tonic on the wounds, he contemplates that it's expensive but considers it nothing compared to his team's lives. Amid this urgent care, Wyan apologizes to the team leader for his perceived failure in clearing the rooftop. However, Dre swiftly dismisses Wyan's self-doubt, reassuring him that he performed admirably. Meanwhile, Lennox carefully analyzes the situation, pondering the circumstances surrounding the serious injuries sustained by everyone in Unit 2, including Wyan, yet miraculously avoiding immediate fatalities. He recognizes the improbability of such survival unless they had undergone rigorous and thorough training, so he wonders why an individual with such exceptional skills would perpetrate this act and then hastily flee the scene. After contemplating for a while, he steps ahead, claiming that the perpetrator is still in their vicinity, which catches everyone's attention. Taken aback by his revelation, Dre requests Mage Van to take care of Wyan, then commands his underlings to move the injured while the rest stay on guard. Soon, they act upon his command, and Dre vehemently demands the perpetrator's whereabouts. The perpetrator, sitting on a pole of another building, sarcastically remarks that he did expect some guests, but not this early. Dre abruptly brandishes his gun at that delinquent, expressing outrage at the audacity of injuring his team members and callously watching them suffer. The perpetrator ponders if they know how much money went into this plan, revealing that all the 3 branches of Scavenger got together to scrape up cash. They don't have this. They had to take over a server that could connect to a network that took care of District 53's taxes and had to pay tens of people involved to get here. Dre assets that they all are out of mind and ponders if the plan to pocket the reserve money of the Balkan city government. The perpetrator sarcastically reveals that they don't need to go to the city government building because the district office manages hundreds of millions of SEL. According to him, if they pick an excellent power production facility to destabilize the power in District 53, then network security will indeed be lost. Dre asserts that he doesn't care what scavengers have done or how. However, it somehow infuriates Jansen, and he urges that he didn't start this to stop here. He then grasps a crimson pill out of his cloak, catching the team leader off guard, and wonders if it's something explosive. In a shocking turn of events, he consumes that suspicious pill, and with a sarcastic grin filled with an unsettling sense of bloodlust, he leaps off the tower. This sudden act leaves everyone stunned and bewildered by the perpetrator's enigmatic behavior, and they react swiftly by unleashing a barrage of gunfire to prevent his movement. However, to their astonishment, these efforts seem futile as the seemingly malevolent individual remains unfazed and unaffected by the gunfire. A shocking transformation unfolds before their eyes as Jansen's countenance undergoes a dreadful change, morphing into a monstrous visage. Vicious black mana emanates from him, signaling an ominous and formidable shift in his demeanor. The sudden transformation into this monstrous form instills fear and disbelief among the team, confronting them with an unexpected and threatening adversary they had not anticipated. The squad attacks him with thousands of gunshots, but each proves futile, and the monstrous individual swiftly unleashes an attack on Krimiger team member Jansen. Amid the chaos, the monstrous being lifts the gravely wounded mercenary and asks the onlookers if they are curious about why he spared the guys who came here first. He then takes out the heart of that mercenary, revealing it's because his power necessitates a living being as a fuel source, which sends shivers down their spine. Meanwhile, Lennox remains composed, recognizing the nature of the power being wielded as black magic, reminiscent of specific skills observed in World 2. Witnessing the monstrous being consumed human flesh, the protagonist assumes that he's probably either something like a vampire or a bloodia, assuming that similar magic systems exist in World 3.0, that is. Acknowledging the inherent dangers and serious consequences associated with such practices, Lennox contemplates the potential serious side effects of utilizing such dark powers. He ponders whether the perpetrator has deliberately chosen to end everything at this moment. Conversely, the monstrous being considers it insufficient, so he swirls his dagger and lunges to attack Delin. However, in a swift and selfless act, a mercenary intervenes, attempting to shield her from the attack. Regrettably, this intervention proves futile as the shield is abruptly shattered by the perpetrator's powerful assault, resulting in the mercenary's demise. With brutal and terrifying ferocity, the monstrous being seizes Delin and begins consuming her flesh. However, displaying a disdainful reaction, he abruptly throws her aside, expressing disappointment in her taste. This horrifying sequence of events leaves the rest of the team horrified and overwhelmed by the sheer brutality of the perpetrator's actions. The team leader, displaying a resolute demeanor, issues a stern command to his subordinates, urging them to act swiftly and fight. The mercenaries act upon his command, demonstrating a unified effort to confront the menacing opponent head-on. However, the demonic being remains unperturbed and soon knocks them out with a decisive move. The perpetrator then attacks the team leader, but miraculously, he manages to evade. However, that powerful blow propels and hurls him aside. Amid the chaos, Kifl takes a shot at the demon, the bullet passing through his head, yet the evil entity remains unharmed. Sternly asserting that such attacks won't kill him, the monster ferociously leaps towards Kithel to assassinate her, which catches Kithel off guard. However, before he can lay a hand on her, the protagonist intervenes by unleashing the Thunder Calling maneuver. Lennox assesses that he succeeded in controlling the area of damage and mana usage so that the mercenary and the power production facility won't be harmed. However, he comprehends that if the demon can sense the signs before the lightning strikes, then he can dodge it, and if he does, the next target would be him. As Lennox ponders the potential outcomes and strategies, the perpetrator suddenly shatters the maneuver's effect and leaps to attack him as he already assessed. Despite the abruptness of the demon's attack, Lennox's preparedness becomes evident as his protective shield successfully deflects the assault. Anticipating the move, the protagonist had already augmented the barrier's strength, fortifying it to absorb the attack's impact as it breaks. As the team's barrage of gunfire is directed at the menacing figure, he contemplates that he needs to kill this guy now, even if he receives attacks from the mercenaries, considering that someone who can shoot like that is too dangerous. Lennox swiftly retrieves his mana gun, utilizing the aim assist maneuver. He fires a mana-imbued bullet aimed at the perpetrator, which causes significant impact, and he starts gushing blood. The protagonist contemplates that he had been preparing that ever since he used Thunder Calling, but he is bewildered that the perpetrator isn't dead yet, so he resolves to finish the job. Lennox concentrates mana in his hand, realizing that his body is so fragile that just one mistake might end in his death. Despite this realization, he acknowledges that he has understood from recent experience that sometimes he must not be afraid of close combat. With resolve, he steps forward and decisively seizes that monster's face, demonstrating his courage to confront him in close quarters. Lennox swiftly executes the bolt maneuver, unleashing a powerful surge of lightning that creates a severe and shocking effect, which catches him off guard. However, the demon attempts to bite his hand and remarks that Mage Van can't kill him with this, while the protagonist maintains his stern grip and challenges to prove him wrong. The protagonist contemplates that if he were an average person, his head would have been ashes by now. He acknowledges that there are monsters that can even catch bullets with their eyelids. Hence, he guesses this isn't too unreasonable. He shoots mana-imbued bullets at the malicious person's eye and head to knock him down. As that demonic being bows in agony from the assault, the mercenaries swiftly intervene and overpower him, preventing any potential threat to the mage. However, despite their efforts, the team finds the monster's resilience challenging to handle, as he continues to display considerable strength. Concerned about their ability to eliminate this formidable adversary, they ask the team leader for guidance, inquiring about the certainty of defeating the monster and contemplating their next course of action. Dre acknowledges the limitations of his magical expertise in accurately assessing the individual's current condition. Recognizing the complexity of the circumstances, he surmises that only one person might be capable of providing insight into the nature of the medicine or method the adversary uses. Seeking guidance, he turns to the mage, inquiring whether there are any possible actions or remedies they can employ to address the situation and possibly counteract the effects of the mysterious medicine used by their opponent. Maintaining his persona as Mage Van, Lennox explains that the phenomenon they're dealing with is related to black magic. He clarifies that the principle behind this particular type of magic isn't inherently complex. However, the individual in question requires significant sacrifices to enhance their stamina and accelerate their recovery rate. Lennox indicates that many practitioners utilize human flesh or blood as energy sources for their spells. However, when these resources prove insufficient, they lose rationality and control over their actions. Lennox reflects on the unstable mental state of the monster he confronted, noting that the adversary wasn't coherent during their fight. He surmises that if the perpetrator doesn't consistently consume human flesh and blood, his capacity for rational thinking and decision-making significantly deteriorates. This realization leads Lennox to understand why the adversary left numerous individuals alive, as it was likely a deliberate action to ensure a continuous source of sustenance. Black magic is infamous for having more disadvantages than advantages. Only a few mages specialize in it. Naturally, only a few people have detailed information about black magic that is valid for Krimger members. Lennox discerns that there was no weak point to be seen right after the adversary took the pill, but it's different now that he has taken many hits. He then grasps the monster's shoulder and sternly urges that he will pull all of the black magic power out of his body. Lennox unleashes his mana to scratch the dark forces, and as a result, the monster reverts to its former self as an older adversary. After successfully purging the dark forces from his body, Lennox commands the mercenaries to execute the now reverted older adversary, which bewilders them. Later that evening, as the clearance operation initiates, Lennox, standing aside with that dark mana in his hand, wonders what he should do with it. Usually, it's impossible to hold on to mana for a long time, so there are special containers for them. The protagonist contemplates that he can't make one immediately or obtain it somehow, so he releases that dark mana into the air. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Wyan, the injured mercenary sitting there, commends his work and asks the mage if he is a genius or something. Wyan acknowledges the protagonist's remarkable manipulation of mana, mentioning that from his vantage point, he could observe the precision and control exhibited by the mage, unlike anything he's ever witnessed. He admits that seeing the mage's mastery over mana has made him aware of the limitations of his own mana abilities, feeling inadequate in comparison. Conversely, Lennox is surprised by Wyan's observation, pondering how Wyan could witness his manipulation of mana from such a distance when no one else in their vicinity seemed to notice or comprehend what he was doing. He contemplates that if Wyan is telling the truth, he was born with high mana sensitivity, and instead of combat, his talent may lie in controlling mana. Wyan then remarks that he has seen many mages, but he has never seen one control mana as well as Mage Van. With a newfound determination, he asks the protagonist if he mimicked that technique, would he be that stronger? Lennox then ponders if he wants to become a mage, to which Wyan responds that he isn't sure, as he used to think being a mercenary was enough, but he doesn't know anymore. Lennox realizes what he wants, as he is also struggling to survive each day. However, he tries to adjust because he is an outsider, so he deliberates not to give any false hope to Wyan. Lennox places a reassuring hand on the mercenary's shoulder, acknowledging Dre Krimger's qualities as a commendable leader. He steps aside, expressing his belief that Dre can give better advice than he can, and asserts that building his own business isn't easy. Furthermore, Lennox advises the mercenary that if he determines what path to pursue for himself, he should consider seeking advice from Jenny. After a while, team leader Dre approaches him and slights bows to thank him for his assistance. The protagonist expresses regret regarding the loss of lives during the operation, to which Dre acknowledges the unfortunate outcome, stating that such casualties are unavoidable in their line of work. Lennox then requests the team leader to take blood from that monster's corpse and send it to Jenny. Dre concurs and hands Mage Van his business card, expressing how impressed he was by Lennox's performance and hoping for future collaborations. Lennox takes the card, stating that he will get going if possible. He then turned around to leave, contemplating that Dre Krimger was a talented mercenary and businessman, so staying in touch with him wouldn't be a bad idea. As he leaves, Kithel anxiously asserts to the team leader that he should have asked to recruit that mage, prompting the leader to burst into laughter. In response, Dre wonders if she is still thinking about that ever after seeing his lightning, and adds that Mage Van is good enough for the lightning-type magic tower to want him. He wonders who can hire him, remarking that he's too talented for anyone to monopolize. Kithel then asks if he thinks it's a shame, wondering where they will ever see another mage like him, and where's the guarantee that the next time they meet him, they won't be enemies instead. In response to Kithel's concerns, Dre suggests that their only option is to hope for luck, indicating the unpredictability of future circumstances and relying on fortunate outcomes in their dealings with Lennox. The next day, the protagonist arrives at the bar as Mage Van, and as he steps in, Dylan greets him, referring to him as his partner. Nevertheless, Lennox remains somewhat distant and coldly ponders who says they are partner, while the masked guy tries to be friendly, asserting him not to be like that as he wants to befriend a famous person. When the protagonist asks him about famous, Dylan begins explaining about Jenny's excitement regarding Van's performance. However, before he can finish, Jenny swiftly interrupts by smacking his head with the menu card, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. She then addresses Van, reassuring him not to pay attention to Dylan's foolishness, and asks about his experience working with Krimger. He responds that it was easy compared to that monster Kroken, and it wasn't hard fighting the scavenger higher-ups either. Jenny then asks whether that perpetrator was a retired soldier, and if he was from District 51, then his skill level's pretty predictable. Dylan intervenes, asserting that not all scavenger guys are weak. Many underestimated them and died. Lennox then asks if he means the chief executives are strong. Jenny concurs, stating that there are many deviations between the higher-ups, especially District 20 scavenger higher-ups. She emphasizes that Van should avoid getting involved with them, and he concurs, assuring that he will keep that in mind. Jenny then reveals that he has become famous for this recent job, mentioning an increased influx of customer requests for the Lightning Mage. She handed him a diary, informing him that she had jolted the requests that recently came in so he could pick one he liked. With a disgusted face, she hands him the blood sample of that monstrous being. The protagonist is taken aback to see the diary full of requests for assistance, and Jenny remarks that it means many people need a skilled mage. She then expresses her desire to work together for a long time and assures that she'll give him discounts on the fees she charges. Dylan anxiously intervenes, voicing his concern about favoritism. Nonetheless, Jenny swiftly stops him with a shushing gesture, placing a finger gently on his lips, and doesn't pay much attention to him. Meanwhile, the bartender presents an expensive drink to the protagonist as a compliment, and Lennox appreciates that gesture of goodwill. However, when Dylan orders the same for him, Jenny sarcastically demands an exorbitant sum of 100,000 sel to have that drink. Later, back at his home, he finds himself vomiting in the bathroom. He wipes his face, considering that his insides are a mess, and he seems exhausted. He contemplates that he's left with no alternative but to rid himself of the alcohol, believing it's the best course of action to reduce the potential side effects caused by Viper. After a while, he sits beside his bed and acknowledges that his body is fragile, and he wants to rest but is reminded of the diary given by Jenny. He reflects on Jenny's words that the quest's dates overlap, so if he chooses one, she must reject all the others, suggesting he choose quickly. Consequently, he initiates evaluating the requests and discovers a diverse array. Among the entries, he notices several from mercenary offices, experimental subject testing at laboratories, and intriguingly, even a request from the scavenger group. Lennox finds it crazy and wonders if they don't care that he worked for their opponents. However, he deliberates that Jenny couldn't have been aware of his past affiliations. She must have kept it here on purpose. After assessing the requests, he excludes the recommendations from individuals, mercenary offices, and gangs. He also excludes ones with near deadlines and wonders what's left. A request from a pharmaceutical company, Amnak, catches his attention. He accesses a site on his phone, which he visits often lately, an online auction site run by the city government. Out of all the items listed, he has been watching Starina Pharma's first-class miracle drug, Stimonia, worth 100 million sel. It's close to an industrial product and only perks one up a bit. However, he is in no condition to be picky. He is desperate for a ray of hope that can heal this penalty-ridden body. He takes a deep sigh and decides to take Amnak's quest, acknowledging that he might not get the miracle drug. Still, he might get a hint that would help him solve the sleeping pill problem. He turns off the light and lays on his bed with all his attention on the phone, reading an article headline detailing the forthcoming visit of Sovereign Dominion Fileman's delegation to Balkan. A week later, as a result of promptly accepting Amnak's request, Lennox finds himself engaged in pursuing wanted criminals, a task designed to assess the magical prowess of the supporting sniper. With a resolute demeanor, Lennox strides forward, his revolver in hand, tailing a silenced fugitive. Before long, he employs the aim assist technique, channeling mana into his bullet and skillfully striking the criminal's leg. The criminal fumbles on the road, and the protagonist sternly approaches him, considering that it works well. Approaching the subdued figure, he holds his firearm with confidence, considering it a helpful instrument until he achieves the desired pinnacle of magical prowess, and then shoots that criminal. He then walks ahead, reflecting that there are limits. Even if he uses these spells, it helps him hit faster with more force. However, he considers that if he can learn magic spells that are inherently for support, he can do better in battle. Later, he arrives at the bar to inform what quest he has finalized to assist, but before he can utter a word, Jenny astutely senses his choice for Amnak and urges him to swiftly hand it over, emphasizing that there is no time. Perplexed by her awareness, Lennox hands her the file and wonders how she knew about it, to which Jenny calmly reminds him that it's the sole available quest that hasn't expired as of that day, and also that he seemed interested in medicine. She urges him to wait a minute, revealing that someone from Amnak will be here, and turns around to contact that pharmaceutical company. Meanwhile, a man approaches the protagonist, pondering if he is Jenny's new customer. When Lennox wonders how that person knows him, the man remarks that Van is gaining attention as a renowned lightning mage, and there's talk circulating about him being a bounty hunter fixated on cash rewards. Reflecting that he has captured numerous wanted criminals for monetary gain, the protagonist acknowledges that it makes sense for them to say that. The man clarifies that he doesn't mean it negatively and highlights that within the city, individuals typically end up with a bounty on their heads for two reasons. Either they're inconsequential individuals whom no one would bother about if they disappeared, or they're powerful enough not to worry about having a reward placed on them. Lennox considers these contrasting ends of a spectrum and becomes curious about the man's identity. The man unexpectedly hurls his business card towards him. It catches the protagonist off guard for a while, but he manages to catch it. Observing Lennox's swift reaction, the man expresses amazement at his agility and remarks that he hadn't anticipated encountering someone with extraordinary abilities. He introduces himself as Sebastian and reveals he undertakes similar work to Jenny's. Lennox studies Sebastian's card and ponders that he doesn't sense any aura or mana, speculating if Sebastian specializes in psychological abilities. Lennox asks if Sebastian is a telekinesis user, to which Sebastian agrees, asserting that it should be apparent, suggesting he has already demonstrated this ability to Lennox. He smiles, adding that it must be confirmed as he claims to have shown it already. Sebastian grabs a malt bottle, stating that it must be true that he went somewhere foreign to train before coming here. He gently tosses that bottle towards Jenny, who remarks that she initially thought Sebastian was here for a drink and asks why he is approaching her client, asserting that it will not be fun for long if he keeps this up. Sebastian sarcastically tells Jenny not to be overly upset, acknowledging that he did give Lennox his business card, but he is here to provide her with something. As he places his hand on a bag, Jenny anxiously wonders what it is. She is taken aback to find its conscription, as she thought there were over 2 months left until the Filenum delegation visits, and sternly wonders how she is getting this already. Sebastian acknowledges that it sure is rare that it's this early and mentions the rumors that a city council member is pushing this agenda hard. Meanwhile, Lennox reflects that he heard about this on the news yesterday when the city government issued a call-up order to all independent businesses. He wonders if it was because the Filenum delegation was expected to visit, and considering the looks on their faces, he realizes it must be a big deal. While leaving, Sebastian greets the protagonist, telling him to give him a call whenever he feels like talking about different types of jobs. As they shake hands, he assures the protagonist that he will provide him with awards different from those that Jenny gives him. Later, as he departs, Jenny acknowledges that Sebastian is good with his words when dealing with rich people and business owners, suggesting his visit if he wants to take on individual requests. Lennox wonders if she won't stop him, to which Jenny retorts whether the customer listens to a business owner's pleas not to leave them. Soon, a man arrives there, pondering if it's Jenny's bar, which catches their attention, and Jenny tells that man to follow them. She takes them to a separate room for discussion and introduces herself and Van to that person. The man reciprocates the introduction, expressing pleasure in meeting them, and reveals that he is Amnak's sales manager, Lewin Sage. Lewin hands him the mission details, asking if he can assume that Mage Van knows the context of the request since he accepted it, and the protagonist responds that he did read the description. The man informs them that Amnak is developing a tranquilizer with small-scale crowdfunding, with the idea that once the development is complete, it will sell enough to bring in profit. However, the problem is that a district representative from the headquarters used their connections with a gang to try and steal Amnak's patent rights. Lennox then ponders what he is supposed to do precisely, to which Lewin asserts that he will tell him something first. He tells him a secret that the public doesn't know, but the tranquilizer's development is already complete. He said they would send a sample to the patent office before the district representative found out, but the information was leaked. Van anxiously wonders if there's a spy, to which the man concurs, confirming suspicions of espionage, and hands him the address of the location where they relocated the samples. Lewin then tells Mage Van that he needs to retrieve the samples they hid in the storage and deliver them to the patent office without anyone finding out. Lewin feigns a fake laugh, emphasizing that he will leave it to Mage Van then. Mage Van then asks the man if he wants to give him a job. He should be honest. This directness causes Lewin to become visibly nervous and tremble as he hesitantly asks for clarification about what Van means by his statement. The protagonist suspects that Lewin might be pretending to be unaware, realizing that simply submitting the sample won't solve the underlying issue. Meanwhile, Jenny questions Lewin about the assurance that Van won't encounter the gang during the mission. Van reinforces this by asking if Amnak expects him to hide and take no further action beyond delivering the sample, expressing skepticism about this approach. It becomes evident that Lewin appears to be intentionally withholding information. The situation becomes more straightforward to Lennox, indicating that it's apparent that Amnak isn't seeking someone to run errands merely. Instead, they require a more militaristic approach. Confused by the expectation that he should solely deal with the gang while retrieving the samples, Lennox wonders if Amnak truly believes he'd comply with such a directive. He realizes that the mission demands more than retrieving samples and suggests a deeper involvement with potential confrontations. Jenny discusses with Mage Van that they should renegotiate the reward and prompts Lewin to contact Amnak's superiors about how much they can give Mr. Mage over here to motivate him to fight the gang if he encounters one. She gives him time to contact his higher-ups and takes Van back to the bar, informing Lewin that they will be downstairs. In the bar, Jenny tells Van that the company lied, but she thinks it was pretty cute as she discerns they were trying to save money. Van anxiously wonders how difficult she believes it would be. Jenny retorts that it is probably not hard as the gang is perhaps not that big if they work with a district manager. She estimates they might be 100 and are probably all on the same level as the scavengers except for the weird mixed blood leader. The protagonist then asserts that he will need more reward money, while Jenny urges him to leave it to her, assuring him that she can raise it by at least 10 million. Soon, Lewin approaches them in the bar and nods in agreement, signaling his acceptance of all their conditions. Later, Lewin drives the mage to the targeted destination, emphasizing that it's a bit late as the others are probably already there, prompting Van to ponder about others. Lewin reveals that Amnak has hired people to protect the storage, claiming there won't be as many as the gang, but they should still be helpful. In his guise as Mage Van, Lennox speculates that perhaps they hadn't intended to leave him to confront the gang alone. However, he remains uncertain about how much aid these hired protectors will offer. Lennox considers the importance of gathering information about medicine, so to obtain this, he questions Lewin about Jenny's assertion that they tried to take advantage of him despite understanding the value of his work. With trembling hands, Lewin responds, attempting to clarify that it's a misunderstanding. Lennox notices Lewin's sweaty face and, in an attempt to gather more information, asks if there are other samples in storage, perhaps something commonplace like melatonin. Lewin quickly agrees, revealing the presence of samples of other medicines, and mentions that their boss previously utilized these. After a while, they arrived at their targeted location, District 54, Amnak Storage, where some people were standing outside. Lewin informs the protagonist that they have reached their destination, noting the presence of most of the anticipated parties. Before that man exits the car, Lennox halts him, asserting that he should not leave yet. Suddenly, a person firmly knocks on the window, asking Lewin if he is from Amnak. Upon Lewin's nervous affirmation, the person emphatically pounds on the window, urging him to open the door and come out, which catches him off guard. The big guy vocally expresses dissatisfaction, stating that this differs from what they agreed on, urging what they should do with just 10 people. Lennox grasps his viper and accuses Lewin that he skimped out on them. In response, Lewin abruptly apologizes. Lennox inhales his viper, signaling for Lewin to exit the vehicle. With a resolute demeanor, the protagonist steps out of the car, contemplating that he will perform his worth of the pay. Lennox catches the attention of the people hired by Amnak, and they frustratedly yell at him, pondering who he is and urge him to screw off as they have to discuss with Lewin. Finding their noise bothersome, Lennox calmly asks them to lower their voices, further infuriating them. The big guy asserts that Van is trapped too, as he can't even run away from the gang once they set their eyes on him. Lennox reflects that he comprehends their fear and frustration, understanding their predicament. However, he has no intention of engaging in conversation or resolving the issue amicably. The big guy abruptly lunges to assault the protagonist, but he easily sidesteps it and counterattacks by unleashing the bolt maneuver. This unexpected display shocks everyone, as they realize that Amnak has hired a mage for the task, while Lennox tells them to quiet down. He adds that it seems they know a bit about the gang, but it's a waste of time to cry about it here. Suddenly, another guy yells at him to get out of the way before he beats him up. The red-haired guy asserts that being a mage doesn't make Van better than them. The guy retaliates by employing a fire-based maneuver, claiming that while everyone might be perplexed, not all mages possess remarkable abilities. He insinuates that if Van has been recruited for this task, it's likely because he was expelled from a magic tower for having insufficient mana. This assertion resonates with the others, as they find the explanation plausible. Meanwhile, the protagonist contemplates meeting two people with supernatural skills in one day. He realizes that the guy is a flame user pyrokinetic, noting that such abilities vary widely in their manifestations and strengths, known for their potent and straightforward nature. Despite recognizing the potency of this ability, Lennox deduces that since the individual is a part of this particular group, he might not be decisive. Lennox provokes the red-haired guy to beat him and turn this car into ash, which catches Lewin off guard as he is the sole person in the vehicle. The guy denies it, asserting that a low-level mage is a burden in the first place so that he will turn him into ashes. He then unleashes his flame maneuver and ferociously lunges to assault him. Meanwhile, Lennox contemplates that nothing is resolved with words in this field of work, acknowledging that power is worth more than 1,000 words. The protagonist then deflects the fire punch maneuver of the red-haired guy with his bare hands, which takes that guy aback. Absorbing the flames, he redirects the energy and launches it back at the attacker, causing him to be engulfed in the fiery blast, and this turn of events startles everyone around. The guy burns in flame while Lennox seems calm despite being consumed by the flames. He knows that not all prokinetics resist fire, so the red-haired guy tearfully apologizes and begs for Lennox's aid, pleading to be saved. Lennox hurls him aside and contemplates that his grip lacks as he can't hold on for longer, and his comrades rush to turn off the fire to rescue him. Meanwhile, the protagonist turns to Lewin, emphasizing that the situation won't improve if he stays here, so he suggests that Lewin should leave, and the man abruptly heeds his suggestion. After that, he entered the warehouse and reflected that the pharmaceutical company had just one requirement: to bring the new sample to the patent office. Lennox resolves that he must complete the task by the morning 2 days from now and anticipates enduring another day and a half until that deadline. Retrieving the sample, he examines it and realizes he could easily abscond with it, although he acknowledges that this action contradicts Amnak's intentions. Tucking the samples into his blazer, he contemplates the possibility of a confrontation with the gang, understanding that if it comes to that, he'll need to decisively eliminate them all immediately. Later, as he steps out of the warehouse, the team members ask him about their next move. With a sigh, Lennox realizes they are unaware of the plan and asks how many of them are. The big guy responds that if he counts that redhead that just woke up, they are a total of 15 in number. Lennox commands them to split into 3 groups and patrol around the storage, instructing them to monitor the entrance closely and report to him if anything seems off. Moving around the area, he observes the chaotic state of the place and presumes that the gang never found it because of how much of a mess this place is. He notices that the walls are pretty tall and it would be hard for them to get over it, but it's pretty beaten up. He employs the Claymore maneuver, a trap magic that explodes when certain conditions are met and significantly damages those in range. However, its range is small, so it's not good for large groups, considering that Lennox changes the conditions. Instead of exploding when people are nearby, he decides to blast it when pressure is added to the wall, and in exchange for lessening the damage, he increases the range. After successfully employing the maneuver around the wall, he proceeds to secure other vulnerable areas similarly. Out of the blue, the redhead guy approaches him and humbly kneels, expressing regret for what happened earlier, claiming that he was out of his mind and assuring him that he will never speak out of line again. When Lennox remarks that there is no need to apologize, the guy anxiously ponders what he should do to earn the mage's forgiveness to let him live. Lennox realizes that the guy assumes he will kill him after this job. However, he never intended to do that, but he decides not to tell him that. In reply, the protagonist questions if the red-haired individual approached him privately because he didn't want the others to witness him seeking forgiveness. When the red-haired guy persistently continues to apologize, the protagonist eventually agrees to grant him a chance to make amends. Lennox then reveals that they will be having some guests here tonight, so the redhead needs to set fire to their shoulders like he tried to do with the mage earlier. He assures him that after completing this task, he will be excused from any further obligations, and the red-haired guy concurs. Later, inside the warehouse, while inhaling the Viper, the protagonist realizes that he doesn't have many of these left and contemplates that if the gang splits up into a bunch of groups, it might be a bit too much for him to deal with. He will need to stall time with his gun if things get a bit difficult. Suddenly, he hears a commotion, which catches his attention. Before heading outside, he unleashes a mana manipulation maneuver, with which he can feel within a 2-kilometer radius. He detects that among the adversaries, 2 of them have high heat, and they are about 150 in total. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Lennox steps outside, and when a man anxiously informs him about their imminent arrival, he calmly acknowledges that he's aware. He contemplates that they can't all be mana users and speculates whether they might be arriving in cars, considering the speed of their approach. His speculation proves accurate, and soon they come to the storage. An Amnak team member urges everyone to get ready to confront them. The lights of the car's lights overwhelm their vision, and the team members nervously turn to the protagonist for guidance. Lennox notices that they are hesitating and realizes that he needs to give them some inner peace, so he commands his comrades to guard the entrance and assures them that he will take care of the rest. Observing the red-haired guy positioned at the forefront, Lennox assumes that the earlier threat has had an effect, but he wonders why the adversaries aren't doing anything. Suddenly, the rest of the adversaries attempt to barge in from the backside, catching the mercenaries off guard. However, their vehicle hits the wall back to back, prompting the protagonist to wonder if they plan to break down all the walls. He grins sarcastically, remarking that it confirms who will be making it back alive. As the monster truck hits the wall again, an explosion erupts, engulfing the vehicle in flames. It hurtles above the mercenaries and crashes onto the ground. Amid the chaos, Lennox becomes bewildered, contemplating that he did reinforce the Claymore maneuver, but it shouldn't have been powerful enough for the explosion to extend so far. However, as he observes the burning truck, he notices the fuel spilling from the vehicle and realizes that it isn't ordinary and is different. He grins sarcastically, realizing that the distinct fuel strengthened the explosion. Soon, the mercenaries notice the rest of the monster trucks, who attempt to barge in through the wall, hurdles by engulfing in flames. Meanwhile, Lennox remarks that they're paying the price for rashly attacking before figuring out their enemies. He notices two guys standing firmly and wonders if they are the ones with the high heat he detected earlier. He realizes that the long-haired guy is a mage and contemplates. This is the third time he has come across a fellow mage. The first was Professor Eris Richelin, and the second was Scavenger's detection-type mage, considering that he was rather disappointing for someone hired by a scavenger. However, he speculates that this mage is different and wonders if he is leading the gang. To get a hold of the situation, Lennox employs his elusive mana strands and finds out that 10 cars are destroyed and the number of remaining people is about 100. He then uses resonance voice magic and urges the adversaries how long they will stand there and wait, provoking them to come in, stating that he is sure they have something to discuss. While the adversaries' underlings wonder where that voice is coming from, Gile, the vice leader of the opponent's group, commands his underlings to head in. Meanwhile, the protagonist urgently instructs an Amnak mercenary to relay a message to his comrades to close their eyes and shoot once the opponents are in. In response, when the guy anxiously ponders the reason behind his directive, Lennox asserts there is no time to explain. The guy abruptly heeds his command and relays Mage Van's message that they must close their eyes while shooting the opponents as they enter the storage. The protagonist activates the Flux Light magic maneuver, which emanates radiant light, leaving the adversaries unable to see because of the brightness. Lennox's strategic move shields his fellow mercenaries, allowing them to unleash fire on the adversaries. Simultaneously, the redhead guy lunges and assaults most enemies with his flame maneuver, declaring that he will try to run away and catch them off guard. Lennox contemplates that using another spell might reveal that he is a mage, but he resolves to continue attacking anyway. He wields chain lightning to knock them down and leverages his allies' relentless barrage of bullets to gain the upper hand in the clash. His attention is then diverted to the opponent's leaders, who are standing calmly in the chaotic situation, and he realizes that he needs to deal with them. Conversely, the opponent's leader, Gile, gazes at Lennox and asks Mage Grime why he never mentioned someone like him. Grime responds that he didn't know either and assumes that Amnak can't afford that kind of mage. While they are engrossed in wondering about Amnak's mage's true identity, they are taken aback to see that amid the chaos, that guy is still smiling. Gile laughs in surprise and asks the protagonist if he has gone insane, to which Lennox ponders why they aren't worried about their dying subordinates instead. Gile laughs and retorts that he doesn't care as they are just disposable trash, stating that they can die here for all he cares, and adds that it's about time he let go of the burdens like that and flew away. The protagonist steps backward into the warehouse while the two adversary leaders trailing behind. The purple-haired mage urges his companion to stop with the nonsense. However, Gile smirks, dismissing it, and asks what's wrong with a little conversation, stating confidently that the protagonist will die anyway. His irresponsible response irritates Grime, and he asserts they must reconsider his employment if he acts like that. Meanwhile, with their conversation, Lennox realizes that the mage isn't from the gang and assumes that a leader who doesn't care about his team is on the mage side for money. Gile becomes enraged by Lennox's calm demeanor and deems him an arrogant bastard as he keeps snickering to himself like he is insane. He abruptly decides to get rid of the protagonist to find the sample, to which Grime concurs, stating there's no need to stall for time. The purple-haired mage then conjures barrier magic with his staff. However, Lennox discerns he plans to block off the escape routes. As he can't let that happen, he swiftly retrieves his gun and shatters that magic with his mana-imbued bullet. This unexpected turn of events catches that mage off guard while Gile mocks Grime, remarking that despite Lennox appearing weak, he managed to catch the mage off guard, signaling a lapse in his defenses. The purple-haired mage yells in frustration, pondering how he dares to block his magic. He scolds his fellow and asks if he doesn't know the basics of battling with a mage because he is supposed to defend him. However, Giles continues to mock him and asks if he is scared of a simple gun, sarcastically emphasizing that the protagonist hasn't even used magic yet. Giles tells the Grime that the protagonist is a lightning and light mage, so he should know their magic is super conspicuous. At that moment, Lennox realizes why they are so relaxed despite being in front of him. According to him, magic that deals with light is powerful. It's very noticeable whenever one casts a spell. Most skills are very conspicuous to cast, so anyone skilled enough can prepare for it. When Lennox remains composed, Giles assumes it looks like he's going to do something but remains unfazed and threatens to rip him apart. The protagonist reflected on his conversation with Jenny when she informed him about Giles, who possesses a distinctive mixed heritage and names him unique mixed blood. Lennox ridicules Giles, noting that he hadn't recognized him in the darkness and derisively labeling him as a worthless mongrel. He then pinches his nose, claiming to detect the foul odor emanating from Giles' fur, and cynically questions whether he ever bothers to bathe. These comments deeply provoke Giles, and he instantly morphs himself into a monstrous werewolf, menacing and declaring that he will tear him apart. Lennox acknowledges that werewolves are born with wild instincts and the bodies of beasts. Their ferocity and strength are unmatched, but this werewolf is different. He notices that it can't even control the saliva dropping out of its mouth. Its claws grow curved into his flesh, and he can see knits of his skin where the hair's gone. Lennox deduces that this aberration stems from the creature being a mixed-blood werewolf. Giles issues a warning, cautioning that the protagonist should not assume a peaceful death. However, the protagonist remains unfazed and confidently remarks that it must be challenging for Giles to maintain control, noting the stutter in his speech. He commands the Giles, the werewolf, to come at him instantly as he won't be able to think for long in that kind of state. As the wolf lunges at him, it is entrapped in the Claymore maneuver, which Lennox implanted earlier. As the wolf manages to shatter a layer of that maneuver, it is instantly trapped in another layer, catching the mage off guard. At the same time, Lennox grins knowingly, a reaction anticipated since he had deployed 5 shields capable of temporarily deflecting heavy weaponry. He presumes that the adversaries had not expected his ability to block all their attacks simultaneously. Subsequently, he initiates the aim assistance maneuver and fires a mana-imbued bullet, causing injury to the wolf and forcefully propelling it aside. Having transformed into a werewolf, Giles begins trembling with fear, prompting Lennox to ponder whether he is panicking after only a single attack. He contemplates that once he starts something, he has to finish it. Considering that he can't lose the upper hand, he unleashes the Thunder Calling maneuver to overpower that wolf. Meanwhile, Mage Grime seems flustered, and Lennox contemplates that he thought the mage would intervene while fighting with the werewolf. He wonders if Grime has been casting a spell all this time and assumes that he must have prepared a good one since he has given much time. The mage raises his staff, which emanates bright light. However, Lennox discerns that it might look like a ray of light, but it's a spell that casts a strong shockwave. He realizes it's a shock-type magic that's pretty popular in World 2.0, and considers that it's not complicated at all and easy to learn, but it's intense and visibly intimidating. As it seems Grime is set to attack everything around, Lennox swiftly employs his magic, dominates Grime's mana flow, and confiscates the control. He redirects the shockwave toward the ceiling and surprises the mage by diverting the attack's direction. The mage then bursts into laughter and confidently declares that Lennox utilizes an artifact, claiming that he had known this fact from the moment he laid eyes on him. He accuses Lennox of being aligned with a pharmaceutical company and insinuates that there's no feasible way the protagonist could possess such immense power without external aid. He laughs loudly, asserting that Lennox must have obtained a powerful artifact and declares that he won't be fooled by it. He insists that Lennox must have depleted his inferior mana at this stage and asserts that it's now his turn to take charge. Amidst this, the protagonist discerns that the mage attempts to catch him off guard. He ponders whether the mage is merely deluding himself into believing that Lennox is relying on an artifact despite witnessing the protagonist's actions against Giles. Noticing telltale signs in the mage's demeanor, such as trembling pupils and beads of cold sweat on his forehead, it becomes evident that the mage is anxious. Lennox grasps that Grime is starting to doubt his initial assumption due to witnessing Lennox's capabilities firsthand, causing those doubts to linger in the back of the mage's mind. However, Grime is still uncertain, and that's why he's in a state of fear. The protagonist concludes that the person before him is an idiot who can't trust his senses and judgments. He firmly states that he no longer needs to listen to Grime and promptly unleashes the Shadow Raid maneuver. The maneuver leaves the mage bewildered as dark mana envelops him, binding his arms and legs in its powerful grip. The intense force of the dark mana is so overwhelming that it severs Grime's hand, which falls to the ground along with the staff he is holding. Overwhelmed with excruciating pain, Grime cries out loudly and collapses to his knees in agony. The mage anxiously gazes at the protagonist, and Lennox realizes that Grime is probably wondering how he can do this. He reveals that he had been preparing this skill from the moment they entered the storage. The common shadow-type magic Shadow Raid is the most discreet skill and works in the darkest depths, but it can only control the user's shadow and takes a very long time to cast. However, inside this dark storage unit, such hindrances are nullified, and it helped that Grime was so sure that Lennox was a lightning mage. Lennox contemplates that because of this, Grime didn't suspect anything. The protagonist anticipated a fierce battle, which was rather bland. He then brandishes his gun at the mage, who bursts into tears and pleads with Lennox to let him live. The protagonist covers Grime's eyes, urging him to calm down, and states that he might let him live if the mage answers his questions. Lennox questions the mage about the group accompanying him, observing that it seems Grime has brought his entire crew, and he seeks any potential connections. The mage interjects abruptly, indicating there likely aren't any more armed allies. The protagonist finds it suitable as no one will be tailing him on the way to the patent office. Grime then requests that he could be helpful in many ways if the protagonist lets him live, claiming that he is a level 3 magic user, and at that level, many people acknowledge one as a proper mage. Lennox contemplates that he isn't what Grime means, but considers that levels don't determine battles between mages. He removes his hand from that mage's eyes, prompting him to wonder if he is letting him live. Nevertheless, Lennox puts his gun on his head while the mage's eyes well up with tears and pleads for mercy. The protagonist acknowledges that he can't leave anything that could cause trouble later on, so he apologizes and shoots the mage dead. As he turns around with a heavy sigh, his attention is diverted to the werewolf, who regains consciousness and remarks that he thought he was done with him. He contemplates the potency of thunder calling and acknowledges it as the most significant force among all lightning magic. He assumes that if the werewolf were strong enough to withstand it, then it wouldn't be in this gang. Lennox discerns that the werewolf is a beast enchanted by the power of madness beneath the night sky, and the desire for that power drives that dying body. The beast regains his powers and lunges to attack the protagonist, who skillfully evades it, prompting it to stumble on the ground. Lennox marvels at the regenerative capabilities of the beast and wonders if a mixed-blooded werewolf can exercise regenerative power of this degree just because of the moonlight, then how strong would a pure-blood werewolf be? The protagonist then grasps the wolf's face barehandedly and employs the bolt maneuver to assassinate it. After that, he reflects that he just took 5 minutes to dispatch both adversaries as it's still loud outside. He considers that he doesn't need to step up and help, but leaving them to fight doesn't feel right when they are on his side. Before heading outside, he takes Grime's staff, contemplating that Grime wasn't a strong mage, but he carried this around despite the inconvenience. Therefore, it must have some benefits. Lennox acknowledges that he hasn't disregarded the idea of utilizing magical accessories or supportive items. He didn't have the money, as he already spent enough on vipers. He then steps out of the storage room with that staff in his hand and notices that the battle between the adversary's gangsters and Amnak's mercenaries is still on. He sees his comrades struggling to get the upper hand in that battle, so he raises the staff and harnesses lightning-bound magic to aid them. The lightning-bound maneuver conjures a radiant crystal ball, emitting bolts of light that strike the adversaries and catch them off guard. Amid the chaos, one of the adversaries notices Grimes' staff in Lennox's hand and discerns that their leader and mage have been defeated. He abruptly informs his comrades and urges them to run, prompting them to retreat without a second thought. Relieved to be alive and sensing an end to the confrontation, the mercenaries become super excited that the ordeal has concluded. Meanwhile, Lennox acknowledges that they must have fought hard. Even if he had been the one to fight off the leader and the mage, they were probably outnumbered. Suddenly, his attention is diverted to the redhead guy who seems barely conscious and exhausted. Lennox contemplates that he must have pushed himself to the brink of death, and he guesses that Guy wants him to see how hard he fought. Nonetheless, the protagonist finds it intriguing that the guy wouldn't have survived the battle with only the power to emit flames from his arms. Moreover, he was fighting at the front, risking like that, and surviving the fight to bathe in the joy of victory means that Guy deserved it. The protagonist discerns that the redhead guy was cornered into a dangerous situation. Therefore, he must have pushed his flame abilities past their limits. He steps towards him, considering that Guy did his job, so he doesn't need to threaten him more than he already has. He approaches that Guy and commends his efforts during that brawl. This unexpected commendation from Lennox relieves the red-headed individual, who visibly relaxes upon receiving recognition for his work. After that, the protagonist gazes at Grimes' staff, contemplating that it doesn't increase casting speed or mana rotation rate, and the force of the magic is identical too, so he deems it trash and hurls it down the ground. Observing the lack of practicality in holding onto an item that would inadvertently reveal his identity as a mage, the protagonist opts against selecting any equipment that might draw unwarranted attention to his magical abilities. Choosing discretion over potential exposure, he decides not to pick equipment that would expose him as a mage. The protagonist then commends the mercenaries' performance during the intense confrontation. In response, the mercenaries reciprocate the gratitude, acknowledging the protagonist's role and expressing their exhilaration at emerging victorious against a formidable gang. He then directs that the uninjured should take the injured people to the hospital, and those left with only minor injuries will stay with him to guard this place for the remaining time. Later, the protagonist sits alone in the warehouse and notices his trembling hands, wondering if it's because he isn't nervous anymore. Recognizing his exhaustion, he briefly considers using a viper for an energy boost. However, due to the scarcity of vipers in his possession, he dismisses the idea, opting to preserve them just in case. After that, another day went by without any problems, and there were no additional attacks from the gang. Everyone left excited for their pay. As the protagonist contemplates now that they are gone, the storage is organized, and the situation report is done. All he needs to do is drop the sample off at the patent office. However, before leaving, he takes permission from AMNAC higher-ups to take some medicines along. Considering his success in the mission, the authorities permit him, stating that he can take as many as he wants. He takes melatonin and tonic medicines for exhaustion and some vitamin supplements and takes them along for his personal use. As he steps outside to depart, he notices the staff he abandoned earlier. He grasps it and decides to take it along, contemplating that if he gives it to Jenny, he can buy 1 or 2 vipers. He slings the staff over his shoulder and embarks on the journey to the patent office. Despite a persistent headache, he remains focused on completing his task, recognizing that his job isn't finished until he submits the sample. He grumbles internally about disliking errands, finding them somewhat tedious. Reflecting on his limited travels, he acknowledges that he has never ventured beyond District 10 and soon arrives at his location, the patent office. As he strolls around the building, he observes the serene and well-maintained surroundings, attributing the quietness to the fact that it's located in a district where the leaders of Balkan reside. The administrative agency of the city government lives in the one-digit districts, and according to Lennox, this area is frequented by public service employees and the city government's administrative management employees. He then remarks that the patent office looks like a temple out of a myth and decides to get this over with. Before he can head inside the office, an older man calls him out, pondering what brings a young man like him out here so early in the morning. Lennox responds that this is a patent office, countering what the man thinks he would be doing. The man replies that he must have developed some new technology and finds it impressive. Meanwhile, the protagonist contemplates if that man is exercising in a place like this, he isn't an ordinary older man. He wonders if getting involved with people in power is too early, so he decides to escape this situation without leaving an impression. Lennox realizes that the man isn't looking at him. Instead, he is looking at the staff. He smirks, approaches the man, and asks if he enjoyed the show he gave yesterday. While the man wonders what he means, with a gentle grin, Lennox informs that he has shot off some fireworks for the people afar to watch. He then asks the man if he is waiting for him because he enjoyed it. Lennox then lifts the staff and firmly places it on the ground, causing a slight pothole due to the impact, and tells the man he will give it back to him. He adds that Grime must have been a valuable mage to him and apologizes for the earlier events, and the man anxiously wonders whether he knew. Reflecting on the situation, Lennox contemplates how he could not, because that man recognized Grime's staff and already anticipated his arrival. Moreover, considering the man's freedom of movement in the area, Lennox concludes that he must be a district representative. He never would have expected the district representative to show up instead of hiring someone else. The man acknowledged that Grime was unskilled, but he was a nice person and informed Lennox that the moment he decided to go into politics, Grime put much effort into supporting him as best as possible. The district representative inquires if Lennox knows the purpose behind his visit after Grime's death, prompting Lennox to remark if he desires revenge. Meanwhile, Lennox thinks that he said that, but it doesn't seem to be the correct answer because that person's eyes don't seem to hold any hatred, disappointment, or rage. Instead, he sees intense greed. The district representative extends an offer to the protagonist, proposing that it would be a loss for the entire city if someone as skilled as Lennox were to operate independently as a freelancer. Expressing certainty in Lennox's talent, the representative recalls the sight of lightning in a cloudless sky. Hence, he proposes that he continue to climb up the social ladder and assures that he will be facilitated to become one of the tall skyscrapers. The protagonist takes a deep sigh, considering that the man's every sentence reveals his self-serving ambition, and realizes that this person is unusual because he lays claim to money that isn't rightfully his, seeks fame and authority he hasn't yet earned, and desires the talents of an employee who isn't under his jurisdiction. The protagonist, assessing the district representative's extreme greed, concludes that few match his level of avarice. Firm in his stance, he believes he doesn't require a figurative leash around his neck and rejects the offer outright. He acknowledges the man's desire to have him on board, but asserts that he has no compelling reason to align himself with the district representative, which takes the man aback. Deep down, Lennox contemplates that if he needs the support of someone in power, there are many more influential people than this district representative. However, turning someone as ambitious as him into an enemy would be a pain, so Lennox recognizes the necessity of managing the situation, even if he doesn't want to collaborate with the representative. He then tells the man that if he helped him, he could repay that debt one day, prompting him to wonder what he means. In response, the protagonist clarifies that they are not close, but there's no reason for them to be enemies. Later, he informs Jenny about that district representative. In response, she bangs on the table, stating that she heard about many weird and obsessive people in politics, but considers him worse than she imagined. When Lennox asks if she believes the man might attempt something, Jenny dismisses the concern, asserting that despite the man's oddity, his handling of the situation appears clean and professional. Jenny speculates that if the representative does intend to approach Lennox in the future, it would likely be after the man has achieved a higher position, if he's genuinely interested in collaborating. Lennox mentions the representative's apparent desperation for a mage, and Jenny notes that having connections with influential individuals like him could offer various benefits if handled adeptly. She implies that dealing with such links well could provide numerous conveniences. The protagonist reflects on Jenny's experiences and presumes that her life hasn't been ordinary, considering her establishment of a human resources agency and her work as a broker at a young age. Suddenly, Jenny's phone beeps, and she excitedly informs Lennox that Amnak has confirmed the sample's registration and sent the money. She offers to transfer the funds to his account, to which Lennox agrees and informs her that he needs to leave for somewhere. As he prepares to depart, Jenny halts him and confirms he doesn't have any other sources of income besides this right. When Lennox remains silent, she stresses establishing a credible income source to evade scrutiny. She asserts that pretense is essential because tax investigators go after jobless people with much money entering their accounts. When Lennox remarks that he will look into it, Jenny clarifies that she isn't rushing him, but he should at least look into other jobs. As he steps out of the bar, he feels fatigued and yearns to return home for some much-needed rest, but he realizes that he needs vipers to forget his exhaustion and function like an ordinary person. He hails a taxi and arrives at Plummer's botanical garden to acquire the vipers. The viper expert refers to him as a precious customer, apologizes that he didn't recognize an important customer like Van, and commends him for being a very talented mage. Lennox, maintaining his guise as Van, asks if the viper expert dislikes him, to which the man dismisses his assertion, stating that he was just surprised. He adds that if even he has heard the rumors, that means Van has successfully adjusted to this field. He couldn't picture it in his head. The viper expert adds that he didn't think a fool like the protagonist, who doesn't even know what he is smoking, would still be alive. Lennox wonders if that is what the man was thinking to himself while smiling on the outside, and now he guesses it's better to find out. He then places the money on the table and tells the man that he wants 100 of what he got last time. A bright smile spreads over Viper Expert's face to see that much money, and he admits that he didn't recognize Van as a young man with such a bright future. He then starts searching for the product, asserting that if Van is so rich, he should have told him earlier, and tells him that there's something he would like to recommend to him. As he steps out of the botanical garden, he is overcome by exhaustion, barely keeping himself steady, and starts sweating profusely. Seated on the ground, he resorts to using his viper and experiences a surge of vitality, making him feel truly alive. He acknowledges that he shouldn't rely on this solution, yet feels compelled as if there's no other choice. Reflecting on his situation, he sees himself traversing a constant tightrope to survive in this harsh and unforgiving city. He had thought he was managing adequately until now, but now he wonders if he will be okay in the future. For a week after that, he rested long enough that could be considered too much. He stretched enough so that he wouldn't become inflexible and ate meals he made himself. He counted how many hours of sleep he was getting to bring his biorhythm back to normal. He acknowledges that the character Lennox's body is uselessly sensitive and as fragile as glass, and he is tired of it, but he thinks he has somehow adjusted to this weak body. Despite this, he gets up, considering he has to use this much effort to pick a part-time job. He contemplates that he can't do something as consistent as working 3 days a week, and that he can't do night shifts. Upon reviewing his abilities, he concludes that he needs more time to find suitable employment, especially since physical labor is beyond his capabilities. Amid this, he receives a message from Jenny asking about his plan to take another quest. He contemplates that he has some things to research and decides to rest a bit more. Later, he arrives at the Balkan City Library in his true appearance, considering that he only goes to a few places while resting. However, he came here today with a clear purpose. Scanning the shelves, he searches for books related to summoning magic, spirit arts, and homunculus, and wonders if he should explore necromancy. He hardly lifts the related books and places them on the table to analyze their mechanics. He wondered a few things while fighting the werewolf and mage Grimes simultaneously. Their tactic was simple. The werewolf opposed in the front. Meanwhile, the mage supported him from behind with magic. He considers that possible methods to approach the battle against them are to either be much more skilled than them and crush them in a face-to-face fight, or use the same tactic as theirs to win the war slowly. He reflects that he could also kill the mage first. That way, he would get rid of the support, and if he can learn summoning magic or spirit arts magic and have some support, the fights will be much more stable. However, he also wonders whether finding a teammate for help might be a quicker solution compared to dedicating time solely to studying these subjects. Yet, he realizes the importance of assessing his capabilities before deciding. He delves into the study of summoning magic and observes that it involves numerous intricate conditions, resembling a complex process akin to a gacha system rather than a straightforward skill. Reflecting on its complexity, he compares it to his experiences in the world, finding the process of specifying and executing summoning overly convoluted. Additionally, he notes that the high cost of about 200 million sell for a summoning ritual could result in an unfavorable outcome, leading to wasted time and money. Disappointed by the complexities and uncertainties in summoning, he closes the book, contemplating another potential avenue: spirit art. He considers that if using summoning magic is like playing a gacha that depends entirely on luck, spirit arts can't even be called magic. It doesn't use mana, and its principles are closer to shamanism or necromancy. Delving into that book, he remarks that nothing looks helpful and considers this might work if he could naturally learn one while researching common magic. However, he deems it risky to invest significant time in learning this new skill, yet he recognizes its potential significantly if he could briefly distract enemies. Suddenly, Eris Richelin, the Labatnan University's elemental magic faculty chair professor, approaches him and asks if he has been rotting here all month long. She gently reminds him that she had asked him to meet with her, expressing her concern that he hasn't shown up despite her request. She questions whether his situation would improve just by burying himself in books. Holding each of the books he was engrossed in, she sighed deeply, perhaps feeling disappointment and worry. Meanwhile, looking at her serious face, Lennox wonders if she is imagining scenarios and making wrong assumptions about him. Eris adds that she knows he isn't talented in magic, but turning to this stuff isn't a good idea, especially summoning magic and spirit arts, and asserts that stuff depends on luck. When Lennox responds that he is aware, Eris anxiously wonders why he would continue reading about these topics if he's aware of their reliance on luck. Expressing concern, she humorously suggests that if Lennox is inclined to test his luck, buying a lottery ticket would be better than pursuing these magical arts. She discloses her position at the university, stressing that she has encountered only 3 spirit mages, implying that it's a futile aspiration. Lennox concedes that her perspective isn't entirely off base. If she had been an average person, her advice would have been correct. He contemplates that he wouldn't have to listen to her lectures if he told her about himself. She sits next to him, stating that she will give him a simple explanation to help him understand, and assumes that he will give up once he explains how difficult and luck-dependent summoning magic is. When she explains that magic is based on his ideologies and a concentration of his mana, Lennox's attention wanes. He contemplates that he already knows Eris is a professor, but her tone is very calm and familiar, and he acknowledges that she is a good person. A profound sense of gratitude washes over him as he recognizes Eris's respectful approach upon realizing his fervor for the subject, prompting him to contemplate the solace in conversing with someone amidst this desolate environment. He finds immense comfort and reassurance in having someone willing to engage with him in this solitary place. Amid this, Eris suspiciously asks if he is listening, to which he assures that he is listening very closely. She then asks about his name, asserting that if someone gives him a free lecture, he should at least introduce himself to them. The protagonist contemplates that she is one of the few who know his real face and realizes he must be careful about telling her name. In response, he politely questions the need to share personal details and stresses that he's merely a student engrossed in magical research in this library. He emphasizes that exchanging knowledge and having discussions solely based on their shared interest in magic is adequate. Understanding his stance, Eris assumes he's willing to learn magic from her and suggests meeting every other week, assuring that she will tutor him, leaving Lennox somewhat bewildered by her unexpected proposal. She asserts her intention to initiate instruction from the foundational levels rather than plunging straight into the complexities of summoning magic, so he must be prepared. Lennox explains that he's short on time, but she disregards his concern, casually stating she'll catch up with him later. As she departs, the protagonist muses over her apparent disregard for his preferences, observing her tendency to follow her own inclinations without much heed to others. He ponders her peculiarity, acknowledging her inherent kindness despite her unorthodox approach. Exiting the library, Lennox reflects on Eris Richelin's inclination toward individuals lacking innate talent yet brimming with an intense passion for magic. Recollecting their initial meeting, he acknowledges his lack of knowledge about her background, recognizing that engaging with her might pose a different challenge altogether. He considers that listening to her twice a week shouldn't be bad because being on good terms with a professor at a university would help him get a good job. Lennox inhales the Viper, contemplating that with that kind of benefit, it might be worth it to start having regularly scheduled meetings with someone since he has no one to depend on in this city. However, having to put so much thought into just meeting someone makes him a little sad. Later, arriving at the bar in his van persona, Lennox encounters Jenny, who informs him that his name will be registered in the deep web. This announcement leaves him wondering about the implications. Jenny clarifies that specific tedious processes have become remarkably efficient due to his exceptional job performance. As a result, registering his name on the deep web occasionally occurs when clients are delighted with his work. Lennox then asks about bartender Jordan, to which she informs him that he leaves every other week, and she thinks he's helping out at his old job. She presents Van with a cocktail, but Dylan appears out of the blue and swiftly consumes it, asking what kind of cocktail this is. Jenny smacks his head, stating that it's adios, prompting him to wonder why she did that. She yells how Dylan can sit there drinking casually after screwing up that badly on a job, to which Dylan reasons that it's their fault for slapping those ridiculous conditions on it and that he couldn't do anything alone. Meanwhile, Lennox contemplates the implications of his identity being registered on the deep web. Jenny reassures him, explaining that there's no immediate risk, emphasizing that his reputation as a successful contractor will be recognized across the network, and he can name the rewards he wants for a quest. She explains that it usually takes at least 10 months to get his name on the deep web, but it seems like his clients request it first. Jenny mentions that customers who don't have a connection to her don't have a means of contacting him, so she assumes they are getting anxious. Lennox expresses his concerns that having an identity on the deep web doesn't sound all that great. In response, Jenny assures him not to fret about leaking his information because they use a back door connected to the city government's main integrated network window. Hence, the security is perfect, and Dylan concurs that she is right. Lennox anxiously wonders what that means, and she responds that it wouldn't be possible without the city government's cooperation. Lennox concurs, contemplating that's the reason this street, which is full of violence day in and day out, goes unchecked by the police and the city government's agents. He surmises it would be more surprising if he learned that the higher-ups weren't involved. Jenny then asks if there is some request he would like to make when he receives quests. Lennox discloses his preference for rare forms of inherent magic, such as abilities related to time, space, or potent regenerative capabilities. He also expresses interest in acquiring a relic or a precious miracle drug with a similar rarity and worth as magic of that caliber. Jenny questions Lennox's certainty about his preferences, highlighting the difficulty of quests that offer such rare and challenging rewards, even for someone as capable as him. Dylan interrupts, stating that it's none of Jenny's business, emphasizing that she asked him what Van wanted, and he responded accordingly. He asserts that Van would have already considered any considerations regarding the difficulty of the requests. Jenny concedes to Dylan's point, acknowledging that she has crossed the line and apologizes to the protagonist. Lennox clarifies that he doesn't mean he will take only those quests and emphasizes that he wants to explain that that's what he wants. Jenny gets his stance and assures him that she will put in a request to edit his information. She mentions that edit requests are a slow process, so it'll take about a week. She recommends that he refrain from taking on any quests until the editing process is completed. When the protagonist anxiously ponders the reason, she informs him that there's a substantial difference in his perceived value before and after officially registering. Once his registration is complete, there will be a significant devaluation, causing him to suffer a loss of at least 10 million in worth. Lennox lets out a heavy sigh, realizing he needs approximately 20 million more to afford Stimonia. Dylan notices his concern and asks if he needs money. Upon Lennox's affirmation, Dylan informs him that these days there is a job that mercenaries take on to earn some cash on the side, and Lennox can bag more than 1 million a day if he's good enough. Intrigued, Lennox expresses interest and asks Dylan to provide more details about this opportunity. The next day, Lennox arrives at 50th District, the City Government Environment Agency's District Management Headquarters' 5th observation post. The place is bustling with numerous mercenaries. The registrar at the location assigns him the number 484 and instructs him to focus on the screen, informing him that they're sending people inside in groups of 4. Lennox observes that the registrar avoids eye contact and wonders why he is grouped in 4s. Despite this, he contemplates his inclination towards working independently rather than being part of a group. He reminisces that Dylan informed him there are undeveloped districts outside the 50th district, and apparently many vagrants are dying out there because of the contamination. Then, beasts gather around the dead bodies and also get contaminated. That's why the city government decided something needed to be done, so the city authorities have offered rewards amounting to 1 billion for each of these contaminated beasts slain, which implies that by eliminating 10 of these creatures, Lennox could potentially earn 10 million. Lennox reflects on his need to accumulate more than 20 million cell, and amid this, 3 mercenaries approach him. One of them greets the protagonist, asking if he is 484, and introduces himself as number 482, named Miguel. Lennox realizes he is on a team with them, so he agrees that he is 484 and introduces himself as Van. Miguel then introduces the rest of the 2 as Erickson and Claria and asks if they should get going, and they agree to proceed. As they move, Lennox contemplates that these 3 people already know each other and assess their magical abilities. He discerns that they only possess sufficient mana to enhance the strength of their bodies and hopes they won't get in his way. As all the mercenaries make their way toward the undeveloped district, Miguel casually asks Lennox if he finds it fortunate that they aren't far from their destination. Lennox, displaying a lack of enthusiasm, reluctantly agrees. Undeveloped district includes the district in the upper 50s and the districts whose numbers haven't even been decided yet. It's a large area composed of ruins, and in the past, because of the fast expansion of the Balkan, the city government made an ambitious plan to expand the residential area. However, after failing to manage the districts in the 40s, the districts in the 50s were essentially abandoned. Claria remarks that it must be hard for anyone who works outside of Balkan, mentioning that they do say that the contamination trouble only worsened recently. However, now they have to go back and forth to the city with those dangers nearby. Erickson chimes in, considering they feel sketchy when looking at the factories and buildings built outside the city. Meanwhile, deep down, Lennox agrees and reflects on his experience working in the factory, contemplating that the factory made the corpse pulverizer of the mages to sell. Conversely, Miguel considers that to mercenaries like them, it's not necessarily just a lousy thing that undeveloped districts exist. According to him, it's not easy to come by quests where one can earn 1 million cell just for hunting one of the contaminated. Erickson mentions the usefulness of his shotgun, particularly against larger adversaries. Meanwhile, Claria turns toward Lennox, noticing his sole possession, a revolver, and remarks that it seems to be his only equipment. She asks him if he utilizes other gear or weaponry during their missions. Lennox realizes that's what they have been wondering and considers that he has no reason to hide, so he informs them that he studies lightning-type magic. Miguel anxiously asks if he means pure elemental stuff, and when the protagonist concurs, stating that they could say that, it takes them aback. With a sigh, Miguel remarks that they are mistaken, prompting Lennox to wonder in what sense. Miguel explains that they assumed he was a mage who learned a more common type of magic, mentioning that mages who work alone usually work on skills compatible with all kinds of teammates. Meanwhile, Lennox deeps down, considers it a stupid excuse, and contemplates that he did hear that pure elemental mages are unwelcomed when they are beginners because they could harm the team's efficiency. However, he finds it strange for them to exclude him so obviously and wonders if they were planning this from the start. With that in mind, Miguel asserts that they need to rethink working together as they would prefer to work with someone who can support them. Lennox then counter-questioned if Miguel was required to be in a 4-person group to get a reward for this raid, to which Miguel remarked that he didn't think so, stating that some people might still get injured or die. Because of this exchange, Lennox concludes their partnership, knowing that trying to collaborate when their objectives differ will only result in stress. He firmly asserts that they should separate at this point, as working together doesn't seem feasible when their goals are not aligned. As the protagonist turns around to leave, Miguel asks if he is sure that will be okay. Lennox gazes at their relieved expressions, so he responds to his query that it would have been much nicer if Miguel had asked him earlier and acknowledges that he may have made things complicated. When Miguel dismisses his assertion, stating that he couldn't be so blunt, Lennox retorts that they will separate here and suggests they must put some distance between them to pursue their hunting endeavors. Claria sarcastically appreciates his decision, while Miguel mockingly believes that Van must have a plan. As the protagonist departs, he feels annoyed by the situation, realizing that it would have been foolish to fight to prove his strength, and in the end, he would be the one losing out if he worked with a team. On the other hand, Claria ponders why Miguel is staring at Van, emphasizing that they got rid of a hindrance, as having a parasite like that in the group is annoying. Erickson concurs, emphasizing that it's already irritating just thinking about joining the mercenary community raiding team. They don't have the time to worry about a weakling like Van. Furthermore, he assumes that Van will probably crawl back to the city once he figures out how hard this job is. Meanwhile, Miguel contemplates that this is what they wanted, but wonders why he feels unsettled. As if Van chose to get away from them so quickly because his magic skills are superior, they might have lost a precious connection. Conversely, Lennox assassinates a beast with his lightning bolt magic and remarks that it looks more disgusting in real life. According to Dylan, the contamination first appeared about 3 years ago, as a large-scale poisonous living weapons project carried out in the undeveloped districts called Black Consumer, which is said to be the cause. This project aimed to control viruses with strong proliferative power to increase cell regeneration explosively. It was meant to test the possibility of immortality, but ended up birthing contamination instead. Furthermore, it said that if one is infected, all the cells in his body will replicate exponentially, and that individual will explode. However, the biggest problem is that the corpse leaks a black fog, a remnant of the experiment's failed technique, and this black fog floats around looking for living beings to inhabit. Lennox exhales a sigh and grasps his knife, considering that he doesn't want to, but they said to bring its eyes as proof of having killed it. As he prepares to take them out, his attention is diverted to the horde of beasts, but he remains unfazed to confront them and refers to them as dogs. He was already tracking the contaminated through mana detection, so he was prepared to greet them. He swiftly unleashes the gravity bind maneuver, which binds one of the beasts, while the other attempts to attack Lennox. But it proves futile as he has already prepared a magic shield around himself to prevent himself from any precarious situation. He then uses his mana-imbued bullet, and with the help of other magical maneuvers, he overpowers 5 beasts. Through his adept use of magic, Lennox successfully neutralizes the threats posed by these creatures. However, he finds collecting their eyes annoying. He gathers them in an etuis and contemplates that they said it's 1,000,000 cell each, so he has gotten 5 million now. He considers it not a wrong way to earn money. However, it's not something he wants to do long term. Without this detection magic and a 2-kilometer radius, seeking out the contamination would have been annoying. According to him, contaminated are not as weak as he thought, and their movements appeared straightforward. These creatures possessed an unexpected combination of swiftness and formidable strength. He realizes that the reason mercenaries were grouped in 4 might be due to the overwhelming nature of the task. Lennox assumes that facing these creatures alone would have been too challenging for individuals like Miguel or Erickson. Pondering this, he takes a deep breath, contemplating the situation while holding his viper close. Reflecting further, Lennox questions whether his companions were cognizant of this fact. If they were, it would imply they intentionally abandoned him to face potential danger alone, possibly assuming he was a feeble mage. He entertains the possibility that their departure wasn't entirely improbable, leaving him to confront perilous situations despite their beliefs about his strength as a mage. After a small break, he resumes his quest, searching for the next target. His goal for this job was to earn at least 20 million sell, the amount he needed to buy the Stimonia from Starnia Pharmaco. As he roams around in search of more contaminated beasts, Lennox realizes the necessity to eliminate more of them to reach his financial goal. He estimates the current pace and speculates that achieving this target might take approximately 2 days. Reflecting on his choices, he realizes it would have been wiser to take on a quest that offered an upfront payment. However, he sighs deeply, acknowledging that dwelling on such regrets serves no purpose at this stage. Sensing the looming presence of contaminated creatures nearby, Lennox swiftly pivots, activating his mana manipulation abilities. Using his magical prowess, he detects the presence of 3 contaminated entities confined within cage-like metal boxes, discerning their locations through his supernatural senses. Recognizing the situation, Lennox concentrates his mana, realizing he possesses the ideal magical spell for dealing with this abandoned building. Drawing upon his knowledge of summoning-type magic theory, he employs a maneuver known as lightning tracker magic. Although he can't grant the magical foxes their own will, this spell boasts a remarkable duration and proves suitable for the current scenario. While the magical foxes lunge toward their target, Lennox senses someone's presence, which bewilders him because until now, he hasn't felt any presence, just like his first encounter. He notices a person hastily running and wonders if this individual is the same sniper from that previous encounter. He plans to halt that person with a sound wave maneuver, but to his surprise, his magic doesn't affect that blue-haired girl, and she keeps running. Lennox remarks that she is good enough that sound waves won't work on her, so he unleashes an ice burn maneuver to halt her. The girl barely manages to evade it, and the ice arrow causes a fiery explosion as it hits the ground. She can't believe that she is alive. However, her sense of relief is short-lived because suddenly, the ice bursts again and grapples her legs, rendering her unable to move. Lennox steps towards her, acknowledging that she's pretty skilled, so he decides he won't let her have any rest. When the girl discreetly tries to grasp her gun, Lennox swiftly employs Gravity Bind, which shackles her hand, prompting her to yell in frustration. He wonders if she is screaming and cussing from the first meeting, and then tosses her gun aside by utilizing his magic. She pleads for leniency, but Lennox, inhaling Viper, questions why he should relent. Perplexed, the girl questions what she did to deserve this treatment, and the protagonist counters, citing her attempt to flee when he discovers her hiding. In defense, she explains that she merely aimed not to disturb and emphasizes her intent not to interfere with his hunting pursuits. When the main character sarcastically dismisses her statement as convincing, she asserts her belief that he doesn't trust her. However, she appeals to him, asking if he could at least remove the ice underneath her, as she's feeling like her toes are on the verge of freezing off. Lennox doesn't think that she will resist, but can't comprehend what she is thinking, so he brandishes his gun at her. In a state of panic, she abruptly calls out Dylan, which startles Lennox. She reveals that she works with Dylan and states that she is just a regular mercenary. Surprised by her revelation, the protagonist surmises that she must have connections to Antares if she's associated with Dylan. He inquires how she knew about his acquaintance with Dylan, wondering if Dylan mentioned him. As she confirms his suspicions, Lennox becomes curious about her motives for following him and asks how she escaped his mana detection skill. She assures him that she had no intentions of causing harm. She had been in close proximity and wanted to avoid getting entangled in anything. Her decision to hide stemmed from that desire to remain uninvolved. Emphasizing her point, she notes that she would have attacked him if she wanted to. Regarding her evasion of his mana detection, she cryptically remarks that attributing it to the power of money might be the most straightforward explanation she can offer. When the protagonist wonders what she means, she shows him the charm on her waist. She explains that it's an assimilation charm made by an advanced druid and it's expensive, but it's worth it. Lennox abruptly snatches that charm while she yells at him to return it. Druid nature-type techniques don't have an energy form that can be called their power. Their power comes from the firm faith nature's creatures have in them. Therefore, their powers leave no trace or sign of their presence. Lennox acknowledges the logic behind this, understanding that such power would be imperceptible to him. He notices the fading pattern and realizes that his own presence is becoming fainter too. He speculates that this ability functions only when someone remains in one spot. Considering how the symbol grew fainter, it must have limited uses, and he doesn't think she would have attacked him with a crude item like this. Amidst it all, the girl nervously smiles and asks Lennox if he plans on returning the charm to her, highlighting its exorbitant value. Lennox gazes at the charm and admits he can't promise its return. However, he consoles her, saying not to fret, affirming his intention to make good use of it and eventually return it to Dylan. In frustration, she exclaims that Dylan, despite having it, doesn't even know what's within his wallet. Finally, after some reluctance, she reluctantly agrees, acknowledging that it might be simpler to let it go. However, despite this, she becomes excited to see that the ice melted, and now she can move her feet. Yet, she expresses displeasure at the water seeping into her boots and questions what Lennox intends to do about it. In response, Lennox asks if that's what is essential right now. With her hands restrained by the gravity bind, she pressed, asking what came next, reiterating that she had already assured him she had no hostile intentions toward him. Meanwhile, Lennox contacts Jenny, asking if there is a blue-haired mercenary woman in Antares, and Jenny concurs. However, their conversation is abruptly cut short due to the terrible signal, likely because Lennox is on the outskirts. Despite the interrupted call, he reflects that he checked what needed to be checked and diminishes his gravity bind maneuver, rendering her hands free from the effect. He then inquires about her name. She introduces herself as Camilla, adding that he can call her Milla. She then asks if he is Van, asserting she has heard plenty about him. Retrieving her gun from the mud, she questions if he came to eliminate the contamination. Lennox counters by asking if she isn't here to do the same thing, and Milla agrees, revealing that she has needed some quick cash lately. She adds that the boss was saying something about the deep web and how they can't take quests for a bit, so she came here instead. When the protagonist doesn't respond, she anxiously asks what's up and if something is wrong, but Lennox denies her assertion. She tells him there is a way to kill a bunch of the contaminated at once, seeking his help, and asks whether he is interested. She proposes splitting the money 50-50 and asks what he thinks. Instead of agreeing to an equal split, Lennox offers her a 7-3 division, which infuriates her, and she anxiously asks what she should live off. Lennox responds that it sounds like he would be killing the contaminated in the end, adding that he has more things to do, so it's a given that he would take a larger share. This response intensifies her frustration, and she sternly questions the fairness of the situation, highlighting that the idea was hers and urges the importance of upholding business ethics. She suggests a 6-4 split by proposing a compromise, expressing her inability to compromise further, deeming it a fair arrangement. Lennox comments that he's uncertain about the idea's brilliance. Nonetheless, he agrees to the 6-4 split, which startles Milla, and she anxiously urges that he can't change his mind later on. Enthusiastically, she turns around, urging him to get moving. When Lennox questions if they'll have to walk, she dismisses the notion. Excitedly, she reveals that she had retrieved something earlier, claiming that she will give him a nice ride. Later, they ride on the forklift truck, and as she drives, Lennox sarcastically remarks that it goes better than it looks. She revealed that she had just retouched some of the wires and it started working again. Suddenly, Lennox's attention is diverted to a contaminant, and he abruptly attacks it with his magical fox, which pursues the contaminated creature and overpowers it. The protagonist then collects that creature's eyes, and as he rides the vehicle, he inquires where to go next. Miller responds that he wouldn't know, but the contaminated usually search for signs of life to chase after. To her surprise, Lennox already knows that it's the place where vagrants live. When Milla ponders if he already knows, Lennox clarifies that he just assumed, and then contemplates that it's not like he hasn't thought of the possibility of vagrants living out here, except looking for them is almost a waste of time. He asks if she hasn't considered that other mercenaries might have the same plan, as everyone's probably around that area. He then moves to disembark from the vehicle, stating that if Milla doesn't have an alternative plan, she should drop him there. She anxiously halts him, assuring him that she is aware of that, and reveals that she kept a secret that no one knows about. She says that her boss, Antares, has much interest in the vagrants, so she has to volunteer sometimes because of her boss. According to her, they helped the vagrants move and are the only ones who know their current location. Lennox considers the possibility that if her words are valid, they won't encounter any other mercenaries, which he deems as not necessarily a bad outcome. Upon reaching the location, Milla adds that the contaminated creatures likely haven't found this place yet, as the vagrants must be caring for the ones that come near. When the protagonist asks if she hasn't gone inside the building, she remarks that if it weren't for his boss, she wouldn't even go near them, and instead go around with scavengers. She halts the vehicle there, stating that they should wait here for a bit, adding that they don't see any contaminated right now, but she is sure they will come here drooling. However, her attention is diverted to a bunch of people arriving at their location. She remarks that there seem to be more than 10, but they are too far. Lennox informs her that they are 18 in total, and they are all mercenaries. Milla then expresses her disdain that she came here because she didn't want to come across any of them, while the protagonist responds that if they know how to handle mana, they probably had an easy time finding this place. As he consumes his viper and exudes mana, she asks if he is going to fight them and asserts that they came here first, so they can probably tell those mercenaries to screw off. Lennox responds that it would be nice if they just listened, revealing that he knows some of them. She finds it nice as they can tell them to go away nicely, but the protagonist denies it, stating that he doesn't know them well. The mercenaries approach them, and the protagonist's former team members are shocked to see him there. Miguel comments that they've re-encountered each other, noting that this place seems smaller than he had imagined, and in response, Lennox concurs. Miguel then asks Lennox if the person next to him is someone he has been with all this time, and Lennox responds that he met her on the way. Miguel sarcastically remarks that it's good as it's dangerous to go around alone. When the protagonist asks what he is trying to say, Miguel explains that they had their eyes on this place first and feigns to be friendly, suggesting they could relocate elsewhere if it's okay with Lennox. However, Milla intervenes and firmly questions if Miguel is out of his mind. She asks what kind of bullshit he is spouting, urging how can this place be his to take when no one owns this land. Miguel starts to explain that when a mercenary claims a spot first, but before he finishes, Milla angrily interrupts, shouting at Miguel whether this is his place, emphasizing that she was the one who assisted the vagrants in relocating here initially. When Lennox attempts to calm her down, she urges him not to stop her and brandishes her gun at Miguel. She frustratedly urges Lennox how she cannot be pissed when the bastards that got here after them are telling them to leave. Miguel sternly remarks that she should calm down as they can choose the violent route too. He calculates that there are only 2 of them, while nearly 20 mercenaries are on his side, so if a fight begins, they have the advantage. Meanwhile, Lennox wonders if that guy believes in the strength of numbers. He uses his magic to assess the mercenaries' mana, thinking if they fight, the first one he would need to take down would be that blonde hair guy, as he doesn't feel a presence or any mana from him and wonders if he is so skilled that he can hide them all. Conversely, that blonde-haired guy named Mayoran steps ahead and suggests Miguel should stop right there. Mayoran realizes that Milan is from Antares and remarks that he never expected to see an Antares mercenary here, expressing her pleasure to meet her. He introduces himself, revealing that he is Mayoran from Platon and is guiding these mercenaries today. Miller realizes Platon is another mercenary office as it works alongside Antares in this field. They are said to scout talented mercenaries using their incredible wealth, although she doesn't know where they get their money from. Mayoran then states that everyone knows Antares is interested in the undeveloped districts, and he assumes the residential area here is also Antares' doing. He adds that it would be rude to ask her to leave this place when she is from Antares. He humbly asks whether she at least permits them to rest a bit. When she anxiously asks for rest, Mayoran concurs, adding that if they come across some of the contaminated creatures, they can get rid of them. Lennox realizes he is telling them he won't leave and contemplates that if they react aggressively to this, it will lead to a fight. Sensing Milla's reluctance to confront Platon mercenaries, he ends their deal, prompting her to wonder why this sudden turn of events occurred. She halts him from taking such a step, emphasizing that he should keep to his words, to which he ponders if she wants him to compete with those guys, and says that going around alone would be much easier than that. Milla offers him the charm she purchased for 10 million cells to persuade him to stay, proposing it as an incentive if he cooperates with her. Amidst the conversation, everyone's attention is diverted to the horde of contaminated creatures rushing towards them and catching Miguel and his comrades off guard. Milla turns to Lennox anxiously, asking if he is still leaving after watching all that. She implores him to try this out together as he doesn't have anything to lose and ensures him that they can outmaneuver those adversaries while they are at it too. As Lennox observes the situation, he senses something amiss and contemplates that if there are a bunch of living beings here for so many contaminated to appear all at once. As he gazes at Mayoran's malicious grin, Lennox realizes his decisive plan, suspecting that they are somehow involved, as the situation doesn't seem like a coincidence as it seems more intentional. Realizing the imminent danger, Lennox then advises Milla to take her shotgun and run to the front immediately, assuring her that he will take care of the rest. Milla gets his plan and abruptly sprints to heed Van's advice. She catches the attention of other mercenaries, prompting them to wonder about her motive, and Miguel and Claria command the rest of the mercenaries to chase her. Before they can proceed, Lennox swiftly unleashes his sinkhole maneuver, a magic spell used to create a small hole, and expands it by channeling more mana. As a result, a hole emerges beneath the mercenaries, causing them to fall into it. The protagonist wishes they would stay down there, but he acknowledges that won't happen. Suddenly, he becomes surprised to see Mayoran's body exuding mana and realizes he is hiding it. He then grins and unleashes a maneuver that interferes with the opponent's mana flow. That instant they use mana and break it. Meanwhile, Mayoran kneels in excruciating pain as his mana won't move. His body starts trembling, realizing it's like someone's forcibly controlling it, and he soon realizes it's Mage Van's doing. Feeling more confident in the success of his maneuver, the protagonist notes Mayoran's considerable power and assumes that if it works on him, it might affect others too. Consequently, he employs the maneuver on the other mercenaries, leaving them bewildered and unable to move their mana. Miguel can't fathom how it happens and tells Lennox they can't get up there, requesting him to help them as they can't move their mana. When the protagonist doesn't respond, Morin sternly calls out Miguel, asking if he still doesn't get it, and he becomes startled upon realizing that Lennox is responsible for their predicament. The protagonist then unleashes his magic fox maneuver, which startles everyone and prompts them to wonder what this is. The magical foxes summoned by this maneuver assist Milla by impeding the progress of the contaminated creatures, and she realizes these foxes are Vans. She attempts to shoot one of the creatures, but unfortunately hits its eyes, which were crucial for their payment. However, in the heat of the moment and excitement, she fails to realize the significance of her shot and finds it impressive. Meanwhile, feeling frustrated, Lennox pats his head in dismay, knowing she wasn't supposed to shoot out their eyes. At that moment, she sadly acknowledges her blunder. However, instead of letting her blunder overwhelm her, she resolves to stay determined. Refocusing her aim, she confidently sets her sights on the creatures' bodies this time, determined to shoot accurately. On the other hand, Morin manages to get out of the pit. He briefly gazes at Lennox, and without uttering a word, he sprints to confront the contaminated creature. Morin's nonchalant response prompts the protagonist to wonder if he is leaving without confronting him. He speculates that Majorin might have recognized who was disrupting his mana earlier, as he seems intelligent enough to avoid fighting against him. Amidst the chaos, the other mercenaries somehow climb out of the bottomless pit. Erikson confronts the protagonist angrily, questioning why he stood by and watched, stressing that he could have offered help. Lennox pretends to be unaware of Erikson's accusations and implies he doesn't understand what Erikson means. He then reveals that his priority is assisting the woman with the shotgun, indicating he doesn't feel obliged to help anyone else. Lennox asserts that he doesn't consider himself friends with the mercenaries, finding it strange that they suddenly expect teamwork. However, his statement infuriates Erikson, who impulsively lunges to attack the protagonist physically. Lennox remains unfazed and unleashes the elemental magic he tested after seeing Grimes' shock magic, prompting Erikson to tumble aside and spew up. The protagonist then employs bolt magic, rendering Erikson unconscious and catching his comrades off guard. After a while, as Lennox walks aside, Miguel inquires why he hadn't revealed his skill earlier, suggesting they would have treated him differently had they known. Lennox sternly responds that he didn't come to the undeveloped districts seeking special treatment and praise. Meanwhile, Milla and Morin individually continue to overpower those creatures. Conversely, when Lennox reminds them of their earlier agreement to tally their kills, Claria requests him to wait. She remarks that she doesn't know about Miguel, but doesn't consent to that agreement and intends to explain further. However, before she can complete it, Milla, thoroughly drenched with the creature's blood, intervenes. Milla sarcastically remarks that she understands that Claria intends that she needs money. However, she criticizes the notion of abandoning their teammates to prioritize personal gain. Claria attempts to deny Milla's accusation, asserting she wasn't thinking that way. In response, Milla sternly questions Claria's intentions and suggests that it would be more profitable for Claria to align herself with the mage rather than her friends. Feeling ashamed, Claria reluctantly admits that Milla's observation is correct. Milla mockingly pats Claria's shoulder. Meanwhile, Majorin arrives and acknowledges his defeat. He expresses that he cannot even be angry because Mage Van is mighty and commends that what happened today was very impressive. Majorin extends his business card to Lennox, mentioning that it's the only thing he has to offer, and asks if Lennox would accept it. Lennox understands that Majorin doesn't wish to continue arguing about the contaminated creatures and agrees to take his card. In response, Majorin expresses his gratitude to Lennox, hoping for the chance to meet him again. Later, as they calculate their kill count, Milla becomes frustrated, having taken down only 7 creatures while Lennox managed to eliminate 12. Lennox remarks that it would be higher if they counted the one where she accidentally blew its eyes off, so it's her own doing. Despite this, he still praises her efforts, acknowledging her work. In return, Milla compliments his magical abilities and extends her hand for a handshake. She suggests he visit her sometime, prompting Lennox to wonder why, to which she explains that Dylan always talks about him, so their boss is curious and must come by if he ever needs work with fat rewards. After Lennox mentions that he'll consider her suggestion, Milla walks away with a cheerful smile, reminding him that he promised, and confidently states that she'll see him next time. As she departs, Lennox contemplates that he got 19 million cell from the contaminated hunt. Although it's a bit short of his 20 million goal, he considers this enough to buy his much-needed Stimonia miracle drug and hopes it will be compelling. Upon returning home, Lennox meticulously reinforces the protective barriers encircling his apartment through a focused meditation session. Completing his preparations, he eyes the Stimonia encased within the crimson cover, a tangible reminder of the entire amount he invested in winning the bid. Contemplating its potential, he admits the possibility that the Stimonia might not yield the desired results, cautious of the potential adverse effects that excessive energy infusion might bring upon his body. Despite harboring reservations, he ponders the slim chance of mitigating his current penalties through its consumption. Cradling the Stimonia in his palm, he deliberates on balancing the medicine's benefits and possible drawbacks. Determined to explore its effects, he swallows the pill. However, soon, a surge of anxiety grips him, leaving him in a state of unease, and he anxiously wonders if his body is too weak when compared to the effects of the miracle medicine. He aimed to steer clear of forcibly infusing mana into his body, recognizing the impracticality and riskiness of that approach. Despite this awareness, he realized that dwelling on the consequences of a mana overdose was futile at that moment. The looming danger of losing consciousness or facing life-threatening rises in body temperature pushed him to make a crucial decision: to fortify his body by gradually introducing mana and building up his tolerance to prevent such dire outcomes. Amidst heavy sweating and discomfort, he determined to continue drinking the fluid until his fever subsided, primarily to stay alert. The following morning, upon awakening, he realized he had unexpectedly stayed awake through the night. Yet he did not experience any discernible improvements due to the medicine. Observing stains resembling toxins on his blanket with an odor reminiscent of viper venom, he speculated whether these marks were remnants of toxic materials discharged by the viper, mingled with other harmful substances expelled from his body. He considers it was worth the money, plus despite reinforcing his body with mana throughout the night, he is not sore or anything. Initially, he would have felt like he was being painfully stabbed by needles as soon as he stopped reinforcing his body with mana. Since he had no symptoms, the mana overdose must have eased up a bit. Although it doesn't seem like any other effects, just being able to offset the penalty's effects temporarily is enough for now. At least he checked that there is a way to mitigate the penalties. For a week after that, he could experience the miraculous effects of the medicine, as he could sleep without taking any sleeping pills, so he felt like he was getting some proper rest. Now that he has sufficiently rested, he intends to pursue another job request since he spent all his money on the miracle medicine. He tries to contact Jenny but becomes bewildered when the system notifies him that this number is currently unreachable, so he plans to see her then. Later, he takes on Van's persona and heads towards the bar to meet her. On his way, he notices the city is oddly quiet. He realizes something's off as the internet hasn't worked and wonders if something serious is happening. As he enters, he asks bartender Jordan about Jenny as she isn't in the bar. The bartender informs him that she was summoned and is probably at some random office. Lennox then asks if something is going on in Balkan right now. The bartender becomes startled at his lack of information, asking if he was sleeping for a week or something, as it's bizarre for him to ask this. Jordan explains that the envoy group that was supposed to arrive at the end of this month suddenly sent a visit notification last night, and thanks to that, Balkan's a mess right now. Lennox wonders if the city is so silent because of an early visit by some envoy team and responds that it can't be the only reason. The bartender concurs, stating that the envoy team is someone Van would never have imagined, and they have expressed their intent to participate. The protagonist contemplates for someone like Jordan to describe the person like that and wonders how great they are. The bartender informs him that the transcendental being, Heaven's Rebuke, who lived in seclusion for decades in the lighthouse of Fileman, is coming to Balkan. Later that night, Lennox roams around the Balkan city and pauses beside a towering building, deeming it a suitable location. He rarely employs floating magic due to its high mana consumption, but he decides to use it this time to propel himself upwards because he wants to see Heaven Rebuke. For 100 years, Heaven's Rebuke, Madria Falsier, has watched out for dangers in the open sea as the lighthouse keeper. She is a level 9 ascendant, of which less than 10 remain today. If a great mage is treated like a strategic arm, an ascendant is superior to a great mage. She is a transcendental being who truly challenges the limits, and because of the intense constraint they put on themselves to surpass the limit of what's possible, it's hard to come by them. It's impossible to describe in words how powerful they are. Heaven's Rebuke possesses the extraordinary ability to cast her gaze across thousands of kilometers, peering effortlessly into both the future and the past. Her life's dedication to observing the unfolding disasters across the vast expanse of time has elevated her to an unparalleled level of uniqueness and reverence among her peers. Lennox lands on the rooftop of that building, considering, if not now, he doesn't think he will ever have another chance to see her. Suddenly, his attention is diverted to soldiers, including a sniper and a signalman, who seem to be part of the specialized forces affiliated with the city government. He questions their presence in such a remote location, where the city square is barely visible, realizing that it underscores the significance of Heaven's Rebuke as a highly esteemed guest. He realizes that he can't knock them out or show himself, and he can't use invisibility magic on himself because of the penalties of mana addiction. Nonetheless, he unleashes nosy magic to erase his presence and employs illusion magic to distract the soldiers from their surroundings, rendering them unable to notice him. Lennox proceeds without hindrance, moving forward to perch on a parapet wall. With the aid of the scope provided by Jordan, he gazes downward to catch sight of Heaven's Rebuke. He observes a substantial crowd gathered to welcome Heaven's Rebuke, noticing the extensive involvement of government agents and the military, emphasizing the immense importance of an ascendant. While perched on the rooftop, Lennox overhears the signalman communicating with his fellow soldiers via a walkie-talkie, informing them that Heaven's Rebuke will arrive within the next 30 seconds, urging them to remain vigilant. As Madria Falsier arrives at the event surrounded by tight security, the crowd erupts into cheers, some even shedding tears of joy at the sight of the ascendant. At that moment, the protagonist notices her and senses something unusual. He becomes bewildered as the vicinity magic of Heaven's Rebuke detects his presence. Lennox realizes her mana is immensely powerful, capable of potentially obliterating an entire city. However, he struggles to maintain his composure, wondering if she noticed him observing her. He abruptly rushes, realizing that he needs to get away for now, wondering how there can be consequences without a cause. He can feel like she has answered that in a world where order is destroyed yet balanced, they have been trying to answer that question for a long time, and his existence is the answer. Unbeknownst to others, she finds it exciting and remarks that if the others could see what she is seeing right now, they would have tried to hire him no matter what. However, she acknowledges that now that all the struggle is pointless, he must beware of Alcade. Meanwhile, Lennox tumbles on the ground, unable to fathom all that has happened. Madria Falsier's appearance changed many things, and Lennox obtained a new goal. It was to reach the peak of ascensions, through that he could find out why he woke up in this world. That's what he should do, as he was immensely confident about that. The protagonist finds on his phone that, society-wise, the meeting with Filenum ended very quickly, and the city government accepted all of the conditions the Filenum envoy group put out. This was decided as soon as the Ascendant decided to help Filenum, and 4 days later, he discovered that Madria Falsier, Heaven's Rebuke, failed to ascend and died. He contemplates that she sees into the future and the past, so he wonders why she returned to Balkan in her last moments. Later, seeking insight, he discusses this with Jenny, who suggests that Madria Falsier's alignment with Filenum might hold the key to her return. According to her, the top-secret project, Black Consumer, was carried out in the undeveloped district. Evidence surfaced revealing that this project involved utilizing captives from Filenum as subjects for experimentation or testing purposes. The bartender, Jordan, intervenes, stating that the problem started because the person leading the agreement is now gone. The protagonist wonders if Jordan is saying that the Balkans will return to their word. Jordan responds, indicating that it might not happen immediately. However, the city government is unlikely to uphold this unfair agreement for an extended period. He anticipates that they could become increasingly desperate, and Jenny adds that this could escalate into a war. Lennox informs them that he doesn't think he will take any jobs today and decides to leave. As he walks around the street, he assumes that the great descendant created a momentary peace by sacrificing her own life. He wonders if she did this knowing this would turn out this way, or if she came to Balkan because she knew about his existence to check for herself that he, a consequence without a cause, existed. However, he concludes there is no point in thinking about it as his head hurts. While reaching for his viper in his blazer, Dyke's lace cutter, which he previously took from some hooligans, accidentally falls onto the road. As he bends to retrieve it, an older man steps on it and refers to Lennox as a skinny bastard. The man endeavors to claim ownership of the gadget and angrily questions Lennox's right to pick up his belongings that carelessly fell to the ground. He raises his voice, demanding to know if Lennox heard him. However, Lennox finds the man's words a flimsy excuse and considers the situation somewhat ridiculous, pondering whether the man believes this tactic will be successful. He then gathers his magic and sternly walks forward, catching the man off guard, who abruptly kneels to apologize and begs not to kill him. After retrieving his belongings, Lennox questions the man's claim that the item belongs to him. The man agrees, stating that he crafted it in his shop. Therefore, it's his possession, and he inquires if that means something different to Lennox. He adds that it would have become his thing if he had adjusted it. The protagonist gazes at the gadget, reflecting how the hooligan requested him not to point this at them, and the person he rescued had mentioned it was a Dyke's laser cutting machine that had been illegally modified into a weapon. Lennox then points out that if the man sells these things for money, they become the private property of the person who bought them, so he questions why the man is claiming ownership. With a deep sigh, the man remarks that he can't talk to fools who don't understand literalism. Then he adds that since Lennox has it now, he is his client and requests that he visit his shore if he needs anything. When he turns around to depart and again apologizes to the protagonist for what happened, Lennox realizes the man has left without providing any details. He acknowledges that he doesn't know the man's name or the name of his store. After 2 days, he heard that a request had reached Jenny through the dark web, so he visited their office seeking further details. As Lennox has a seat, he notices a green-haired client who looks very stark and asks the client if he has ever seen a magician. In unsophisticated behavior, the guy remarks that it's the first time he has seen a worthy among those who worked alone. He sarcastically adds that encountering someone who is not an idiot and has a decent character isn't unusual. Lennox then asks the client if he has prior knowledge about him, and he sternly urges why that guy acts like this with people he sees for the first time. Lennox strangles the guy, and he menacingly brandishes the Dyke's cutter at him, stating that if the client wants him to take the job, he must learn tact in speaking. Lennox warns him not to get on his nerves and test his patience, and his stern demeanor catches the guy off guard. The guy understands that he is the type who wants to know if the opponent or person in front of him is weaker or stronger than him. Once this is known, the priority in dealing is determined, and he should pressure him at first so he doesn't even think about manipulation. As the protagonist moves his gadget aside, the guy takes a sigh of relief and attempts to maintain his composure, stating that he didn't expect his style to be heavy on anyone. Lennox becomes bewildered to see that guy laughing despite nearly choking and finds it suspicious. He wonders if that guy really comes to deliver a mission and considers it evidence that the boundaries between enemies and allies are bleak. Lennox gazes at the guy, thinking he looks more like a beast than a human from the outside. The guy notices the cutter in Lennox's hand, pondering if that older man adjusted it, and remarks that he thought the man died long ago, but is still alive and doing it. He then hands his business card to Lennox and introduces himself as Killian, revealing that he works as part of the support company that made this cutter. Killian informs Lennox that their headquarters wants to hire him directly, prompting Lennox to ponder if Dyke is looking for him. The guy takes him to the Dyke's headquarters to inform him further about the mission, and then asks if the protagonist knows the nature of their company's work, and Lennox responds that he slightly knows. According to the information he heard from Jenny, Dyke initially started as a factory manufacturing industrial tools. Over time, the company expanded and ventured into the arms trade due to its substantial capital, and because of this, it is said to be at war with the current arms manufacturer Arkels. Meanwhile, as they step out of the elevator, the guy informs him that if all goes well, he will be given a temporary position as part of the support team. However, Lennox responds that he hasn't heard a word about what he is supposed to do in this mission, and Killian says that he brought him here for that. The guy takes him into an office, informing Manhwa that he has got the mage here, but the girl there asserts that she has instructed him to call her before the arrival. Manhwa greets Lennox, expressing her gratitude for coming here and requests him to have a seat. She remarks that it's a pleasure to meet him and introduces herself as Manhwa Bellucci, the planning team leader at Dyke. Lennox introduces himself as Van and asks if she is the planning team leader, suspiciously inquiring about her position in this company. The lady anxiously asks why he is inquiring about this, and Lennox responds that he wants to know who the mastermind is and what he is capable of because he hasn't heard anything from this werewolf. Manhwa asks if he knows Killian is a werewolf, wondering if Killian tells him. Lennox clarifies that it's just his instinct, urging that he could sense it after killing one. Manhwa assures Lennox that their company strictly prohibits internal power struggles, emphasizing their commitment to a conflict-free environment. Maintaining a reserved stance, Lennox intends to decide on his involvement based on Manhwa's information. Apologizing on Killian's behalf for any perceived rudeness, Manhwa acknowledges Lennox's query and emphasizes that her position grants her direct authority over the company's strategic direction. Additionally, she discloses that the project was her initiative, implying a significant personal investment and commitment. According to Manhwa, following their venture into the weapons industry, their company has been seeking opportunities to broaden its customer base, aiming to reach citizens in their 40s and 50s and those in the outer districts. Lennox expresses his lack of confidence in marketing, to which Manhwa clarifies that marketing isn't what they require from him. She explains their intention to expand their business into the 40s district, but outlines a need to address a few obstacles before product sales commence. She hopes Lennox could assist with overcoming these hurdles. Although Lennox suspects they aim to eliminate the weapons market monopolists in the area, he harbors reservations and tells Manhwa that he doesn't understand what she means by her request. He asserts that a company like Dyke should have more than enough of a workforce. He wonders why she would put in a request like this. She reveals that there are two reasons. The first is that Lennox is a freelancer who has gained popularity in the field faster than anyone else, mainly due to his proficiency as a mage. The second reason is that hiring an outsider to do this permits them justification, which she deems the primary reason for seeking his assistance. When the protagonist asks for an explanation, she urges that if they put their forces out there, they would come across all kinds of problems and restrictions. However, if they use Mage Van to take care of the obstacles indirectly, the rival companies won't be able to complain, at least not officially. Lennox contemplates that the 40s districts are basically in anarchy and wonders if the large businesses begin getting their hands on those districts, the order will collapse. That's not something the people of the city government would want. He grins, realizing they want him to use as a proxy to get rid of their rivals in the 40s districts, and asks Manhwa what they will give him in return. Manhwa remarks that she is aware of his request for something rare, so she presents Anagfil's 5 fingers, which the Central Council put in a VIP auction. She emphasizes that it's a single-use artifact that's not on the market, and reveals that there are 5 evasion flight magic spells on the item, which the Melody school did, as it's not something he can buy with money. Manhwa hands him the contact paper and proposes a deal. If Lennox fulfills 5 of their requests, she promises to give him this artifact. Additionally, they will provide extra compensation for each completed task based on his value on the deep web. Meanwhile, Lennox reflects on the situation, recognizing his limited mobility and acknowledging that the artifact would compensate for this weakness. Therefore, he requests some time to consider the offer before making a decision. Later, the protagonist discusses the deal with Jenny, who considers it a big deal with equally significant risks and benefits. She acknowledges having some knowledge about the value of Inagfil's 5 fingers and speculates that if that's the reward, then the associated risks are likely considerable. Jenny concludes that Dyke's underlying aim is to undermine their competitors and seize control of the profits, warning Lennox that he'll inevitably make enemies if he agrees to this deal. The protagonist concurs with Jenny's assessment, reflecting that his previous requests usually involve straightforward objectives or minimal repercussions. However, this particular task stands apart. The potential for retaliation from the weapons companies in the 40s district is considerable. Despite the risks, he realizes that achieving his desires cannot solely prioritize safety. He acknowledges that rare medicines and precious relics, beyond monetary purchase, represent a higher ascent he must pursue. Understanding that he must ascend further in his pursuits, he instructs Jenny to inform them that he will accept the request. The next day, Jenny briefs that the first target Dyke chose is Paul Ackerman, who is based in the 48th district, and he has also invested a lot in illegal weapons. Paul started 2 years ago and quickly obtained a commerce route, and as the business boomed, they planned to cut off the investor first. Jenny emphasizes there were a lot of people talking because no one knew where Paul was getting his money from. However, there are rumors that he's the hands and feet of the Jew's master. She then explains about the leader of the giant cartel, Dominic Cabarro, who has become famous on Pandemonium recently. She considers it likely because of that. But even Paul Ackerman's bodyguard, Jude Russell, is powerful, used to be a war mercenary, and is pretty well known amongst mercenaries. Jenny reiterates that Paul is Lennox's primary target, but Dyke has said there will also be an extra reward if he kills Jude Russell. She reveals that according to intel, Paul Ackerman will hold a meeting with his distributors near the port in the 48th district. When the protagonist ponders if it is trustworthy information, Jenny reassures that she has double-checked, revealing that she has heard that there are restrictions set on who can enter the port area. Lennox then asks about the other people on the request, to which she informs him that there will be 5 people on this side. She assumes they chose people similar to the protagonist in value, and tells him that they are all scheduled to assemble in 3 days. Wrapping up her briefing, Jenny took a deep breath and informed him that was all the information Dyke had provided her. Lennox then gets up to leave, telling her that he has to start preparing since the mission is in 3 days. He thanks her for everything she has done for him. In response, Jenny smiles gently, hoping to see him again. 3 days later, the Dykes' appointed team, consisting of 5 members, including the protagonist, gathered around the port to target Paul Ackerman. One of the individuals, donning a steel mask, expresses certainty that they all heard the gist of the plan and asserts that she will tell them the details quickly and start their mission. The masked person explains that Paul Ackerman's soldiers have locked down the harbor and mentions there are precisely 5 entrances, coincidentally aligning with the number of members in their team. Each person will take an entry and bring down the soldiers before them, and then they will stand by the storage containers. The masked guy asserts that once the meeting place for Paul Ackerman and his distributors is decided, some will proceed with a plan first and the rest will join in. The masked guy then distributes communication devices, cautioning that the targets and their subordinates will disperse after tonight, so they must not hesitate to act swiftly. The masked lady asks why they didn't even think of covering their faces for this mission, asserting that Dyke may have much money but won't ensure their safety. The short-haired girl sarcastically asks if both the steel-masked individuals don't work in this field. She emphasizes that they need to reveal their face and name in this field, whether they like it or not, to increase their value. The masked individuals walk away, urging her not to get in their way. As they depart, the big guy of the team asks the short-haired girl which way she will go, to which she sternly responds that it's none of his business and emphasizes that she will take care of his job alone. That guy then turns his focus to the protagonist, remarking that he doesn't seem to be the physical combat type, commanding him to follow them to the harbor. He sternly urges that if the protagonist makes it hard for them by being slow, he will rip out his appendages. Lennox doesn't respond and turns around, contemplating that he is tired of threats like this, considering it won't be too late to show that guy who is more robust. Later, with a count of 3, they all get into action through a different entrance and knock down Paul's guards as much as possible through their preferred means. Lennox refrains from physically engaging the soldiers instead of unleashing his magic against them. He reasons that since they are merely soldiers, they would likely be vulnerable to illusion magic, leaving them susceptible to his magical manipulation. When he notices that Paul Ackerman isn't here yet, he decides to lessen the number of soldier heads before Paul arrives. Employing his illusion spell, Lennox manipulates the soldiers' perceptions, creating auditory illusions and visual distortions, directing them toward a specific location. Using his mana-infused bullets, he overwhelms and incapacitates the disoriented soldiers. Moving on, Lennox continues to employ similar tactics against others present. Lennox continued to move around the area while the other team member issued instructions over the communication device, emphasizing that anyone who spotted the target should report it immediately. Lennox considers that since he is here, he will begin. As he navigates among the cargo, he retrieves the charm acquired from Milla. While holding the charm, he reflects that using it would consume one of its limited uses. However, acknowledging Jude Russell's past as a warfare mercenary, Lennox speculates that Russell probably possesses exceptionally sharp senses, prompting him to prepare for potential encounters by considering the charm's use. He uses this to stay hidden from that warfare mercenary, and while hiding behind a cargo, he notices some guys there, wondering if they are the distributors. Soon, a car halts near the distributors, and Paul Ackerman and Russell come out of it, while Lennox immediately reports that Paul is in his area in Area F3. Paul greets his distributors with a broad smile, noting the perfect weather for discussing business, although the men around him appear visibly apprehensive. He places a hand on one of the men's shoulders, expressing gratitude for facilitating the meeting, emphasizing the importance of their discussion and the difficulty he faced in arranging this opportunity. As the fearful man anxiously asks what Paul means, as he doesn't understand his implications, Paul's tone shifts. He reveals his frustration, highlighting his extensive investments in money, gifts, and efforts to maintain favorable relationships with public servants to ensure smooth operations. Disappointed by the lack of reciprocation, Paul's frustration escalates, leading him to forcefully tighten his grip on the distributor's shoulder in a rage. As the man attempts to apologize, Paul reacts harshly by striking him and pushing him aside, subjecting him to a physical thrashing. He expresses his frustration, angrily berating the man for what he perceives as wasting his time and resources. The violent outburst sends shivers down the spines of the remaining distributors, instilling fear and apprehension among them. While observing the escalating situation, Lennox realizes he has called for his teammates, but cannot stand idly by. Swiftly, he retrieves his gun, intending to initiate the first strike. Employing tactical maneuvers such as aim assist, along with cover-up techniques like spin-up acceleration and trajectory cover-up, he incorporates silence magic to conceal the sound of the shot. Lennox aims at Paul, intending to fire without alerting others and directing the aim towards him. However, before the bullet reaches its intended target, Paul's vigilant bodyguard reacts swiftly, using his sword to deflect it, averting the danger. The sudden turn of events sparks tension and panic among the distributors. Meanwhile, as the head of the distributors rushes to save himself, Russell persuades him and assassinates him for being a coward. In the heat of the moment, Paul ferociously commands the rest of them to take action against the intruder. Suddenly, everyone's attention is diverted to a surge of light, which catches Paul and his distributors off guard. Lennox realizes it is a laser attack that the steel-masked lady employed at the target. The lady standing atop a cargo remarked that getting rid of all the garbage at once was lucky and wondered if that concluded the mission. The short-haired girl approaches that lady, queries if she's making assumptions without even checking the corpses, and informs her that the attack didn't affect Jude Russell. The masked lady suggests moving on, reminding the group that their initial plan was to eliminate Paul Ackerman and then depart. This prompts the short-haired girl to question whether the decision is being made unilaterally by the masked lady. Meanwhile, Lennox, eavesdropping on their heated argument amidst the precarious situation, realizes the need to prepare for an additional attack, regardless of their dispute. Conversely, the short-haired girl anxiously warns the masked lady that if she continues to act like this, she will complain to Dyke, as she must not think she is the only one getting special treatment for this case. Out of the blue, Russell intervenes by stabbing the short-haired girl, which catches them off guard and urges that ladies shouldn't be chatting so loudly this late, emphasizing that his client doesn't like it. Curious about Russell's infiltration, the masked lady wonders how he got through her detection radar. Russell, casually wiping the blood from his sword with his tongue, mocks the masked lady's lackluster skills, highlighting that she failed to notice his presence until he attacked the girl. Sampling the taste of the blood, he comments on its irritating flavor, but admits that for his first kill of the night, it's not too bad. Hiding behind the cargo, Lennox notices the sudden turn of events and contemplates Russell's demeanor, particularly noting his blood tasting. He speculates that Russell might be of the same kind as that retired scavenger soldier based on his actions and behavior. As that lady attempts to attack, Russell remains unfazed. He casually remarks that she has an accurate modern arm there and sarcastically asks if she is a part of the Sybreed Echo. The protagonist is taken aback to hear Russell's claim about Sybreed Echo, as it's a term that refers to types or organizations that push the limits of humankind by combining the human body and magic engineering. Lennox reflects on his past knowledge that they are not easy to encounter in real life, but now he guesses that wasn't true. On the other hand, Russell expresses disappointment, commenting that blood mixed with oil is messy, and firmly states that the masked lady is destined to die. Undeterred, the masked lady upholds her composure and readies herself to confront Russell. She remarks that she doesn't think Russell is really backed into a corner here, emphasizing that Paul Ackerman is already dead, and this will all be over as soon as he dies. Russell sarcastically remarks that he doesn't think about that and tilts his head toward Paul Ackerman, standing down inside his magical shield, unruffled by her prior laser attack. Paul asks if she thinks he wouldn't have known about the unwelcome guests coming today, catching the masked lady off guard. He adds that he even invited another guest, and with a snap of his fingers, he calls out the big guy who has deceived Dyke's group and comes up with a Sybreed Echo's head in his hand. This revelation unsettles the masked lady, as the big guy had initially pretended to be affiliated with Dyke's group at the beginning, causing a chill down her spine. Paul adds that she didn't think he could pay off the ones on her side and get them to act as traitors. He refers to them as idiots, asserting that Dyke should have known that nothing is impossible with money. Paul mocks her, stating that the Dyke's mercenaries are so worse with their work, considering it's hilarious, and brandishes his gun at her. Paul reveals that he will open that mechanical head of her and get all the information out before getting to her client. However, before he can take any action, Lennox intervenes and shoots Paul's head with his long-range barrel gun, rendering him dead. The unexpected presence of the protagonist enrages the big guy, who abruptly lunges to assault him. Meanwhile, as Russell attempts to kill that lady, Lennox realizes that Russell is planning to kill the woman first, so he plans to get rid of that big guy first. The guy abruptly leaps, yelling if he is hiding all this time, and refers to Lennox as a little rat, urging he must not be thinking about running away. Meanwhile, the protagonist acknowledges that it is impossible to run away as soon as he reveals himself, so he prepares to defend himself by using a magic shield to block the impending attack as much as possible. The guy forcibly hits the shield and easily shatters most of the layers of Lennox's shield, which bewilders him. Lennox realizes 4 of his shields have been broken, acknowledging the formidable strength behind the guy's punch, comparable to a heavy weapon's. Recognizing the danger, Lennox swiftly aims his gun at the assailant, deeming it a more effective solution in this challenging situation. He unleashes his aim assistance and shock reinforcement maneuver, sending the assailant tumbling aside, wondering if it works. However, to his surprise, the assailant remains unfazed and comes back with a malicious grin and stern demeanor. He forcefully lunges at the protagonist, asking if he thinks that a child's toy like that works on him, which catches Lennox off guard. The imposing figure radiates an overwhelming aura, boldly declaring his intent to obliterate Lennox with that toy. Amid this, Lennox becomes acutely aware of the impending peril, realizing that if this assailant manages to breach the magic shield, his situation will become dire. The protagonist swiftly employs shock magic to evade that attack. However, the powerful shock wave tumbles him off balance. The assailant sarcastically remarks that he thought Lennox was an idiot, but it looks like he has courage, and adds that his ancestors love courage like that. In this precarious situation, Lennox uses the Viper to regain his strength, and soon he discerns that the assailant's ancestor is helping him through necromancy. He realizes that the assailant is already formidable on his own, but with the additional boost from necromancy, he becomes even more powerful. While inhaling the Viper, the protagonist assumes that if Jude Russell joined that big guy, it would be disadvantageous for him. He creates another magical shield, contemplating that he needs to figure out what happened with the masked woman and Jude Russell first. Conversely, the big guy reveals that honestly, he would spare the protagonist's life as Lennox's actions inadvertently made his work much more accessible by sending Paul Ackerman's head flying. He mentions being already well compensated by both parties involved and believes that Lennox's actions have resolved the situation, eliminating the need for him to stir up more trouble with Dyke. It prompts the protagonist to ponder whether the assailant's implication suggests that things will be fine if there are no witnesses. The guy bursts into laughter and sternly concurs with Lennox's assertion. Lennox realizes that the guy's true intentions are to get rid of all the witnesses and affiliate with Dyke again. Suddenly, his attention is diverted to Russell, and he is taken aback to see that the masked lady has managed to run away. He becomes bewildered that Jude Russell is coming this way to confront him. He considers that to fight both of them, he has no choice but to use that method and abruptly starts hushing. The assailant bare-handedly hoists the cargo, asserting where the protagonist thinks he is going and refers to him as a bastard. Subsequently, he forcefully launches the colossal object toward him, but despite the immense threat, Lennox somehow manages to evade the incoming assault deftly. As the assailant persistently hurls cargo to impede Lennox's escape, Lennox finds it increasingly challenging to fend off the relentless attacks and realizes that he can't run far. With a cargo container hurtling dangerously towards him, he swiftly deploys a magic bind, catching and diverting the cargo just in time. He runs swiftly and stops near an ocean, while the assailant finds it funny and sarcastically remarks that he must be confident in his swimming skills, but it is not that easy to swim in an ocean at night. With the Viper still in his mouth, the protagonist inquires about the assailant's insinuation, to which the guy asks if his frantic rush to the ocean's edge implies an intent to escape via the sea, questioning the reason for his high-speed arrival at that location. Lennox turns around and asks whether the assailant believes anyone could survive in such weather conditions in the ocean. The big guy responds sarcastically, suggesting that Lennox, with a supposedly fragile body, wouldn't endure in such an environment. He tauntingly inquires if Lennox chose this place to meet his end melodramatically. Suddenly, Russell arrives and impressively cuts the cargo with his sword, catching their attention. Upon his arrival, the big guy mockingly asks if he chased that masked girl all the way here just to fail to kill her, and that's why he can't even protect his own client. Russell swiftly retorts, his voice firm, instructing the man to hold his tongue. He explains that Sibreed Echo was trying to set up a biotransmission to aid her escape, leaving him in a challenging predicament. They then redirect their focus toward the protagonist. Russell asserts that it looks like Lennox tried to run but failed, yet he looks relatively calm and asks if he has already accepted his death. Lennox claims that there is one thing he wants to know and ponders that they have no reason to kill him, as he assumes Russell's job is already over since his client is dead. Russell responds with a smirk, deeming Lennox's question irrelevant at this moment before his imminent demise. He adds that even though his client is no longer alive, he still seeks revenge as Jude's master assigned him the task. While Ju's master might not directly punish him for losing one subordinate, he wouldn't simply let it slide. At that moment, Lennox comprehends the truth of Paul Ackerman's association with Ju's master. He muses that if Ju's master recruited both Russell and that guy to safeguard his close subordinate, Paul Ackerman, their prowess must be considerable. Sensing the urgency to neutralize the situation to prevent any additional chaos, the protagonist takes a brief moment. When he opens his eyes, now with a purple hue, he stealthily activates reverse gravity, catching them off guard. The reverse gravity maneuver hoists Russell and the assailant slightly, throwing off their balance and causing them to remain stuck in the same position. Russell reacts swiftly by pressing his sword against the ground for stability, while the assailant attempts to regain balance using his fists. Lennox grins, acknowledging that he wouldn't have readied his next move if he believed they were weak enough for this to work. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind sweeps everything aside, but both opponents remain fixed due to Lennox's maneuver. A chilling sensation runs down their spines, and Russell, sensing the nearby hurling cargo and the direction of the wind, suddenly realizes the imminent threat. Simultaneously, with sarcasm, Lennox acknowledges Russell's quick perception. The protagonist conjures a colossal wave of seawater, prompting them to grasp the urgency of escaping its reach. However, Lennox is determined not to let them flee. With swift precision, he seizes control of their mana, leaving them bewildered and unable to manipulate their mana energies. Lennox reflects that he had multiple opportunities to kill that guy on his way here. However, the reason he deliberately held off until he came here was for this precise moment. Suddenly, that enormous wave splatters all around, forceful enough to hurl everything, catching them off guard. However, due to the protagonist manipulating their mana, they cannot take protective measures or defend against the impact. Meanwhile, Lennox strategically erects a magical shield for self-protection and calmly assesses that he needs to aim for the perfect timing to defeat two people as skilled as them at the same time before the wave goes out completely. He swiftly unleashes the ice round maneuver, which freezes the water around them and creates sharp ice bristles around them. Simultaneously, the protagonist readies his firearm, leveraging the aim assistant and outburst reinforcement to take a precise shot at the assailant's head. Despite being shot, the guy tremblingly remarks that just because he could not move for that short period of time, he ponders how he managed to hit him. Even after half his head is blown away, the protagonist notices him talking, so he considers that guy a monster. He contemplates that he must not create any possibility for further trouble and completely bursts that guy's head off. Lennox acknowledges that even if it's him, he will not handle the kind of power that's been reinforced through the spirit of an ancestor. Suddenly, something unexpected happens as Russell shatters the ice around him and swiftly vanishes from Lennox's sight. Unexpectedly, from nowhere, Russell suddenly leaps from Lennox's blind spot, aiming to ambush the protagonist. However, Lennox, anticipating the move, had already fortified himself with a protective magic shield. However, to his surprise, Lennox's magic shield deflects his attempt. Bewildered and taken aback, Russell couldn't help but express his astonishment, questioning how he managed to counter his attack with such ease. The protagonist acknowledges the tactical wisdom behind launching a physical assault immediately after a mage casts the spell. However, he had already prepared, leaving a few slight gaps between his shields so that he could change the direction of the shield's rotation when an attack was coming. He acknowledges the need for precise mana control and its necessity for such maneuvers. However, he downplays the difficulty, implying it's a manageable feat with proper focus and skill. Yet, he cryptically asserts that the following attack will present a more significant challenge despite this preparation. Suddenly, Russell adopts a swift and evasive movement pattern around the protagonist, rendering his intentions challenging to predict. After his initial attack failed, Lennox quickly recognized that Russell's change in tactics signifies an intent to avoid direct confrontation. Remaining vigilant, Lennox keenly observes Russell's agile maneuvers, hopping and darting between cargo containers. With a knowing grin, Lennox anticipates Russell's accelerated approach to an attack. Swiftly and decisively, just as Russell closes the distance, Lennox executes a maneuver that forcefully knocks him down onto the icy ground, causing Russell to bleed profusely. In that crucial moment, Lennox swiftly employs a gravity bind, ensnaring Russell's body from various angles, rendering him immobile. Dark tendrils of mana coil around Russell's neck, constricting and intensifying his incapacitation. In his distress, Russell wonders aloud how Lennox can precisely anticipate and counter his movements. The protagonist calmly discloses that he was aware of Russell's presence from the very outset, affirming that it was impossible for him not to detect his mana. He further explains that he had extended his own mana in the vicinity where Russell was positioned, prompting the adversary to wonder what he meant. Lennox swiftly executes the Shadow Raid maneuver, seizing Russell's legs and detaching them from lower limbs while the guy shouts out loud in excruciating pain. The protagonist reminds Russell that he licked blood in front of him, yet he wants him to be deceived. In a desperate bid to escape, Russell unexpectedly transfigures into a mist of blood, suspending himself in the air. Unperturbed by this sudden transformation, the protagonist calmly remarks that he has already discerned Russell's true nature as a vampire. Reflecting on Russell's distinct traits, such as his robust physique, arrogant strategic intellect in battle, an inherent thirst for blood, and the ability to manipulate a shroud of blood fog, Lennox affirms his certainty about Russell's vampire identity. Lennox acknowledges that it's a beneficial skill, but it makes him very weak to attack, and considering that he took on that form during an escape means that this is Russell's final struggle. Anticipating this crucial moment, Lennox executes the Thunder Calling maneuver, a strategic move that obliterates and destabilizes Russell's blood fog. The protagonist sighs, acknowledging that he overworked his body, and inhales his viper, realizing it wasn't easy. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, a round flying robot-like device approaches him. Later, at Dyke's office, Killian sees the exclusive video of Lennox's last encounters video on his iPad and expresses his certainty that he has foreseen this outcome. He tells Manhwa that this is why he already told her things would get annoying if she picked someone solely based on performance. In response, Manhwa acknowledges this prediction and remarks it's something she had expected to happen, prompting Killian to ask if she anticipated a traitor in the group. He stresses his belief that they should have assessed the candidates, asserting the necessity of establishing a method to select the correct individuals if they admit people whose identities are uncertain. Manhwa questions whether implementing a selection test would have resulted in assembling a team as proficient as the previous one. She also emphasizes the probable necessity of offering higher remuneration for their efforts and wonders how Killian can propose such an idea given their current predicament. Killian asserts that this very issue might have influenced their current situation. Manhwa sighs deeply, acknowledging their estimation of the 40th District's capabilities fell short. She thought it would be okay if they brought together guys who hadn't caused any trouble, and she never expected them to turn their back on them so quickly. In response, Killian reminds her that she is working with criminals without records, so she needs to take a bit of a risk. He then presents Lennox's picture via holography, highlighting his exceptional skills and underlining the necessity of retaining him for the success of their plan. Manhwa discloses her decision to allocate a portion of the promised reward meant for the other four to Lennox, hoping it would satisfy the protagonist's needs and ensure his cooperation. She informs him that she also asked Manya to look for more freelancers, and that it's probably a good idea to test freelancers beforehand, like Killian said, even if it takes more money. He shouldn't have tried to save money on this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, in that exclusive video, Lennox's body seems to be bleeding profusely, and the footage ends there. The next day, standing in his bathroom, Lennox applies an ointment of Amnak on his injury, considering that the reaction is pretty dramatic. Meanwhile, on the call, Jenny relayed information that it looks like Paul Ackerman was investing in quite a few places for the guys he was investing into, as they got their financial lifeline cut overnight. She considers it a big deal that Lennox has killed Juice's master's subordinate. When the protagonist asks if Dyke said anything else, Jenny reveals they have sent a long message apologizing to him, as they are probably anxious about this whole thing. According to Jenny, they requested him to revisit the headquarters. Lennox then ponders whether he should visit them. In response, Jenny suggests ignoring them and expresses her uncertainty, stating that she doesn't know what Dyke is thinking when stepping into this field. According to her, it's strange for them to want him to continue working with them after forming such a poorly planned endeavor. She proposes that it's not too late for Lennox to respond, especially after seeing what additional rewards they might offer, assuming it could be quite a sum of money. Lennox hopes her assumption is accurate, to which Jenny comments on the difficulty of the recent job. She suggests that if he's injured anywhere, he could seek assistance from Jordan, the bartender who previously worked as a medic. The protagonist is surprised and questions if Jordan is a doctor. Jenny clarified that Jordan didn't possess a license, but he likely had some skill if he was confident enough to disclose that information to her. Lennox acknowledges this and will inquire about it the next time they meet. After the call with Jenny, Lennox ignored all the calls from Dyke and just focused on recovering. Thanks to his rash efforts at escaping, his condition was so bad that it was even hard to eat. Later, after getting a bit better, he focused on magic research during breaks and has improved his magic through meditation until now. He experimented with the magic-bound maneuver during his meditation, but changed it and tried analyzing the spell patterns. The protagonist decided he would collect data to create spells in case he didn't have an inherent magic system that would satisfy him in the future. Lennox gazes at the scattered pages with different mana patterns, like 3 big bursts of mana, 7 spins, and 2 compressions, wondering whether he should draw the mana patterns. A few days later, he visited a supermarket, acknowledging that he couldn't give up on a diet even if he were busy. He considers it more admirable if he could go to a market closer to home, but he can't go to that place because of the city government agent Evelyn. As he browses the vegetables, he's taken aback to find Evelyn casually eating an apple, remarking it's been a while. Lennox can't believe it, wondering how unlucky he can be and if she has moved her shop. He recalls his last encounter with Evelyn, in which she asked what a mage like him was doing there in a place like this. Lennox abruptly realizes the urgency to change his mana first. Although he isn't sure if she memorized his mana pattern, there is nothing terrible about being careful. He greets her with a casual, long time no see, discreetly tweaking his mana pattern. However, it seems Evelyn astutely senses it and thinks his mana pattern has changed slightly. Nonetheless, Evelyn dismisses her assertion, stating that she must have imagined it, and the protagonist remarks probably. Deep down, he contemplates how sharp Evelyn's eye must be to catch the subtle shift in his mana pattern within that short span. He recalled Evelyn's daring encounter with Krogan. He acknowledged her impressive skill set and recognized the need for greater caution in his interactions with her. After handing her 10,000 sel, he wishes her well with her sales, and as he turns around, Evelyn halts him. She asks him about his name, prompting the protagonist to ponder why she wants to know that. Evelyn reasons that because his mana pattern is elegant for someone who's a level 4 mage, and someone like him could make their way up the social ladder quickly. She then smiles, stating that they might meet another time, so it would be nice to know each other's names just in case. Lennox wearily wonders if that means she wants to see him again later as a colleague or as an agent's prey. Evelyn acknowledges that she is not supposed to tell him this information, but reveals that there will be a large-scale inspection of the lawless areas in the outer districts soon, and the plan is mainly targeted at the people who are avoiding taxes in the 40th district. She casually suggests that if he is involved with them, he better disappear for a while, as it won't matter if his name is on the deep web. She assumes that the protagonist doesn't do that kind of work and ponders, does he, while Lennox maintains his calm demeanor and asks what's a deep web. She smiles, remarking that she is just telling him because she likes him, and it would be awkward if they saw each other again in that kind of situation. The protagonist contemplates the possibility that it wouldn't end up being awkward if he got caught in such an inspection. She then introduces herself as Evelyn Marcia, and Lennox introduces himself as Ed James. Evelyn then suspiciously asserts that he better be prepared if they meet again, and he can't give her the same name. Later, as the protagonist departs the market, he wonders if he should find another market again to prevent another encounter with Evelyn. On his way, he receives a call from Jenny, who updates him on Dyke's urgent attempts to contact him. She mentions that Dyke has called her, and as she expected, they are desperate because they can't reach him. Jenny further reveals that they doubled the promised reward multiple times and are also thinking about what else they could give him. According to her, they have urged Lennox to visit their headquarters the following week. As the protagonist is surprised that it's longer than he expected, Jenny counters that they must decide on the least that they are willing to Dyke's request and suggests he should come over when he has time. Lennox agrees with her perspective and informs Jenny that he'll head over immediately. The protagonist takes on his Van's persona and arrives at the bar to meet Jenny. He senses the environment is a little different than usual and weirdly quiet and wonders if everyone is wary of that man while all the customers gaze at him thoroughly. That suspicious man sitting near the bar table turns around his head on Lennox's arrival, states that he is finally here as he was waiting for him, and asks if the protagonist knows who he is. When Lennox denies it, that man asserts that he better remember him from now on. The man emanates a malevolent aura and claims he suffered significant losses due to Lennox's actions. As he releases a vicious surge of mana, aiming it at Lennox, the protagonist remains composed. With adept skill, Lennox quickly erects a protective magic shield, deflecting the man's aggressive attack. Inquisitive, Lennox questions whether the man collaborated with Paul Ackerman, to which the man reveals that Paul used to invest in his business. The protagonist sarcastically deduces that the man might deal in arms and question if he seeks revenge. Rising from his seat, the man looms tall and authoritative, implying that today isn't the day for such actions. He clarifies that he's there to issue a warning. Addressing Lennox as a kid, he sternly cautions that their group doesn't show mercy to adversaries, regardless of age. He emphasizes that considering Lennox's actions as a mistake is a one-time exception, which he won't extend again. The man's fist slams onto the bar table, expressing his anger as he warns Lennox that if he dares to interfere with their business again, he should be ready for the consequences. Meanwhile, Lennox remains unfazed and continues to evade Beck's malicious attempts to attack him. The protagonist realizes that the man is trying to intimidate him, but he stands firm, refusing to make it easy for him. He counteracts the man's mana attack with one of his own, but the man appears unaffected, leaving Lennox hopeful that he won't misinterpret his actions. Lennox warns that if the man continues to resolve issues in a chaotic manner, his client won't simply stand by and watch it unfold. He further inquires Beck whether he believed the absence of bodies was because of Paul Ackerman's stupidity that no bodies were left behind. The man pauses for a while, then remarks, "Let's pretend this never happened," and turns his attention to Jenny. She, too, keeps in mind that the only reason he leaves her bar alone is because of Kaiser. When Beck asserts that if she tries to defend this guy, but before he can complete, Jenny intervenes firmly, urging that's enough babbling, he must get out of here. Her stern tone left that man Beck speechless. He gazed at Lennox and left the bar. The protagonist takes a deep sigh and asks who that person is. Jenny informs him that Beck Clinton was a higher-up from Cigar Bang. She explains that Cigar Bang is a gang that has been most active in the 48th district as of late. Lennox assumes that Guy Beck is pissed since Paul Ackerman died in his territory, and Jenny agrees with his assertion. However, she warns him that they won't be easy to deal with if he gets into trouble with them, and explains that they have almost 1,000 gang members and are among the wealthiest gangs. She suggests that if Lennox wants to handle them, it might be better to collaborate with Dyke to eliminate the threat. Meanwhile, the protagonist wonders how much work it would be to eliminate a whole gang, and how much assistance Dyke's support would truly provide. He assumes that it would be best to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Jenny informs him that she has put together about 5 requests that wanted him specifically and presents him with her laptop, urging him to have a look at this real quick. Lennox contemplates that he doesn't think she would do this for no reason and notices the request from Sebastian, who works in a similar line of work as Jenny. The protagonist is intrigued and inquires whether this method is typical for brokers in their line of business. Jenny admits she doesn't have a clear answer, pointing out that the significant advance deposit of 22 million suggests Sebastian is genuinely interested in offering work to Lennox. She believes Sebastian's intentions are genuine and views this opportunity as beneficial, noting that Sebastian's clients are highly skilled in their respective fields. Meanwhile, the protagonist considers it would be impressive if he could hear about Dyke's internal situation through Sebastian. Lennox inquires if Jenny has any objections to him taking on this task alongside Sebastian. Jenny replies with an indifferent tone, mentioning that it's inconsequential to her, assuming that if Lennox had a preference for working with Sebastian, he would have already made that decision. She then asserts confidently that her name holds a prominent position on the deep web as Van's primary broker. The next day, Lennox arrives at the 45th district and stands before Sebastian's office. He thoughts about the common perception that districts in the 40s outclass those in the 50s linger in his mind, but the reality before him defies those notions. The distinct architectural flair of Sebastian's office catches Lennox's attention, prompting contemplation on whether such a building style would typically belong in districts with lower numerical rankings, perhaps more akin to the 10s. As he observes the building, Sebastian emerges to greet Lennox and asks whether this encounter marks their initial meeting since their previous interaction at the bar. Sebastian escorts Lennox into his building to delve into the mission at hand. Leading him into an office room, Lennox finds another individual already present. Sebastian introduces the newcomer as Madison, indicating that Madison is here for personal matters. Sebastian introduces Lennox as Mage Van, praising his remarkable freelancing abilities. Observing Madison, Lennox notes that he appears like an average office worker and spots some injuries on Madison's face, raising his curiosity. Madison informs the protagonist that he is the team manager overseeing the development branch of an automobile company called Audible. He explains that his current responsibility involves managing a critical project for a new car model that will decide the fate of the company. However, recently, while he was transporting the blueprint of the model, an unidentified group of freelancers stole it. Madison expresses his urgency and desire to retrieve the blueprint in one piece if possible. However, if retrieval isn't possible, he requests Lennox to ensure the complete destruction of the blueprint to prevent its misuse or replication by unauthorized individuals. Sebastian reassures Madison about Van's competence, affirming that Van is an adept individual with a flawless track record. Despite Sebastian's confidence in Lennox's abilities, Lennox finds Sebastian's certainty quite unwarranted, considering he hasn't previously collaborated with him. On the other hand, Madison feels relieved by Sebastian's assurance, finds his confidence reassuring, and expresses his anticipation of working alongside Mage Van. As he departs from the office, Sebastian ponders what the protagonist thinks of it, to which Lennox responds that he doesn't know what Sebastian means. While sipping the tea, Lennox further adds that what else can he know other than the fact that Madison was being dishonest. Sebastian remarks that if Lennox already knows that, then he won't need to make this long. The protagonist elaborates, mentioning that Madison's supposed injuries, a mere bruise on the lip and a few cuts, seem inconsistent with someone who just had a fight with robbers and, based on these observations, concludes that Madison is a poor liar. Sebastian states that there are two possibilities. Either Madison is working with the robbers and lied to them, or there is another possibility. However, before he can reveal the second possibility, Lennox remarks that if Madison tried to betray his company and got betrayed instead. Acknowledging Lennox's observation, Sebastian agrees, asserting that it's a shame for Madison, and informs the protagonist that he himself has a pretty good relationship with Audible's CEO. He reveals that he is going to send the conversation they had straight to the CEO's email. Sebastian believes that as a consequence, Madison might face arrest the following day instead of going to work. Meanwhile, the protagonist contemplates that Sebastian seems all happy-go-lucky on the outside, but he is actually pretty brutal. Lennox emphasizes that in Audible's case, they really need not Madison's confession but the robber's location. Sebastian concurs, stating that's where the protagonist's skills come in, and commends that Van is great at catching wanted criminals. With a grin ponders if Mage Van will accept the request.